So in case you just resist to the back of the week, or if there is a broken order or anything else, you might be moving the pickup area, or you be on the right side, the south side, or you be on the protection area. Just small reason that we can have the help you outside, not within the pickup area, when coming, you can be up inside the barrel, or left in the week. And that's it. One part is just open out of the broken reach, and just means you'll pull up, or roughly do the reach, like it's on one minute today, or you rattle that out, or you just pull up, and you again, and you look at each other, but it's on some side. And then you're talking on that side of the body, you're not seeing, so you're not going to actually choose on the just move away.
A gente vai arrumar para nós. Olha, boia ou
Finals day on the Challenger Series in Europe. It's the EDP Ericeira Pro, and it all comes down to today. Defining moments in a season, in careers. Who's going to get back to the CT? Who's going to get there for the first time? Prodigious talents, old favourites. A cosmopolitan crew still in the mix, representing all corners of the surf worlds. Making their way up the rocks here. With a little bit of care this morning, look after board and body after some warm-up waves, which from the early glimpses we've had, they look powered up. We've got some energy going down in the water, and it's no real surprise to say we've got some great energy here in the studio. Good morning, JJ. Good morning, Ben Mundy.
Good morning, Paul.
In sync. Good morning.
You guys ready to get your finals days on? How are you expecting to go today? Peak on finals day?
You go.
Yeah, I'm expecting peak on finals day. I mean, we've got that swell that we've been waiting for all week, and it feels like the surf is a bit cool, calm, and collected, which feels like it's good signs to me. It feels like that they're going to bring their A game today.
Yeah, we've been looking at that forecast for a little while and hoping it was going to fire up considerably. And we just ran a couple of heats yesterday morning and went off for the day. And it does look like that swell's filled in overnight, Monday. What are you thinking of the energy?
Yeah, it's here and it's coming and it's going to get bigger throughout the day. So yeah, there's some new vibes. We've got plenty of waves. It's the finals day, Paul. It's what we're here for. All the hard work we've done throughout the week, all the work done by the surfers, it comes down to today, and I can't wait.
Time to go down for the call. Travis Logie is with Claudia Pinto.
Good morning, everyone. Finals day here in Ribeira. We've been looking to the forecast, expecting this Sunday in the swell. What can we expect for today, Travis?
Yeah, as you said, finals day today, Claudia. Right now, the waves are really fun. The swell's picked up. It's kind of a little bit under what we're expecting, but it does look like it's going to continue to pick up through the day, so it's going to be a great finals day. And we're going to kick off with the women's quarterfinals, finish off the women's quarters, then back into the men's, and we'll alternate back and forth until we finish the men's and women's finals, probably around 4 p.m. today.
Regarding the tide, we've been seeing it playing a little bit with the conditions as well. What do you think is going to happen today regarding that?
Yeah, all bets are off with the tide in this place. Obviously, it's just one of those places you have to watch it heat by heat. Obviously, we've only got 1 day left, so we can't take too much of a break today. But we have some time in our back pocket to, if the tide gets too hard, to wait a little bit and finish at the end of the day. But with the pulsing swell, we might be good to go straight through the tide. Sometimes it actually gets even better, so we'll see how we go.
Thank you. Back to you guys.
Thanks, Claudia. Finals day, biggest day of our waiting period for swell. It's jumped up a bit, not crazy proportions, but more energy down there on the reef. And we still got to settle these women quarterfinals. We sort of started them yesterday. Just wasn't enough going on out there.
Yeah, we saw the young gun, Tia Zabrowski, move on through. She took down a pretty informed Kira Pinkerton, actually. And then we saw a really nice battle go down with Anat and Amuro, but just lacked that power. Especially coming through this high tide, which we saw Travis just touch on. So Anat Law, Tia Zabrowski, first semi-final is settled. 2 more heats, and then we'll know what the last one is.
Ben, we've seen a few finals down the years out here.
Yeah.
How do we think, in terms of the talent that we got at the moment, performance-wise, how's this one going to rate? We've got some incredible surfers in the draw.
Yeah, they just, well, we talk about Tia Zabrowski. She's 14. There's a whole new level coming through. Loads more, just the wealth
We'll have a look
of
at the
talent
bracket.
and the
We'll have a
background.
look at the bracket and we'll talk through this.
Paul, let's have a look at the bracket. Yeah. Yolanda Hopkins, the last Portuguese hope, is in this next quarterfinal. I mean, she is so close to CT qualifications, number 2 on the Challenger Series rankings at the moment. The only Portuguese surfer left in the draw. But then, yeah, look at India Robinson, Sanoa, Canadians, Australians, Americans, Portuguese, Israelites, Japanese. Like the wealth of talent across the globe is just getting bigger and better. That's why we're seeing much better surfing.
Yeah, we still have that final, single winner left in the draw, Alyssa Spencer. She's won here before, so she is a really big threat for Yolanda Hopkins.
Just wondering how much of an advantage it'll be as well for surfers like Tia and Anat to not have to surf the quarters today. So 1 less heat to surf today. They had all of yesterday off. Let's see how that plays out for them right now. This is what we're looking at out on the water. You can see this swell has picked up. It's a touch broken up right now just because of what the tide's doing. It's just chewing some of those lines, and straight into the action already is Yo-Yo. Here's Hopkins in red of Portugal taking on Alyssa Spencer. Hopkins driving. And looking to try and tee off here. She'll do a bit of a stiff cut back now with some speed onto the inside. Doesn't really slam the section, just gives it more of a tickle really. But she'll get the finish. A long wave there from Yo. Picked it up about halfway through. Didn't see it connect crazy.
Yeah, I'm really looking forward to seeing the work she got done out the back. Yolanda, we know she's just this crazy competitor, but feel like she's going to need to lift, especially coming up with Alyssa Spencer, who knows what it takes to win here.
Here we go. Spencer. Her backhand incredible at this wave. Any wave, really, particularly in a bit of size and power. 2 nice, brisk, crisp turns out the back. And then a softer section. She'll join it up and she'll see this and try and slam it. Really good. Not so good in terms of the ride out. So maybe just getting there a touch late. Maybe not quite having the speed. Decent combo out the back for her. Just have a little rueful look around, see exactly where Yo-Yo is. See who will get priority.
In terms of energy on the wave, though, it really seemed like Alyssa had a lot more pep in her step. Really great looking bowl here for Liz. Just unleashes on this first section. Drives up into the pocket again. So this is similar conditions that she's comfortable out here. We saw her compete in some conditions like this last year. Came to this end section. Yeah, got to it late there, Paul. You can see with the amount of power coming off that lip there, it just forced the nose of her board down into the ocean. But just really nice driving calves. Felt like if she had landed this would have been a really big number. But you can see, yeah, like I mentioned, just that power making the edge of her nose clip in, and we saw her go under. This is the start of Yo's, so nice opening turn, really critical in the lip. That's a better looking calve. Drives round again for a third, so the judges definitely going to eat up the start of this wave. Love how she put it on rail again through this middle section. This is kind of where we caught up with her. We saw maybe not the most on-rail calves through this inside section, but she was really just loading up for this last moment here. Taps it for a finish, so she's got a complete ride. But I feel like, yeah, Alyssa just looking like she had a little bit more energy about her this morning, but we're loving the jet ski assist today.
So the call has been made. Surfers can save energy on that long, long paddle back. We'll have more surfing opportunities. The jet ski will drop them off at a designated spot, not exactly on the peak. And that will change things up in terms of the ability to get back and maximize opportunity within the allocation. 35 minutes on the clock. Yo-Yo with priority. And yeah, picking up the start of that wave. She did some damage. It's actually been really interesting to see how these numbers compare. This is a shorter wave, but cleaner. A bit more lip in her backhand maneuvers. But just seeing what Yo got done early on, she got hold of it.
Yeah, they're really great looking turns. I feel like especially those first two, when it was the biggest part of the wave, the steepest part of those sections, she was just really up and about, you know, making sure she was capitalizing on them for Yolanda. And gosh, we know how much she wants this win here. Like, to win at home for Yolanda, that would be probably the peak moment of her career, you've got to say. I mean, to win a Challenger Series obviously would be the best result for her so far in her career, but to win one at home, we saw what that meant to the likes of Luke Thompson over at Bolito. So maybe a story that could be told for Yolanda today, but she's got to get over the task of Alyssa Spencer, who, like I've mentioned, knows what it takes to win, and to have that confidence of having the trophy already to your name, having a win here. She wants to go again, you know, she wants to be the Sammy Pooper of the women's side of the draw and have double wins. And you can see it almost feels tense on the beach with the coaches.
Yeah, it does, doesn't it? Finals day, tentative, nervy, understandably, so much at stake here. Someone is going to have a career-defining moment today. A transformational event in this season. You get the win. If you've already got good results on the board, then it's looking pretty good for going towards achieving the goal. We will be crunching all of those numbers as well, but still, you know, still 3 more events to go, so a lot of surfing yet to happen. Nothing will be confirmed as such, but after 4 events, you can solidify yourself up there. Coming in here in second for Yo. Let's see what she can do with this wave. There's a bit of size on it, a bit of foam on it too. A little bit bouncy, so she'll try and manage that, use her strength. And then she'll slash in the pocket. Once again, open up a bit more with that one and kind of swing back. Once again, nice little runner through here for Yo. She'll lay into that rail turn. All right, what she got for a finish? The section will stand up. She'll get a tail slides. That was cool. So power and then a little lightness on her feet for a dynamic finish. Pretty well put together. Yeah,
we're getting a subtle, confident head nod from the beach there. It felt like Coach John was feeling pretty confident on that one. It was, again, a second great overall performance from Yolanda. The judges looking like they're absolutely eating up that first wave. Scores starting to drop and it looks pretty hefty. Alyssa's was that 4.67. Kind of thinking that finish was pretty crucial it would have got her up into a similar mark of what we're going to see from Yolanda there. But wow, if they love that wave, I feel like this last one she's got, it's going to back it up beautifully.
Big number for Hopkins to open up, 7.33. She's got another number to come as well for this.
I was thinking it's a foamy looking wave. I was almost like, oh, this might be a strange call. Just 2 setup calves to start this one off, and then just had a great looking bowl through the inside section. This is where we really start to see her just push this rail, really start to get on that heel side and open up through her shoulders, just going from strength to strength on these rail calves. Came through this inside and just looked a lot more confident, more comfortable, knowing she's already got one complete ride. And we saw her attack that finishing section there. Just more speed and energy. She got the release. Like I mentioned, these calves here, it just felt like they had a little bit something extra, something a bit more special, especially that one there for Yolanda, just really holding her lines from start to finish. So the judges making a bit of a statement. They're loving these complete rides. They're happy to see multiple maneuvers put together from start to finish. And yo, love this finishing turn here. Just felt like there was a lot more energy put into that than her previous wave. Got the release, so Liz needs to answer back here.
Spencer here, live action, big section in front of her. She'll hit it. Down into the next double up. Bit of a section tumbling. She'll try and connect this. She's a long way back here, but the wave might slow up and then allow her through the inside. She'll be patient right now. See what exactly forms for her. The double up's in front. It might not get the finish she was looking for. She'll do pretty well to get there. It's well put together. She'll get a little bonus left runner to finish. Why not? The goofy tags the oncoming section going left at the end of a wave. So not a typical Ribeira wave, but well surfed, nice and patient, didn't force anything. And now she gets to call for the jet.
Yeah, she's going to save a lot of energy not having to paddle back out here. Sleepier start for Liz. Love that she, you know, was really finding these open sections here, but just not as steep as what we saw from Yolanda's. And then I just felt like her confidence really built through this inside section. Just goes to show how well she knows this wave as well, biding her time through this inside track. And I was thinking, oh, this is a weird looking double up here. She did so well to get over this section, carry her speed through as well, come up. That's a better looking turn from Liz. That's the confidence we're really used to. And then gives us a little 2-for-1 on that inside section. So really nice 2 turns there. Gally liked that inside there. But it felt like, yeah, that outside section, a little sleepy, and then she really started to heat up through that end part.
Yolanda Hopkins' second wave, a score in 5.67. So a bit under what she achieved to kick off, but decent numbers for her already. Just 2 waves, 13 points. And now the wave for Melissa Spencer to try and get back in it, stay in contention. Needs to be a pretty big one to go up to first. Don't think it'll be that. It's not going to be the excellent number, but will definitely be a helpful one. And like you said, just be able to surf the wave for that long and make good connections. Her line was pretty good throughout, really. I mean, there's not anything else she could have done other than just be patient. And ultimately, when the wave got steep, I thought it was impressive the way she surfed. She looked super confident, everything dialed in. It's cool to see the difference of approach in these two. A lot sort of smoother from Melissa on the backhand, and then Yolanda, just that power and that aggression. Great looking next matchup to finish the quarters. India Robinson, she's getting ready. That'll be another really interesting matchup as well. A lot of power out in that heat, her and Sanoa. Meanwhile, Hopkins, smaller wave, steeper section. And she's able to go up pretty vert for a tag. Not the finish in there. So, you know, not hanging around. Deciding to go again.
Super interesting call there from Yolanda. Paddling in, she got that one really nice steep section, but it was a lot smaller of a wave. And right now, you know, she's got to be thinking, I've got to better that 5, 6, 7. I didn't really see, I'm going to sneeze. There we go, it's gone away. Didn't really see over 5 points on that wave. That was a bit of a strange call here for Yolanda. A lot smaller in size to those last couple of waves we've seen her on. This is a great looking section there for Yolanda. So maybe potentially just a confidence builder wave. But yeah, I thought that was a bit of a bizarre choice for priority as well, considering that Alyssa was already on the ski back out. So now Liz out the back with priority. A bit of a fumble there from Yo-Yo.
So 23 minutes, and about 15 seconds on the clock. We've gone through the low tide here, so this is well just a touch broken up at the moment because of this big tidal swing. And it'll turn and push in, flood in up the refit. Around about 2 o'clock this afternoon is the high, so generally mid-tide on the incoming is prime. We've got about 8.5 feet of tide, close to 3 meters today. So a massive swing, over double what we had at the start of the week when we had neap tides. What we got is more live action from Yolanda Hopkins and a release of the fins and the tail on a closeout section. Again, it's a little bit of a smaller wave, so interesting. She's not sitting there and just waiting for the bombs. And I think she'll know as well, knowing this wave as she does it. As this tide comes in, these sections will link together a little bit better.
Yeah, dead low tide. You can see it's almost a little bit sectiony, but we're getting these really nice deep sections. That's a great looking turn there from Yo-Yo. She's definitely a confident surfer, loves to just keep building every time she's on her feet. Carries that speed and then just really kicks the fins out the back here for Yolanda. So I love that she's staying super busy. I really do, and giving us some big turns to talk about, especially with that last one. But I'm just thinking with the performances that she put on from start to finish, she's probably going to be looking for a different kind of wave to try and better her scoreline right now. She's surfing great. There's absolutely nothing wrong with her surfing. I just feel like her wave selection's letting her down a little bit right now. Has the room to do it, though. She's in second priority, but there's a lot of water moving out there this morning. We're going to see a crazy shift in the tides, like you mentioned. So maybe conserving your energy is probably the smart way to go about it, because hopefully for Yolanda, she'll surf 3 times today. That's a lot of energy that's going to be exhausted in every single heat. So it's maybe swinging on every wave that comes through isn't the smartest call for the longevity of the day. And looking to better a 5, 6, 7, you probably want to sit and wait for one of those sets. But Liz, on the other hand, loves to sit and wait, and she's definitely been picking her waves a lot more. She's pretty smart with her priority as well. So looking for that next best wave that comes through for Liz, and she hasn't really broken out of that 4-point range. So now she's looking for the opposite of Yolanda. She needs a completed ride from start to finish.
Knows how to pick a wave out here. She did that better than anyone in the field 2 years ago, back in 2023, where she went all the way for the win here, and it helped secure her spot on the Championship Tour in 2024. Let's have a look at some of this vision. Clean conditions. Her backhand is absolutely lethal, finding these big sections and hammering them, and she was just too good that year.
The sun was shining on the waves as well. It just feels like everything was going her way here for Liz. Her boards look incredible under her feet. And when she does really start to wind up and connect, it's pretty hard to stop Alyssa, and just how lethal her backhand is. So getting a pretty big win here. Her second victory on the Challenger Series. She won in Brazil for her first trophy, and she's having a look here.
Goes Spencer, under 20 on the clock. Nice. Outside section, it's a bit stretched out. She extends for an eternity. Her opening backhand carves. Now the wave will get a bit of a fold on it. Not what she was after. And concerned look from the camp. Priority was used there, not to great effect. She's in the 4s in terms of the numbers, and where she needs to go is in the 8s or better in the next 19.5 minutes. Having a quick look again, realising that's not the wave she's after. So interesting to see a couple of decisions being made by surfers with priority on waves which don't necessarily offer the scores thereafter, and I think there will be an element of that while we're on this lower tide, that you kind of don't necessarily know what the wave's going to do here. A lot of people talk about the ones you want with the wall that look like a closeout, but when it's this low, that's not really happening. You don't really see that until it doubles up and gets over that next shelf. So they're surfing a little bit blind out the back there.
Yeah, definitely a couple mistakes made from both of our competitors here. That last wave for Alyssa, not going into that top 2. It's a 2-6-7, so feel like those bigger waves we saw at the start of this heat, that's really kind of set the benchmark of what we're not expecting, but wanting to see the surfers on, you know. So that 733, it definitely is just, that wave looked different to any other wave we've seen in this heat. So definitely looking for some of those stretched out walls. But yeah, like you mentioned, it is hard to tell on this lower tide.
A little over 18 minutes and 20 seconds here. Yolanda Hopkins of Portugal at the moment. Pretty commanding position. Her first wave was a 733. It set her up pretty well. We're going to go to a quick break here on finals day in Portugal. We're looking at a fun day of surfing. We'll be right back. Sunday morning is finals day here at the EDP Ericeira Pro on the Challenger Series. Portugal will be enjoying a strong showing from their charge, Yolanda Hopkins, out in front of a past winner, Alyssa Spencer. She's also been on the CT as well. Half a season for Liz. She wants to get back there. Yo's never been able to get the qualification done. She feels like this is her year. Came down to one heat last year in Saquarema against Vahine, which she didn't quite get. And she was disappointed. Looking for a response from her. It's been a brilliant one this year. She has rallied. She's trained even harder. And she's been in great form, amassing decent points coming into this event. But as you mentioned, JJ, hasn't got a win yet. And there's seems like a bit of an anomaly, that, given the sort of size of her performances and her energy and her ability.
Yeah, definitely. I feel like that's just a goal that Yolanda is just chasing down at the moment, especially this year. It definitely does feel like something's different for Yo-Yo this year. Maybe starting to click a little bit more. That confidence is higher. She's up and riding here, looking to better her 5, 6, 7.
Hopkins will start to swing now. Patient out the back. Opens up with the carve, holds it for a while. Bang, that was nice. Into the lip that time, and then carving out of that turn. This is more sort of facey stuff through here, which won't score her a load of points. She did have that one standout moment. What's the inside going to offer? A quick squeeze off the top. Nothing particularly over-exuberant. Thinking about 5, 6, 7 as the low number. Anything better than that will improve. We'll see how we go there. So it's not about multiple turns. You don't need to do 6, 8 maneuvers. A couple of quality ones will get you up there in the 6s. Just, you know, at best, probably what she's looking at with this. Will she improve here?
Just carries her speed at the start here. That little bit of a fumble, I was thinking, oh no, but she really regained beautifully. That's a nice swoop here. I just love when she really pushes hard off those rails and really connects with those inside rails to just make it a real nice hard carve. She got that done with the big second turn, then came through the inside with the finish there. Yeah, easily could go above that 5, 6, 7 based on those first 2 turns out the back. Then got the finish, so she definitely ticked a lot of boxes on that wave there.
Should we talk Alyssa Spencer? Surprised to see her kind of struggling at the moment. The time's ticking away, just over 13.5 on the clock. She's not got out the fours yet.
Yeah, I know. It is definitely weird to see Liz just with her back up against the wall right now because she's so convincing out here. You know, she's definitely got one of the best backhands that we've seen in Challenger Series competition maybe ever. She's got such great timing, really great technique when she comes off the bottom as well. So she's going to be needing a bigger ass than this 8-3-3. She's definitely going to have to get 2 waves. Oof. You know, she's got to really reset at this point with 13 minutes on the clock.
Well, it's just got a little bit tougher, actually. Yo-Yo drops a 6-5. Spencer now looking for 9-1-6. Let's go and check in with Yo-Yo's corner with Claudia.
Finals day here at the beach today, and all the coaches and families supporting the athletes in the water. I have John here. John, we've been seeing Yolanda with a pretty consistent routine. She goes in the water every day. Still, the sun is not up. She goes. We're wondering if she has night vision. Also, you don't have to.
I wonder if she has night vision. How she sees. I can't surf like that in the dark, but she likes it. It just means she can get a few waves without the big crowds and stuff. But it's become a routine over the years, and she likes doing that. Her routine actually starts like here at about 4 a.m. because she goes for a 5K run. In these days, that depends on which country we're in and when it's daylight. So she always leaves enough time to get up, go for a run and a workout, have breakfast, come to the beach, be the first in the water, get the routines going, and then we can chill and watch a bit and just see how they make the call, and then we just got that. But her routine always starts with a run or a workout and the first surf in the darkest.
So every day is finals day for Yolanda. But I bet does this finals day feel a bit different for you, or?
Yeah, it's really special. I mean, Yolanda's like, you know, I know that she wants to win this one almost more than anything. I think this and Pipe are the ones that she is just absolutely desperate to win. And it's so like every heat here, she feels like it's a final because she just wants this one so bad. So it's good. But she's put in the effort. It's paying off. The other girl needs a 9. With plenty of time left in this, so it ain't over till it's over. But she's not making too many mistakes, so pretty happy at the moment.
Thank you so much. Back to the action with the last Portuguese surfer in the comp.
Yeah, love it. Thanks, Claudia. Great insights there. Yo-Yo, we know all about her prep and how hard she works, and those dividends are being paid this year. She was great in the World Surfing Games 2 weeks ago, and Sal got close to the win there, got a silver medal, and as soon as she came out of the water, she basically said, I want to go and win in Ericeira. She's been working towards this. Let's get another look at the 6-5 here, JJ.
Yeah, these 2 outside turns really added a lot of points to the board here, and she did well to recover from that start and just identified this bowl. That's a hard carve from Yo. Straight into that beautiful bottom turn to top turn combination. And then she got some extra work done through this midsection here. Just felt like she was really winding up for something pretty special right towards this inside, and then got this great finish here from Yo. So those two turns out the back, though, they hold majority of the weight of that score, just for how on rail they were, how tight in the pocket they were, and we know how much the judges absolutely adore that type of surfing. So it's really put the pressure on Alyssa now. That 9-1-6, really 10 minutes, that's probably going to have to look like 2 waves. And so she's got to find herself 13, basically 14 points in 9 minutes, and hope that Yolanda doesn't improve, which is a crazy situation to be faced with at 8:30 in the morning. Also, I had a little chuckle to myself. I love that Yolanda's up at 4, then goes for a 5K run or a workout, and then he was like, and then we can relax a little bit. It's 4 in the morning, relax.
Yep, she's in the 4 a.m. club. She's a high achiever, and she's done a good job so far in this 3rd quarterfinal, the first of the day. We just ran 2 yesterday. I think both of this pair were pretty relieved when it was called off. Just got a touch sluggish. They've come back today with more energy in the water, but it's only really one surfer that's connected with the quality, and that is a surfer out of Portugal in red, Yolanda Hopkins. Priority with Alyssa Spencer, 9 on the clock. She's got time, looking for a 9-point ride. Alternatively, think of Yo-Yo's numbers, a couple of 7s would also do it as well. A 9 will be very hard to come by without something really really special. It should be a big risky maneuver. Maybe haven't quite got that big heavy finish at the moment on the closeout section on the inside by the rock. So you think, where's that crazy maneuver going to come? Well, if it's out the back and you do push that hard and fall, you know, that is the decision someone like Alyssa Spencer is going to have to try and make, chasing down a really big number. In the meantime, Yo-Yo will keep surfing. A little look at a wave and a quick exit. A bit more time will tick away. It's looking good for Portugal at the moment.
Yeah, and but the thing I think that works in Alyssa's favour is she has these really big moments in her surfing where she connects and it has this real wow factor about it. And so I feel like Alyssa has the ability, more so than a lot of the competitors left in the draw, to surf a wave up. You know, especially when she connects, even if it's a mid-sized wave, when she just gets in those pockets, she throws so much water, similar to what we see from a Nat Law. So Liz potentially, obviously, would love a set wave, but if she can get one of those mid-sized ones that just bowls and holds for majority of the way through and just goes to that trademark backhand whip that we know we've all known and grown to love.
Yeah.
It definitely can answer that question and break down that 916 score.
Yeah, she can go top to bottom, really, really big on the backhand and super vert. The one thing maybe counting against that at the moment, just the way the tide is, we've got those flat sections between the steep ones. She just breaks up the rhythm a bit. We saw that with her waves, didn't she? She's starting to get in motion and then has to kind of join up the dots a bit and then kind of start again. What have we got out the back here? His energy, but where's she going to position? Because this takeoff's trickier than it's been really all week. We've got jet ski assist to drop our surfers off, and then there's a big playing field. You don't want to pick yourself too deep or too wide, too far out either. How's she lining this up? Pretty well is the answer. Great looking section for Spencer. First turns a set up. This section tumbles around her. And to that point, it's just off the shelf a bit at the moment, capping outside and then not connecting through the inside, as she won't add any points there.
Yeah, body language is disappointed on that one from Liz. I mean, she had that big outside section, but just completely shutting down in front of her. She's swinging again here.
All right, Alyssa Spencer, an opportunity, and by contrast, that just runs away without her. So couldn't get the bottom turn in straight away. She kind of dropped straight down the wave, and there was a little runner bowl. She wasn't able to connect with it. And you feel sometimes, not so much to do with like decisions and surfing, but just general energy. Can feel like it's getting away. Let's go and check in with her camp, though, down on the beach with Claudia.
That's right. Alyssa Spencer, the American surfer in the water in blue, won here in 2023. Chris, she knows this wave really well. What was the approach coming up here? Was it different, the routine yesterday coming up for today?
I mean, it's pretty similar. It's just a bit bigger. I mean, definitely not the plan for Yolanda to be on the best wave of the morning at the very start, you know, so those are the things we can't control. And then since then, she's kind of been picking some bad waves. And so even though she's so great here, this is the frustrating part of professional surfing, is that you could be prepared, be on a great board, and just things just not go your way, you know. So we still got some time, but not looking super good.
We've seen Ribeira quite different than we've seen the last few days. Do you think today will be about positioning and finding the right one?
Yeah, it's a little tricky when there's a lot of waves, because you could sit in, you could sit out, and there's, you know, it's a little bit, you know, you sort of have to focus on where you're sitting as opposed to your competitor a little bit more. So I think luck will come into it, obviously a lot of skill. But it's great to have surf. Little disappointing. We still got Eli coming up. And who knows, she can get a 10 here in the next couple minutes.
We'll see. Scores are coming out.
Yeah, thanks, Claudia. Well, that's how you get to the top of the sport. Positive thinking like that. She could get a 10 in the next couple of minutes. Let's see what she gets right here. Spencer, it'll just be a kick out for her, though. And her frustrations will continue. She has not connected with anything particularly good so far. Her best work right in the beginning of the heat, long time ago, and it didn't even get quite to the 5. So it's been frustrating. The American Alyssa Spencer. By contrast, the local hero, Yolanda, fulfilling her boots.
Yeah, we just heard Gally say it wasn't the plan to have Yolanda on the best wave that's come through all morning, and that is this wave here, the 733. It's the high mark of this heat so far, and just really tidy surfing, really clean lines put together from start to finish. Gave us a bit of variety to think about through this inside section as well. But I mean, just the pace of this wave, how much energy it had behind it from start to finish. It was definitely the best wave we've seen in the last 32 minutes. Liz, the surfing's there and feels like she's got more pop this morning than potentially Yolanda does. She's got great drive off the bottom, but just hasn't found those big moments, and it's this section here that has really let her down. This would have been a really big score if she had been able to get out of this one, but unfortunately getting there late and going down. So Liz just should be thinking about that moment. And then Yolanda has kind of just eaten every opportunity in this heat so far. I mean, this 6.5 base, pretty much from those two outside turns, they were really, really hard carves in nice and tight in the pocket here. So Yolanda, momentum's just been shifting her way in this heat, and unfortunately that means Liz has just been on an absolute fight back, and 3 minutes to go. A lot of pressure to break it down into two waves. It's probably not going to happen with the amount of time that's on the clock, so she's got to go big for a 9.16.
Yeah, needs something spectacular, needs to do it from under the attentions of Yo with priority. Shows no interest in this wave, and it's probably because it's not a very quality one. Spencer will take it, why not? And she'll probe around. A nice hit. Wave will get a little stretched out. She'll hit it again, so a decent combo for her there. On a smaller wave, just the outside section. Requirement to advance would be something really quite special.
It's smart surfing from Liz. I mean, you know, she's really trying to break down that 9.16. Even if she can get into the 5 range, it'll drop it a lot more. 2 minutes is just a hard task to try and be able to do that for Liz. But you can see with her surfing, it's great. It's on a really great level. Like Chris mentioned, her coach, her boards are looking really nice under her feet, really fast and whippy. Feel like it looks like she's on a sharp eye. Feels like that kind of suits her style of surfing as well, that board. Also do a CI, so she's got great options there. So Liz, yeah, she needs a bigger looking one. She kind of needs almost a bit of a miracle. She needs a wider set for Yolanda to be too deep for, and then her get it and just go up and down all the way through the point here. But Liz had so much energy on this wave. Her boards look really just responsive under her feet. Came through this inside and just connected like we know she can. She's really got that backhand like hook whip just on lock here from Liz. So unfortunately, just it's not going to be that 9.16. The judge is thinking about dropping that number down for her, and it's going to come in as her best of the heat so far. So that 9.16 now is a 9. So slightly lessening the requirement, but it's still a big number.
Yeah, it's gone. She's not going to find that with the time left as well. And her wave just going a little way down the reef, doesn't get on the jets. The paddle back for her. By contrast, Hopkins has been getting waves going all the way down the point, getting the jet ski ride back out here in scores, build throughout. Momentum has stayed with her, and she's going to control this now. Alyssa Spencer looking now for a 9-point ride, but her energy's been nowhere near it, really. Just that one mistake on the third turn, hitting a closeout. Other than that, it's not been much to critique with her surfing. It is about the ocean and the platform it provides, and she just hasn't found the quality. So our 2023 champ will bow out of competition at quarterfinals, and the blistering campaign of Yolanda Hopkins of Portugal will continue here. She'll carry that momentum. She'll enjoy the juice. I think everyone will. The fact that there's plenty more out there, and it's just going to get better and better as well as this tide comes in. So we're looking at improving quality of waves with some size. Time for a quick break here. When we come back, we'll finish our women's quarters. We'll see India Robinson of Australia take on Sanoa Dempf-Olin of Canada. We'll be right back.
Hopkins now on the semifinals of this EDP Ericeira The EDP Ericeira Pro is brought to you by EDP, official energy of the EDP Ericeira Pro. By Visit Portugal, Europe's best surf destination. By the Mafra City Council, Ericeira, a world surfing reserve. And by Millennium Bank, official bank of the WSL in Portugal.
A very happy Yolanda Hopkins as she moves through to the semi-finals of the EDP Ericeira Pro. One more quarterfinal to decide who she will be coming up against. But you can see it means so much to the team on the beach. India Robinson right now taking on Sanoa Demphley-Olin, another full international affair, but you got to be pretty happy. Portuguese lady, the last Portuguese surfer moving on through to the semi-finals.
Yeah, she's flying the flag really high. I think Yolanda deserves it so much. She's putting so much hard work over the last couple of years, and she just works so much for this. And I think if you come up with a name that deserves what she's having right now, it's Yolanda Hopkins, that's for sure.
Yeah, what were you doing at 4 in the morning this morning?
At 4 in the morning?
Yeah.
I was sleeping.
Yeah, Yo was down here doing a 5K run.
Oh, yeah. I get what you're saying. I was like, what I was doing at 4 in the morning?
I know what you were doing at 4 in the morning, though.
I was like, was I sleeping? Let me having second thoughts about what I was doing at 4 in the morning. But yeah, Yolanda was out here for sure. She's always the first one in, and sometimes it's actually really dark when she's get to the beach, but she still pre-surfs, and yeah, she's good at that, at arriving really early to the beach. So yeah, thanks, Jess, for...
I was going to keep you on your toes, you know?
Yeah, you kept me on my toes. I was...
you got to be ready for everything.
I was not ready for that question.
31 minutes in this one. So we have, just another great looking quarterfinal coming up. Obviously, the Aussie, India Robinson, we know she wants to get back to that CT. And then we have Sanoa, her best result in Challenger Series history right now unfolding in front of our eyes. Got a pretty, I feel like similar styles, obviously stand a different way, but both really big power surfers here between these two surfers. Where do you see this heat going?
Well, I think, as you said, they are both really powerful. So I think it's a matter of who catches the best open face, I believe. I think both of them love a big open face and this size. I think it fits their surfing better. So yeah, the waves are a bit bigger today, and I think they are going to do super well.
Looking like we're going to have a first wave, but both of these ladies deciding they're not into it. So while we wait for some more waves to come through, we're going to go down and talk to a very happy Yolanda Hopkins. She's down on the glass with Claudia.
And we're going to have Portugal in the semi-finals with the Portuguese surfer Yolanda Hopkins.
Yeah, it's already my best result here at home, and yeah, I was just so excited this morning when I went for my free surf. I was trying to actually calm myself down in the heat. I felt like the first few minutes I was just non-stop, like catching the wave, getting jet ski, catching the wave. I wasn't stopping, but I was trying to solidify my scores, and I was really lucky she didn't manage to catch the first wave, and that was one of the best waves that came through, so I was stoked on that. I just kept trying to up my score so she would have a bit more trouble passing and need a higher number, but it's tricky out there. You kind of need to roll the dice and just go for it. I'm just super excited.
We were just chatting with your coach earlier on, and we were talking about how early you jump in the water every day. Is that a quiet moment before the storm for you?
A little bit. It's already like part of my routine. I love it. Everywhere we go in the world, we're always the first ones out in the dark. Yeah, I just like to get my feet on the board and just actually rely on myself and not just like my eyesight to adjust to the ocean. And I actually think, like, especially here, it really helps me understand the wave and understand the waves that are going to be good and not. At least it's been the case for the last few years, so I just keep doing it.
As palavras em português, como é que é representar Portugal nas semifinais aqui em Ribeira?
É muito especial, é o meu melhor resultado aqui na Ericeira, já estou super feliz, eu espero ir mesmo até à final e quem sabe, talvez o troféu para casa seria muito especial. E eu já tenho aqui o grupozinho de apoiantes aqui na praia e eu acredito também lá em casa e eu agradeço sempre o maior apoio, os portugueses são os melhores.
Don't forget to come to the beach, support Yolanda Hopkins here in Ribeira on the finals day.
Two of our favourite Portuguese ladies just then. What was the detail of that last part there from Yolanda?
Yeah, I believe Yolanda is super stoked to have her best result here in Portugal. She's saying, "Hi everyone, just join us at the beach." Yeah, she wants support. She loves it, and she's the type of surfer that feeds off that. And there are certain surfers that they don't really love to compete at home, but Yolanda is those ones that love to fly the flag really high and just showcase of what really wanting something means, you know. And yeah, Yolanda, she's just proving everyone that with hard work you can do whatever in life, and I think she's going to be such a role model. She already is, but she's going to be the next few years such a role model for any up-and-coming surfer from Portugal that wants to reach the World Tour, which I believe she will, for sure.
Yeah, her dream of the championship tour just creeping closer and closer the deeper she goes in the draw here. So her best result here at Ribeira so far. We've seen India Robinson in the semi-finals here before, back in 23. She had 9th place here in 2021. So she's only competed here 3 times before, this being her 3rd. So she's got a pretty solid track record of, as far as results go, getting here. And I'd put that down to her surfing Bells Beach. Her whole life growing up being down there from Jan Juk, right round the corner from Torquay, and Bells is there. We see so many similarities between the two, and it feels like that, it almost feels like home for India here.
Yeah, I think her surfing suits this wave really well, as you said. She kind of has a really good read on the wave every time she stands up, and on the pass she did really well as well here, and I feel like it's a place that really suits her surfing. And interesting heat right now because a bit of a lull, right?
Yeah.
There's some size out there, but they are waiting for a certain type of wave, right, Jess?
There was definitely opportunities at the start of this heat, and they got in a bit of a tussle for priority, but we're getting the start here. So first wave of this exchange, Sanoa, 2 turns, goes down on that second one from our Canadian surfer. So we saw that really hinder Alyssa Spencer in that last heat, not getting the completion early on. 10 minutes already chewed up for this one. And Sanoa, like we mentioned, her best result by far on the Challenger Series, traveling here with her mum, and had a pretty cool, emotional interview between Claudia and her mum on the beach the other day, just saying how much she wants her to know that they were here for her. We believe her, and she wants the world to see everything that she can do. She gave us a look at it here on her first wave.
Yeah, beautiful carving gouge there, and massive turn there at the end as well. Unfortunately, she came unstuck on this end section, but was a really hard section to navigate through. She didn't have much speed as well, so it's really hard to land those last maneuvers when you don't have enough speed, especially in Ribeira. The outside section can get really powerful, so although it's like sometimes it can get a bit flat, the wave, when the section comes. With this size, the wave is actually really strong. So yeah, just a bit of a mistake there to start this one off. But there's more lines approaching, so I believe she will stand up again anytime soon. And I feel like they're a bit too wide on the lineup based on what I'm seeing right now. Yeah, I think she's a bit too wide. I think with the swell we have on hand, if you see a bit further to the inside, you see those double ups like kind of winding up, and you can see them from a bit under that main ball out the back, and sometimes that can play into your favor. I believe Sanoa she's in a really good spot right now in the lineup, a bit further in to the left, and she'll catch something anytime soon, I believe.
So Adam Dufner on your screen briefly there, working with India Robinson here at this event. But, you know, Shigo, you know this wave a lot better than I do. You've seen this competition time and time again, and you're saying that their positioning is out. So we've had that 8 a.m. low tide, about 0.7 meters. We saw that reef completely exposed, and then this afternoon at 2, just 10 past 2, 3.2 meter high tide. There's a big difference there between the low and the high. How can we expect the conditions to really start to change throughout the day?
Well, I think most of the times when we see the high tide coming, we're going to see the waves get a bit bigger because the swell is filling in, and with that high tide coming in, we're going to see some big sets. I think we're going to see the biggest sets of the day during that high tide period. Right now, it's like a bit of a morning sickness type of Ribeira, and we know the swell is out there and is coming. So what happens most of the times is when in like 1-2 hours time of high tide coming in, we see the biggest sets start to roll in, and then if the swell holds up during the low tide, we're going to see the best waves of the day. So right now, these early morning heats are the hardest ones because the ocean isn't well waken up yet. We can feel the morning sickness. Waves are not clear which ones are the good ones, and yeah, it's just really hard to compete on these first few heats here in Ribeira because of that. And yeah, because the ocean has like all sorts of different faces right now, and you cannot have like a proper read on it. So yeah, Yolanda did a really, really good job on that heat, but as she said on the interview, that was the best wave that came in early on, and after that was just really all over the place and really hard to identify what a 7 or 8 is. So yeah, with that high tide coming, I believe we're gonna see more and more waves coming, and the size as well growing.
Yeah, we're seeing a lot more swell fill in throughout the afternoon, so looking at about a 4.2 foot swell right now, and then this afternoon it's saying it could even jump up potentially to a 7 foot swell. That's going to roll in. So I feel like even before this event started, we saw that Hurricane Gabrielle roll in, and the start of the day it was 2 foot. By the afternoon it was 8, solid 8 foot. So you could just tell that Portugal and especially Ribeira, it can pick up swell really quickly here.
Yeah, especially with the changing of the tide. Normally the swell comes with the tide every time. So in Portugal, most of the times, if there's a swell coming and the tide is getting lower, you don't see the swell yet. But then when the tide shifts and the high tide starts to roll in, you start to see some bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger waves coming. So it's like every hour you see a bigger set and bigger set. And suddenly when you look back at your day, 8 a.m. was like 3 foot. And then in the afternoon it's like 7 foot or 6 foot. So yeah, and you're like, wow, waves got bigger.
Doubled in size.
But it's going to be interesting also to see their board selection for the day, because right now you kind of can surf with the same board you surfed all event. Waves are okay, like they're like 3 foot, 4 foot max. But in the afternoon with more size, it's going to be interesting to see them taking out their step ups, because this wave, when it gets bigger, you need a bit more board, a bit more volume to draw your lines a little longer, and something that holds really, really well your line as well, because otherwise it's really hard to connect like those bottom turns into the lip. And yeah, I remember we had one event a couple of years ago where it was like proper like 7 foot, 8 foot, and yeah, I was riding a 6.6.
Wow.
Yeah, and it was like out the back and really hollow and big. So
wow.
Yeah, you can use some really big boards here, and when it gets bigger, it's beautiful because you can actually use those boards, and it has power enough and water moving for you to have extra, probably 2 or 3 inches extra for you to feel a bit safer and draw like better lines on it. And Ericeira in general is a place where you always do that, because waves here are really, really powerful. And they kind of force you to do that. So it's a great place to train for Hawaii, for example, when it's bigger, to try bigger boards. And yeah, let's see live action now, I think.
Looking like we might have a bit of energy here, waiting for the first of this lady, India. Gaining some speed at the start. That's a nice looking turn. but just the one section there. So Shiko, maybe you're bang on the money there. Feels like their positioning slightly off there.
Yeah, especially with this low tide, I'm sure there's like waves rolling to their left, like they open up all the way through the inside, but they keep pushing themselves a bit further to the right. And with this tide, the wave gives you a good section out the back, but closes out. So if you do like probably like 1 or 2 massive turns out the back, you probably go into the mid-range numbers. But for this size of wave with this tide, sometimes it's really hard to get around it. Nice crack off the top there, but I don't think it's going to be nothing substantial at the end of this one, I believe. But yeah, maybe sitting a bit too deep on the lineup, I believe.
Yeah, India just with that one big hit there. I mean, great control over that end section there. There's a lot of water coming back down towards her. And it feels like she's looking like she's just on the inside of the Bell's Bowl there. So definitely confident here for India. Feels like a wave that she can easily win at, you know, just with that experience that she has back home at Bells Beach. Now resides up the coast. She lives on the far north coast of New South Wales, and spends a lot of time up there. She spends a lot of time giving back to that next generation of girls as well through her company, The Queen in Me. As you can see, there's a crown on her board. She wears the cap in her interviews, and that's all her. So it's pretty cool to see a lot of these surfers really starting to get behind it and support themselves. Julian Wilson is someone else. She's going to have a look on this inside, but you can see that's that wider bank that Shiko, you were just talking about, that wave holding, opening up just that little bit more. Maybe out the back, Sanoa. Here we go. Has a look, decides she doesn't like it. So India, she's won a Challenger Series event before in 2023 on the Gold Coast at Snapper, which is a pretty cool event to win at. Right-hand point break, really perfect from start to finish. I mean, we can get barrels, turns, and I've called it actually probably the hardest Challenger Series to win at, just with how perfect that wave is. And they got it absolutely perfect the year India won as well, and she just really showcased her dominance and just how well she knows this wave as well. We're going to take a look at her 2023 win at Snapper. Shiko, I want you to take me through exactly what you thought of this win.
Yeah, I believe, as you said, she just ripped everything out there. It's a wave that fits her surfing so well. She was on point the whole time, just making no mistakes, and that's why she got the win. But her surfing was just insanely good out there, and it's just a place she knows so well. And winning at home might be so good to do, like to experience that on such a high level. For sure, it's one of those moments she will never forget.
So Noah having a look here. Has a 1-5 to her name, so needs more. So another mistake there with priority. Bit of frustration there from the beach from Maddie Myers. So, yeah, just not capitalizing on that priority she had. She's swinging again on the inside here. Frustration starting to build, it looks like, from Sanoa. Maybe just a bit of a reset. Bit of water over her face. Just to feel like she can start again. But really, we're 20 minutes into this heat and we haven't really had anything right now. It feels like it's probably about time that either one of these ladies shift their game plan to plan B, because right now feels like they've been out of position for most of their waves. And when those sets come through, they've either been too far in or too far out. So, yeah, a shift is definitely what we're waiting for here. Sanoa on the inside here. Sitting a little bit wider, body language looking defeated from our Canadian surfer. So she's going to get out, but it feels like this could be easily taken away by one person if someone can just get a couple of turns in. Bit of movement out the back here. It's our Australian India Robinson having a look. Lays the rail for this first turn here. This is a better looking wave. There's that second carve. Feels like we finally got a bit of action on our hands. Great looking bowl. Beautiful bottom turn to top turn combination. This is this moment we've been waiting for in this heat. Someone to really take it away. Now she starts to unleash and go to town. Indy. Oh, loses it. But got some nice damage done out the back there.
Yeah, I think, as you said, this was the best wave we saw until now, and really well picked wave by India there. Was one of those intermediate ones that had a bit of a double up at the start. And yeah, she opened up nice carve there, staying always really close to the pocket, which is something that in Ribeira is key for you to just do damage like this. Beautiful snap off the top, straight to the power source again, and beautiful snap here again. Throws a lot of water there on that maneuver, and another carve. Here, it's a bit of a mistake. She was on her way to do that like end section turn for an exclamation point on this wave, but well surfed wave, Jess.
Yeah, really love just the power she was putting into these turns, especially through this midsection here. Just great technique off the bottom. Heaps of water out the back, just showcasing how much power we're talking about. And then through this inside, great looking snap. Laser on rail one more time, and then potentially a little bit upright through her body here, and that's where she lost that fin. You can see her eye line looking out instead of back round towards the beach. But I mean, look at this section here, Chico.
Yeah, just the timing was perfect. Blows a bit the fins out, but was a bit horizontal, that maneuver. And she backed it up with this snap. So I don't think it's going to be a huge number, but it's going to be the best number of the 583.
Yeah, on that jet ski assist straight back out the back. So that's something that we've added into today's competition this morning. We've seen a big increase in swell, so Travis deciding that, yeah, let's give it a little leg up. We'll get them jet ski assist back out the back, especially when this swell really does start to fill in on that higher tide. Highest wave score of the heat so far, 583 to India. So she's got one hand on the semi-finals, and 11 minutes 45 for this lady on your screen to answer back Sanoa.
Yeah, Sanoa is a bit behind the 8-poler here, right? She's having a bit of a shocker.
And that's that hat that we know and love. Very, very bright yellow. Claudia is down on the beach with him, and he looks a bit stressed right now.
That's right. It's nerve-wracking here at the beach with both surfers trying to find opportunity on their heat. What's been the work? What's the advice you give to Sanoa in days like this?
Well, yeah, she hasn't surfed a whole lot of sessions out here this trip like this, especially with this low tide and broken up swell. But she's a powerful surfer. She really loves her backhand. She's going on this one here, a little double up. So I'm going to film this thing, and sure, driving down the line. Let's get a huge turn here, up in the lip. You got to hold on to it, but incomplete. So I don't mind her under priority right here. There's time's ticking away. India only has 9.3 total points, so Sanoa is absolutely in the heat. And if you didn't know, she's coming off a big surgery a few months ago, so it's just amazing that she's back in this event with a career best performance. So I'm just really proud of her.
Thank you so much.
I might have to get Maddie in the booth. Great talk through of that wave from Mr. Matt Myers. Coming off surgery for Sanoa, so having to deal with that as well, straight into her best result on the Challenger Series so far. Unfortunately, another incomplete wave there from our Canadian, the first ever Canadian Olympic surfer. And that's something no one can ever take away from her. Pretty cool feather in her cap. But right now it is India with that 9 points that we just heard Mr. Matt Myers talking about, 583. She really needs to back it up to start up to apply the pressure to Sanoa. Looking like she's going to have a swing here. So a bit of energy out the back. Here's some white water. She's waiting for this one to stand up, doesn't like it. So that was her use of priority there. If she can get back out before Sanoa, that's going to give her a leg up. But a bit of an error, would you say, Chico?
I think it's really hard to call that an error just based on the conditions we have right now. Because as Matt was saying, it's a broken up swell, for sure. It's really peaky and low tide, and really, really hard to identify the ones that are gonna like go all the way in. But yeah, if we see here, both of them, they don't have priority. So I think India got back priority right now.
Yeah, Indy back out with that first priority and the lead. She's looking to hold it down here over those next 9 minutes. Sanoa chasing for a 783. Let's see if she can get the job done right after this short ad break. We are just 7.5 minutes away from deciding who our last semi-finalist is going to be for the EDP Ericeira Pro. Big heat on our hands. India Robinson taking on this lady, Sanoa, who's got a wave during that break. She hasn't really got much done here, but now starting to open up, Shiko.
Yeah, beautiful snap here by Sanoa under the lip hook. And another carving there, a bit of a cut back on this one. Wave gets a bit flat. She's trying to get on that double up section at the end to do something more, but no, she just does the turnaround to get the jet ski. But this is going to be a really helpful wave for her.
Yeah, she definitely was looking for this. Waited a long time just to put a combo of turns together. No real steep sections here though, Shiko.
Yeah, but she doesn't need much to improve on her situation. India is sitting on a 3-5, so anything that she can do to post like a 3 or 4 is going to help her a lot based on the situation of this one. So, and she'll have a lot of time to go back out there and get that 5, mid-range 5 she needs. So, yeah, let's see what the judges score for this last one, but I think it's going to go into the 3 range.
Yeah, you're bang on the money there, Shiko. 3.1 for that last of Sanoa. Now only needs a 6.23, so we're kind of finally starting to get a situation on her hands, starting to heat up. So she needs the highest wave score of the heat. We've got 5 minutes 45 to go. So India, pressure's on her right now to really better that 3.5. If you're India Robinson, Shiko, what are you thinking? You know, you've got the high mark of the heat right now, but nothing crazy.
Yeah, but she's in a really good position right now. She's sitting with priority. She can really sit close to Sanoa. And the next wave that comes, she knows she needs to improve on the 3.5, so it's quite a really low number to improve on. And yeah, if she can, she will block Sanoa on the next good opportunity that comes in, and improve on that number.
Yeah, it looked like Sanoa was just off the skis straight into a bomb set there, but unfortunately not making it happen. Seeming like there might be something starting to roll through. This looks like a good-looking wave. Sanoa's having a look out the back. She can't scratch on. Got to use priority here. India Robinson. Wow, good-looking bowl ahead of her.
Here we go.
Under the lip turn here, so really needs to stay alive on her feet. Needs to bet at this 3.5 that she's got. So a bit of mistake at the start. Trying to make up some ground on the inside here. Gets to the lip earlier this time. That's a better looking turn. Biding her time through this inside section. Look at this wave, Shiko. Really starts to open up now for the Aussie and gets the finish here for India. So kept her composure. Felt a little bit nervous at the start, but just finally got herself a nice complete performance. Gets the thumbs up from Sophie McCulloch on the beach there. So her sport team likes it. Does Shiko Alves like it?
Yeah, I loved it. I thought she surfed it pretty safe, but for the heat we have on end, she did exactly what she needed to do. Not fall, catch a better wave than the 3.5, and improving on the scoreline. So I think this was really well surfed. A bit of a mistake there on that first section. You see she's having a bit of trouble holding those fins already. And it's early morning. We don't have that much size yet, but a really nice kind of snap. She gets around it, and here the wave gets really clean, and she gets a beautiful carving on the pocket. best turn of the wave so far, and a bit of a release there at the end, click off the top, but she surfed it really safe, this one. So you could see she was not trying too hard to do something massive. She was just trying to surf the wave as clean as possible, not make many mistakes, don't fall, and improve on that 3-5.
Yeah.
She understood that it's really hard right now, the ocean, and this was a really important moment for her.
Yeah, she's definitely going to improve on that number. So she's going to apply more pressure to this lady, Sanoa, and it's probably going to come down to one last wave, just with the amount of time that is on the clock. She's out there, has priority, has some energy. It's all starting to build up, though. I wonder how it's going down on the beach. Oh, guess what, Claudia? She's on there with Duffy right now down on the beach.
That's right. India Robinson finding opportunity in that last heat, in that last set they came up. What's the work you've been putting together coming up to this finals day?
Yeah, well, mainly the approach, like coming out of her last heat, is just to rely on her instincts more than anything else. She's just she knows the ways that she's looking for, and just to hold her composure and make sure that she pulls the trigger on the right wave. She obviously doing that in this heat, super happy. I can kind of breathe a little bit after that last wave. But yeah, just picking her moments, patient on the wave, picking the moment, and then just going for it and executing when it comes up.
Thank you so much. Back to you guys.
Yeah, Adam Dufner, one of the nicest guys going round, does a lot of work with India back home on that far north coast of New South Wales, works really closely with Dane Henry, who we just saw won the ISA World Games over in El Salvador, and has a really cool crew of competitors, actually. Caius King works super closely with him. My sister actually worked with him most of her career. And now India looking like she's got 1 foot into the semi-finals, because that last wave there, Shiko, best of the heat so far. It's a 6.0, so putting a lot of pressure on Sanoa now, needing an 8.73, best wave of the morning.
Yeah, as expected, a really nice job there by India, posting the best number of the heat so far. I think we could have seen that wave go into the 8s if she didn't make those first 2 mistakes on the wave, but for the heat we have on hand was enough. I think Sanoa is in a really tough spot right now. She needs a really high number, and let's see if she catches this one. Looks like a good one.
Yeah, we saw a very similar situation unfold in that last heat. So Sanoa hoping what happened to Alyssa doesn't happen to her, but that wave isn't going to help her cause. We've got 35 seconds on the clock. She'd be looking for anything to roll through that she can scratch onto it. Set coming through out the back here. Starting to really heat up in these last 30 seconds. Needs a big score. It has to be excellent. 8.73. 20 seconds on the clock. She's out of position potentially for this wave. So not going to hit that inside track, but looks like India, she's going to scoop it up through this inside. 10 seconds to go. Clean looking wall ahead of her. Wow, beautiful opening carve. Just really extends those arms. Drives off that back foot there. She's surfing this wave through to the semi-finals here. Big sections on this inside. Wow, and India now starting to look a lot more confident and comfortable. Needs to carry this energy through to the semi-final. She'll be coming up against Portugal's finest, Yolanda Hopkins, but happy moments from the beach right now from Adam Dufner. So we're going to see India get to the semi-finals for a second time in her career right here at Ribeira. And Sanoa taking away her best result on the Challenger Series so far.
Yeah, she might be happy as well. She's really young, so amazing event for Sanoa. She showed us she's a really good surfer, really talented and really powerful. And India, I think she got her best wave so far on a place in the takeoff zone that I was expecting her to find a really good wave. And yeah, glad she was able to finish off so strong. And that wave looked, to me, the best wave of the heat so far. So yeah, 6.13.
There it is. Shiko, you're doing a great job. 6.13. Extends her lead again. So India Robinson, she's going to be through to those semis. She's way down the beach here. Unfortunately, losing Sanoa Denfle Olin through the quarterfinals here, but going straight back to Brazil. So we got back-to-back events here for the Challenger Series. So I feel like there's a lot of confidence to take out of this event for our Canadian surfer. So striking that all the way through. We're going to take a look at these rankings right now because it's all starting to shift a little bit, Chico. I mean, those top three, they're not really going anywhere, but a bit of room between 4 to 10 right now.
Yeah, there's a bit of room for improvement. Yolanda still in competition. She can improve with a win. Yeah, Francisca from Portugal, unfortunately, she was out. But a lot of good surfers on that top 10. And I think based on those names, anyone can make it. So it's impressive that we have so much talent on the ranking right now.
Yeah, taking a look at 11 to 20, India Robinson jumping up 11 spots, and Nat Law 16 spots, still in the draw, so has more to jump right now. You can see it just had a massive shift in this event of exactly where everyone's sitting, and it's close, you know. We've got so many more events, 3 more after this, and it feels like that top 7, it's going to be up for grabs for majority of these events here. All of these ladies definitely still in the running for that qualification spot. But we've got the men's quarterfinals coming up, but we need to talk about the women's semifinals. Look at these ones here. Take me through what you think of both of these.
Yeah, Tia, Anat, and Yolanda, India, I think based on the results, they are the most informed surfers of this event. And I love, we still have a Goofy in the draw, which is Anat. She's flying the flag for the Goofies, and she's got a big matchup there against Tia, most informed surfer. What?
Is she your pick to win?
Tia?
No? Anat?
Oh, Tia.
Tia's your pick to win?
Yeah, I think in between Yolanda and Tia is going to be a big battle at the final.
All right, well, we're going to see this lady in the semi-finals as well, so she'll be gearing up for it. We've got the men's quarterfinals coming up, 4 really big heats with this guy, Lucas Vicente, out in the water right now. Stay tuned. Men's quarterfinals have begun.
Finals day energy here in Ericeira. Having a look at men's QF number 1, George Pittar of Australia taking on Lucas Vicente. And Paul Evans joined now in the booth by one of the most youthful and vibrant, healthy, exciting young people around. Spen Mundy. Are you excited for finals day, mate?
I don't think I've ever been more excited, Paul.
You look fresh, you look rested, you're ready to go. So's George Pittar. He's into it here. George off the top, swoop, wrap, and then down the line into a lip. The smooth style comes as standard with George. He's got some radical moments and some sharp edge to his surfing too. So far, done some nice link-up work, kind of slopey stuff through the middle. Here's the insider, want to finish. He'll bring this down and get back up for a clip. And a decent way to kick off. Classic mid-range type number to open up a heat.
Your classic mid-ranger, isn't it, that one? Yeah, it'll be kind of, and he'll be middly happy with it. You want to go out a little bit stronger than that, but that wave here with so much new energy. Look at this swell. You can feel the kind of rawness to this swell, even the waves, texture, the power of it. That was a big hit. He likes when it gets a little bit more a pace and size to the wave. George Batar, I think, might be one of the best surfers in the flat sections that I've ever seen.
Yeah,
he
sharp,
looks good through the even through
what about this guy?
Mate, he's the opposite. He's really, really exciting in these big turns like this.
Whoa.
Bang! And he went for it. So he's more like all about the moments, I think. And he goes for it. And
Surprise package of the event this year, Vicent?
Really has been impressive.
It's been the breakthrough performer, really, hasn't he?
I think so. And if he can get through this, well, this quarterfinal will be a massive result for him. But he's been, he's been electric. Really, really aggressive. Really, really consistent. And as I said, in those moments, he puts it all on the line all the time. He made a mistake then, but he's not going to change the way he approaches the wave.
Number filter in for George. It'll be decent. It'll be upper mid-range in the 6s. 6.33 it is. Solid from Pitar. Meanwhile, Vicent's throwaways, he fell off, but it served a bit of notice. He's been bringing spice and intensity to all of his surfing throughout, and he's not squeaked through by getting easy draws. He's taken down some serious names as Lucas, notably some fellow Brazilians with big reputations, and he's just outperformed them, outpaced them. He's been really, really strong. He'll need that here. George Pitar is just honing in. He's improved and kind of quietly achieved throughout the rounds. He hasn't seen that massive couple of 8s in a heat as yet from George, but a surfer of his caliber and his experience will look to try and do that on finals day, which is today. And the Australian squad, they'll be pleased with the performance that went down from India Robinson. She's through to semis. She's with Chico Alves.
Yeah, boys, I have with me India, congrats. You look good out there. A really slow start. Talk me through that heat, because it took a while for you to find that first score.
Yeah, it was super tricky. I think most of the days on the changing tides, it's been a little bit shifty like it is right now. And I watched Yolanda in the heat before, and she managed to find a few of those double ups. And that's what I was kind of looking for, something with a bit cleaner face so I could kind of get a bit more vertical. And yeah, once 10 minutes went by, I knew I just had to get something on the board. And once I had my feet in the wax, I was like, okay, just like start building the house. And yeah, managed to get a couple and sneak through, and yeah, stoked.
How do you adjust your game plan to a broken up swell like today? It's really peaky out there. It's not like easy lines to read, and sometimes when you're further out the back, it's really hard to tell if it's going to be a good one or not.
Yeah, it's super tricky, but I think when it's days like these, you're going to have to trust that connection you have with the ocean, and I've been lucky enough to spend quite a bit of time here, and I've had some good results. So going out there, I was just like, okay, I'm just going to trust my instinct and try to be in tune with the ocean, and if a wave comes, I like the look of it, just like go, roll the dice and see what happens.
So Portuguese say this is like the younger brother of Bells, and you come from that region. So do you feel like sometimes you're competing at home?
Yeah, definitely. I think the cold water, the changing weather all the time, and the way that the reef is like this, it's very similar to where I've grown up surfing. And the wave itself, it's steep, but it also has a lot of flat moments. So you have to find that flow with the wave. And yeah, I feel fortunate that I grew up surfing Bells, and yeah, this kind of suits my surfing.
Yes, it does. You want to send a quick message back home?
Yeah, hi to the family and everyone I love back at home. Stoked you're watching, and let's keep it rolling. And you just have to stay up all night.
Good luck in the semis.
Thank you.
Back to you, boys.
Yeah, thanks, Chico. The family won't mind staying up.
Thinking about the Portuguese, that's what they always say about the younger brother of Bells. That's what the Portuguese say. She's right at home, reef breaks, power, cold water, and she's absolutely ready to roll. You can tell by her confidence. I like that. She's and she's not done yet. You can sense that, you know, that she's not counting this as a result yet. And she's a CT surfer. And yeah, she's going to be very, very dangerous. Double ups, Paul, very important part of surfing. What's the scientific sort of methodology behind the double up of a wave? Well, we often talk about that for not. You get two waves that come in on the same amount of reef. What's the science behind it?
Two forms of wave-wave interaction, as it's known.
Right, wave-wave interaction. Yep, that's why I asked you.
When they're going in opposing directions, it's called backwash. Got a wave refracting, bouncing it back out to sea, hitting an incoming one. When one wave overtakes another in front of it, get a double up. Can be dangerous, but can also be exciting.
Yeah, one of the best, probably one of the most exciting parts of surfing, the double up.
Of course, you got your wedge as well, where you have one energy coming perpendicular. Most famously at Nazaré, probably the most famous kind of wedge off a cliff in the world, where the wave kind of doubles in size and goes to like 150 feet just by wobbling out of that canyon and then wobbling up the sandbar.
I suppose the Hossiger Canyon, lesser known, but just as important. The Foss Canyon, Paul, as you well know, you spent a lot of time staring at the Foss.
Not at the bottom of it. No one's ever been down there.
Not yet.
George Pitart. He's looking to try and summit this quarter, get the semis, and get a solid result on the board. 6.33 is a good way to kick things off. I'm excited about the first proper wave of Vicente, who looks like he's able to just bottle that energy and put a lid on it and then explode when he needs to. And I mean, that turn that he tried, it was so risky and audacious. Down to the flats, backhand closeout hit. Did well that he didn't hurt himself with his board as well, because it looked quite nasty when he went down early on in this heat. Since then, he's had a chance to reflect. He's fine physically, but he'll be smarting a bit just in his own mind, because he'd have thought, oh, I should have smashed that. Should have got a big number in, put a bit of pressure on George. Be interesting to see how conditions change with this bigger swing on the tide now. Nearly 9 feet on it, and about 2 feet on the low and 10 something on the high, so quite a bit of a shift going down within 6 hours throughout these rounds today here on finals day. Mid-tide is what we like here at Ribeira. Smooth things over, and with the incoming tide, it'll help that energy of the swell get in as well. So all of that energy going against it with a big tide just kind of holds things back. So we quite often see swells jump up in Europe on big tides around the low tide or just after. Seeing some lumps out the back here. Ben, did you think it was going to be a little bit bigger today?
Well, I think it's going to get bigger. Yeah, okay. I still think there's some size to come.
Classic Monday optimism.
Yeah, and you know, we heard Travis this morning talk about being a bit worried about the tide, the high tide. I don't think we have to worry about the high tide today. This swell's going to overpower that. So yeah, I think all day would where we are go. See those big swells coming through now. Yeah, there's some real energy in the ocean. A big swell. It's a hurricane swell. It's not the usual kind of classic Atlantic
some
direction.
Quite worried faces here.
They're a bit nervous.
All right, Vicente. Interesting. Smaller wave. First swoop from him. Driving again. Section for Lucas. Hangs it up. Tags it. It's going to feel better. His first proper number. The squad get a chance to exhale. Throw in a nice polite round of applause. They don't look overly enthused, though.
No, yeah, they look a bit nervous, don't they? Yeah, when he took off, Paul, even you were a bit sort of surprised by his wave selection. And not for the first time, you were correct. It wasn't a wave that gave him lots of opportunity. A nice click at the end, but that's not the type of wave you're going to need to beat George Pitart with priority in the quarterfinals of a Challenger Series event.
Yeah, relatively sluggish surfing by his own standards. I mean, that was a really nice, sprightly finish. We saw fins as he tagged it, but he's been going so fast throughout the rounds here. And this one, he just had to sit back and wait, but you just appreciate, even with this section, how much his board is doing there. That's pretty sick.
Yeah, well, he dialed it down because obviously the previous wave he went for that massive close at Rio and went down. You know, it was an incomplete. He's like, okay, recalibrated. You know, getting a score on the board, just a 4. So, as we said, not something that you're going to do too much damage. There's the Aussies.
So at this stage,
Compare and contrasting their kind of energy.
the last red and announced
Pretty calm.
to be on red sub-2. So at this stage, red leads with 6.33 on his best and a 0.5 on the second best of red. So blue second, Lucas.
19.5 on the clock here in our first men's quarter-final. George Pittar, best of the opening action. That 6.33 linked together turns from him. Kind of trademark, smooth stuff with a cutting edge from George. It's been his calling card. Smart competitor. Always seems quite deferential and pretty modest as well when he's being interviewed. He doesn't seem to have too much ego getting in the way, holding him back.
He also, I always find he's always breaks down the heats really well. He always provides a bit of sort of a juicy bit of information or a bit of something I hadn't really thought of. I think he's quite an analytical kind of a guy, just from hearing him talk about the heat. So, yeah, I mean, that's a pretty powerful combination. A lack of ego and good analysis. Add his surfing to the mix. Yeah, I think he's got a pretty bright future, this kid. And an interesting upbringing. Sort of his parents owned a surf camp in the Pacific, I think in Tonga. So he sort of grew up a mix of Manly, you know, which is one of the most famous beaches in Sydney, one of the most populated, crossed with, you know, a bit of a island sort of vibes where we grew up. So yeah, and all coming together, made the CT, I think made the semis at Bells, I think, which is what the Portuguese famously called the younger brother of Bells here. Oh, Tomo. He doesn't look too worried, does he, Paul?
He's embracing this quarter-final against Luca Messinas. Luke Thompson already with the win at home in Belito. Beautiful Belito in South Africa.
If he was, I mean, he's a supremely talented surfer, but if he was to sort of pivot to play for the Springboks, where would he be playing, you reckon, Paul Thompson, if he was a rugby union player?
Fly half?
See him on the wing. Pretty fly up, run on the show, you reckon?
Yeah, pulling the strings.
Classic number 10. Yeah. He's been so...
Sure you'd be allowed to wear the earring, though. It'd have to come out, wouldn't it, for matches?
You've got to make sacrifices to reach the top of your sport, Paul.
Ooh, look at Messinas. He's getting ready. He's been brilliant. Been very impressed with him. Don't mind a shaka as well before a heat. Just the universal language of shred. All right, here we go. Vicent swooping under the priority of George Pittar. Bang, a second turn. Any more wave on offer here? Possibly he'll get the double up. Just being patient. Now we'll have to force the issue a little bit. This doesn't do great things to your score, generally speaking, unless something quite spectacular can happen on the end, which it doesn't. So once again, a continuation of the theme with him not quite making the legitimate connections we've been expecting.
No, the wave selection, I mean, that was without priority, but even still, just never really had that juice. Not a set, so not one of the bigger waves, but even though it was small, sometimes those ones that hug the reef. So yeah, a bit of nothing. 15 minutes to go. He's going to have to reset. We've got jet ski assist. He'll get back out there quickly. But this is not the Vicente we've been seeing all week. He's kind of gone off the boil, and not a good time to do it.
Yeah, I mean, we saw Sanoa in that last heat just go out with a whimper. Couldn't really get anything going at all. You can get a bit lost out here.
Well, especially with the tide and the new swell, it's changing. Really hard to position yourself. Not a defined takeoff spot. Vicente, just, you see here, that kind of looks like it might have been a double, one little swoop. Gets his turn in here, and then, as you said, you saw that close-out section, he's stuck with it, but yeah, that's just a 3. It's nowhere near what he's going to need with 15 minutes to go. Pittar's been he's got that 6.33. It's a low-scoring heat. Sometimes it's what happens. It's ebbs and flows. Pittard paddling now.
15 on the clock here. George Pittard will use priority. He needs to get a second score in. And he's decided this is the wave to try and do it, while Lucas is all the way down the end of the wave. Getting some speed. Steeper section. Nice speed hit. And then a float extended, so it's functional. And it allows him to come through to this section and have a wrap in the pocket. More cutback work from George, and the wave will keep providing here. So he'll just try and work the angles inside for a finish. And a well put together wave once again. And I think you talked about how analytical he is, quickly realizing this is not a heat that's sort of peppered with 8s and 9s coming down the reef. So being pragmatic and just finding something, get a score, stay competitive.
Yeah, absolutely, Paul. You're bang on there. He's just surfing to the criteria and to the context of the current scores. I mean, it was all amazingly surfed, nothing incredibly explosive or dynamic or just got a wow factor, but the whole package makes you kind of smile because he's just putting together a lot of great turns, a lot of flow, and given where his opponent is, he's just made it very, very difficult for Vicente to get back in this heat.
Just everything always so well framed.
Even that had a bit of style, so that's a floater, as you said, highly functional, but he threw a bit of real subtle kind of style in there.
Ben, I know you're a thinker.
Yeah.
You like to think about surfing mainly.
That's all I think about.
You've had some time off. In the water right now, we're looking at George Pittard. He's had a little bit of time on the championship tour, but who hasn't got there? Who do you think is going to be a genuine, exciting addition? What sort of surfers that we haven't seen before are going to change the game up if and when and if they do get on the CT? Who most excites you from surfers we haven't seen before as rookies?
Well, I know, yeah, you said...
We've got Lucas in the water right now. He's been a surprise package.
Yeah. Yeah, I can...
Think he'd do much damage on the championship tour?
No. I don't know if he's got... At this stage...
Who's got the chops?
He's got... Well, George, it's been on the chop.
Yeah.
Luke Thompson, I think. Thompson, on the basis of this week...
CT pedigree.
Yeah, he's just got that... You need to stand out. I mean, there's 80 surfers that turn up to surf this Challenger Series event. They're all incredible surfers. They're all top elite surfers. But to stand out, to add something, to make you excited, I think Thompson's been my kind of pick in terms of...
Ooh. Good wave here for Vicente. Can he get hold of this outside section? It's a little bit flabby now. It'll double up. Bang. He'll get a touch stuck. This is uncharacteristic wobbles. We've not seen anything like this. Kind of sloppy work from Lucas Vicente, and he's down again, and he will not be allowed to make mistakes in this quarterfinal heat by George Pittard.
Mateus Hurdy is another one who has had a little bit of a taste of the CT. He has been knocked out.
Where does Hurdy fit in some of the best areas in the world currently on the championship tour? Where does he fit in amongst them? Right up there with them? Ultra elite?
Top 5.
Very top draw?
Yeah, I mean, there's those very, very best guys. Your John Florence, he's their game. Medina, and they're elite, but just below on pure progression, yeah, Hurdy's right up there. Just his completion, he doesn't fall off on those massive rotations.
Italo, Felipe, Joel Vaughan, those kind of names, right up there.
Hurdy, in terms of aerials, absolutely, yeah. Always has been. Just, I suppose Italo's he's I reckon, just below those guys in terms of what he can do.
Another name to throw at you, Cowley Vast.
Air game.
Yes, but not maybe what we think of him as what he can do in waves of consequence. Massive addition to the CT he would be.
Kind of almost fully formed. Like he could turn up at the CT, any of the locations, Cloudbreak, Chopu, Bells, his surfing kind of fits all those ways. And I think those best surfers, that's the key to it. I mean, it'll take a little bit of... takes time, it takes experience. But, yeah, Vast in any wave and any time can beat anyone. And that is the key.
Pittard's going all right in his long road back to the CT. Couple of 6s in a quarter-final. He's heading towards semis at the moment, unless Lucas Vicente can come back and have a go at him. More live action from finals day in Portugal right after the break. The action continues at Ribeira Dillas in Ericeira. It's finals day here. We'll be crowning champions in surf that we are anticipating to continue to increase. It's jumped up a touch overnight. And a big tide filling back in on the reef should improve things further. That's the master plan. We'll stick to it for now. So far, so good for Australia's George Pittar. 12.36. That's his total out of 20. Meanwhile, a surfer who's been a bit of a surprise package, certainly a breakthrough surfer from lower down in the order, Lucas Vicente of Brazil. He's on struggle streak here, a 4 and a 3.37, the best of his return. And he can't get a lot going. We're under 8 minutes. Monday needs a massive number, 8.36. He's a long way off that at the moment.
Yeah, he's really just never found his way. Pittar's been just consistent, just a couple of sixes, boxed him in.
Do you ever wake up and it's just not your day for a variety of reasons, Ben? Yeah, you ever get that?
No, no, every day's a new day, Paul, I say. You
can always stub your toe in the morning and then you get scrambled egg on your tie.
You can always
sit on the cat.
You can always get yourself out of a corner, Paul. You can always fight through. You know, you can that sunrise is a beautiful thing. And the day is an open book, and you write your own story.
Here we go. Can a new chapter unfold here for Lucas Vicente? Doing some decent hooking work out the back, and he'll travel down the line. Just kind of press a bit of spray. Nice little section here for him. Bang. A tag on a section that was always sort of disappearing, though. So what he would have loved was to go straight off the bottom into another one of those. What he actually has to do is just wiggle around a bit and be patient. We'll get a finish in here. It's nice and sprightly, gives it a thwack. It'll feel pretty good. Won't feel good if he hears the fiberglass crunching on sandstone on these dry rocks. 8.36 is the number he's chasing down. Didn't see that there.
No. More of the same. He hasn't been able to change this up. We said that you can always, you know, you can change your day, change your life. And this is potentially life-changing for him. A couple of heats and he's, you know, well on the way to making a massive mark. But those little kind of mid-range waves, they're not very big, which is fine. But the fact that they're not very too steep or kind of, you know, they're not getting opportunities. He surfed well, but, yeah, netting an 8.36, nowhere near it. He's got to get back out there. He's got 5 minutes. Maybe that one big turn. You can see the size of the swell. Not easy to get your hands on one of these big waves in the right position, but given the new energy, given the size of this new swell, you want to get one of these bigger waves and go to town.
Pittar will snaffle up an opportunity on the outside. Doubling up for him here. Swooping back and then preparing to tee off. What's he got here? Pittar cracks one off the top, glides into another section. Great combo. Beautiful surfing from George as he'll open up and stay fluid and light on his feet. Down the line into an oncoming section for a hit, so a good finish as well. Dynamic surfing, a lot more energy. Polite applause from the Australians.
Yeah, they're realising he's just doing the job here. I think, let's say with George, we talked about the context of the heat and getting the scores done. I mean, there was some incredible surfing out the back. I think that last turn was a little bit safe, but this one, look at him. He's got that style. This turn here was through the lip. That's, I mean, he makes it look easy. It's not. It's a big wave, a big section, and he's so fluid and so stylish. It makes it look easy, and then just a nice little finish. He's, you know, he's just on fire at the moment. I'm liking the way he's approaching the waves. His style suits this wave. He's making good decisions. He's absolutely ripping. So yeah, Pittar looking very, very comfortable.
Just going to town through the inside section. By contrast, this wave just a bit angular and awkward, some deep bits on it.
Yeah, look, they say size doesn't matter. in this particular incident, you know, Vicente, that's what we've seen throughout the week. That little bit of release, that bit of dynamism, that backhand attack. But unfortunately, this wave, it just never opened. You know, like Batar's wave was like probably twice as big, even though he's going all the way to those rocks. That's not the type of surfing he needs. And then another 7-1-7. So George, he just keeps chipping away.
Yeah, piling on pressure, isn't he? Adding quality. 7-1-7 for George Bitar. Extends now, and it's the 8-9-3. It's basically a 9. He's got priority. He's in the lineup. Let's go check in with Lucas Vicente's corner with Chico Alves.
Yeah, boys, I have Kleber with me. Kleber, a bit of a hard hit for Lucas, although he's doing an amazing event here in Ericeira, right?
Yeah, all right. Good morning. For us, it's the best results of our life in the challenges. 5th place at now, but maybe can change. But for us, back the game. You know?
What do you think he needs to do on this one to get that 9-point ride he needs?
They need back, take the best wave now, maybe come back more down and wait for the more high, more wall, and put your backside very, very well strong. You know?
Hopefully he can come back on this one. Thank you so much for your time, and good luck for these final stages of this one.
Thank you.
Back to you, boys.
Yeah, thanks, Chico. I love the positive attitude in the corner there from Kleber. Just get the best wave and get a 9.
Yeah,
Think positive, manifest. He's still got time.
Yeah, and he's already got the best result of his career.
How good.
Anyway, so he's already, you know, this is potentially.
He's going to come away from a Portugal absolutely delighted with not only his result but the way he's performed.
Yeah, for sure. You know, he's hit a new mark. He knows where he's at. He's got a quarter-final in a Challenger Series. He's got belief. We've seen how good he surfed all week. He's been absolutely, until this heat, one of the standouts. He's been really, really impressive. So he'll take that with him to Brazil. And yeah, but in this particular heat, just hasn't really been able to get the waves. Bitar been just a little bit too canny, a little bit too clever. And yeah, Vicente has never looked at the races, to be honest.
George will buzz around underneath. Final minute here. He looks like he's heading to the semis. He will be our first surfer locked in for men's semi-finals. Women's semis are set already. Some great looking matchups. Had one of those already locked in from yesterday. We've finished that off today. Here we go. Lucas will load up here. Try and do something spectacular. And all he can really do is just jump off, unable to get out the white water. That'll kind of sum up the way things have gone for him out here. He's had a bit of a nightmare. Seen a few heats like this today. It's been a bit of a theme throughout, with one surfer thriving, dominating, expressing themselves, the other struggling really to show us why and how they got to quarterfinals. Nevertheless, as you were saying, his best ever career result in the Challenger Series will feel great. He'll head over to home shores in Brazil, to Saquarema. Let's see how he goes over there. But the story of George Bitar continues. The Australians, they like it here. They're enjoying themselves this morning. India Robertson in the previous seat. Now George in this one, getting the win. He's through to semis, and you can see the sort of caliber of competitor he is, just improving as he goes. He hasn't shown us his best. I think he's got plenty more left in the tank. Now, look, try and bring that when it absolutely matters most, semis, and then hopefully final from his point of view. And this is how he got the quarter done.
You know, the best surfers in the world over the years have always talked about peaking at the right time, getting to the finals. Fanning was an absolute prime example where just went through the gears, and I think George has done this in this event. Surfed incredibly well throughout this event, but he, yeah, as you said, Paul, he's got more in the tank. Didn't have to extend himself too much. He's still got gears to go through. The fact that he's now to the semi-finals and he's still got, I think, another point or two, or maybe even more in his heat totals, is very, very promising for the Aussie. He's just looking like he really means business, and I love his style. The spray he generates is huge. 3 waves, 6, 6-5, and then a 7. Smart surfing, committed surfing, and the Aussies are loving it.
Great action here on finals day at Ribeira de las. Conditions improving with an incoming tide now. The swell has ramped up as well. There's plenty of energy out there. We're going to be crowning champions in a couple of hours' time. Finals day will continue here in Europe right after the break.
In the 80s, there's this crew of surfers. Yeah, these surfers. They decided to draw a line in the sand to protect the waves they loved. From that first wave save, the Surfrider Foundation has grown into a coastal protection powerhouse. We take on the big guys, the major polluters, the powerful corporations. You name it, we've been there. Become a Surfrider member today because the ocean needs more friends.
Welcome back to finals day here in Portugal. Having a look at a second quarter. We'll see Luke Thompson of South Africa going great on the CS this year. Got the win already. Luca Messinas has been brilliant throughout. I'm joined by Jessie JJ Starlin. We love this matchup, Jess.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. This was been my pick for the quarterfinals as the heat to watch. Just feel like Luke is just building every time he puts a rashi on. He's got such great confidence. And then Luca, he's kind of gone missing at the start of this year, hasn't had any breakout performances until this one. And I just think he's catching fire. So we're having someone who looks really strong, steady, he's consistent this year, and then someone who maybe isn't consistent but is just building. So it's a really cool contradictory here, and I think they'll both really push each other this quarterfinal.
Thompson up first section. Speedy clip, and then he'll go up again and belt it, but just keep driving down the line. We'll watch from above. Once again, just banking off the top, and this thing will push wider. If he can connect through to the inside bowl, he'll get a bit of a lip line to finish as well. If he can get up there and combo it. At the moment, just sort of tapping white water, hasn't had that steepness to it, doesn't quite get there in the end as well. So a speedy wave.
It didn't blow my mind, but it's a great start. I mean, we had a quarterfinal with one of the girls. We didn't see a wave for ages, you know, so at least he's got a start. He's still surfing with that same speed that we've seen him surf with this entire event so far. Comes to this section, clicks with it really nicely. Down the line here, it just felt like maybe never really connected as strongly as he wanted to. Great surfing. I mean, he's displaying a lot of water. His board looks amazing under his feet here. Sweeps it back to the pocket again. But yeah, no, I just don't feel like there was anything, you know, earth-shattering that happened on that wave. It'll probably be a nice settler. It'll get him in that 4-point range, but this guy's been looking so good. So if he's in that same form, he's going to want more than that.
Here's the reply from Messinas. First turn, you can see this double-up bolt. We'll get a couple of carves there. And then he'll realise, he'll look where his opponent is, and he'll look at the rest of the scoring potential of the wave. I'd rather have priority than milk that.
All right, well, touche. I feel like we're sticking around the same mark for both of these guys. So, yeah, ready ready for them to lift.
29 on the clock. Time to check in for our first men's semi-finalist. His name's George Pittar. He's with Chico Alves.
Yeah, boys, I've got George with me. George, what a heat. Excellent numbers. You're into the semis. Talk me through that one.
Yeah, it was, I don't know, I went out this morning, the free surf, and I had so much fun. Like, felt like it was lining up a little better, but it changed a fair bit when I got out there. Like, it felt like there was a lot of more water on the face. And yeah, I took a normal board out, the board that I've been riding all week, because I was just been loving it all week. And then, I don't know, I feel like I could definitely probably go 1 inch bigger on this next heat. So yeah, it was a bit stop and starty for me. I don't know how I was looking, but yeah, super happy to make that one.
I feel like this event you were kind of on second gear, third, fourth, and now I feel like you're in a different level on this stage of the event. How do you do that?
Yeah, I don't know. I feel like these events, there's so many people in it. It's such a stacked field, and it's really hard to not just show your cards in the first couple of heats, because I mean, you have to be surfing so well to make those 4-manners and every heat in this comp. But yeah, I don't know. I still feel like I've got more to give, and I feel good standing on my board. So we'll see how we go the next heat.
You're looking amazing. You want to send a quick message back home?
Yeah, just shout out to my parents. I know they'll be watching. A few other mates back at home. Yeah, I don't know. Hopefully we can go all the way and have a big day today.
Good luck on the semis.
Thank you. Cheers.
Back to you, boys.
Thanks, Chico. A big day today. Either which way you slice it, champions being crowned in Portugal on the Challenger Series. Crucial, this event. Stop 4 of 7. The path to the CT. Well, it's right here. Let's see who can secure the win and those big 10,000 points. We'll keep updating those ratings as well. A lot of stories there taking shape. Right now on the water, it is Luke Thompson. Has already had that success and is going really, really well on the CS. He's another good result here. The worst that's going to happen to him is 5th. That's where he is right now. But potentially, again, something truly special for him here on finals day. He'll have to get past Luca Messinas. In terms of the opening exchange, neither of them getting real quality waves. At the better of it is with the South African, 4-3-3. Luca will have that priority, though. And we've seen already so far, Jess, this morning, surfers with loads of momentum just kind of run out of connection this morning in slightly different conditions. So Luca will just want to try and get involved and maybe get that feeling that he's had throughout his previous heats. But someone, of course, has already had that amazing winning feeling this year. Luke Thompson, a couple of months ago over in Bolito, hometown event for him. And what an event it was. We were both over there to witness this. It was a really special moment for Luke.
Oh, yeah, this was epic. And to be able to call this win, and it was a clutch win as well. He had his back up against the rope and had to get a score, but he was just dominant. The year prior to this, got an interference in the opening round, so he knew he needed to come back. And yeah, what an actual comeback. Went from the first round knock to a win. Never thought I'd see Greg Emsley cry, but saw it. No.
Yeah, I was going to say, we were in the booth with the Bigfoot, and yeah, it was emotional for him.
It was, and you just know how much the South Africans get behind them. I mean, the whole country was basically cheering for him on the beach here. Look at everyone swarming him. He had photos with all the Groms, and I just don't think he really believed that he did it himself, and he's put himself in such a good position to have another South African surfer on the championship tour. Went from there straight to J-Bay. Didn't get to celebrate his win. He literally hopped straight on a flight and went and had dinner over in J-Bay, and then had competed against one of his idols, Geordie Smith over there. And yeah, it was just cool to see him go from strength to strength. Interesting though, comparison this time last year, he had 25th here. Talk about from leveling up from last year. It's a lot crazy what 12 months can do.
Yeah, it's also amazing. I mean, sometimes you feel like you're in really good form and just things won't quite happen for you, but everything clicks, you get a win, and then all of a sudden, some of that pressure in terms of trying to find a result is relieved. You're able to just feel like yourself, surfing in heats, like you're free surfing, enjoy every aspect of what you're doing. It was like you're going downhill instead of just sort of constantly battling and striving and falling short. And Luke Thompson with serious momentum behind him this year. Right now, a great opportunity here in Portugal as well. And we have seen in the past, I mean, we've got a bigger tour this year. We've seen surfers get a win on the Challenger Series and not get qualification done. It's absolute heartbreak for them. if you can get 2 big results, you put yourself in really good stead. But of course, we have extended things out to 7 this year, so a lot left to come. Luke Thompson will look to try and maximise this opportunity, make the best of a lineup. With second priority at the moment, he'll have a little look around here. Not quite able to access that, but that'll be his tactic. Buzz around, try and fire something, another score. Luca Messinas with priority. He's looking for something with a bit of quality on it. Not a lot of action though so far. 11 odd minutes in this scene. We've got a 4 and a 2.
Yeah, it's definitely not going the way I thought it was going to go. I really saw these two having a showdown, basically just big score after big score. Obviously, the ocean has a big part to play in that. Maybe a bit of positioning error from these guys. We saw that in the women's quarterfinals. They were positioned just a little bit too deep, and it wasn't until that very last wave that we saw India break wide and get the best wave of the heat. That just seems to be a common theme on this low tide. We've got that real broken up swell, and obviously that tide really starting to fill in now, but it can just kind of put you in a spin, you know, think you've got the lineups right, but maybe you just don't. You haven't seen it at this swell with this low of a tide yet. But Luca using priority here.
Messinas driving, hits a crumbly section. Now he's got clean face, waits for the bottom turn to do that. So great decision and another big hit there. Creative surfing from Messinas, mixing things up. This is nice. This will feel really good for him. He'll get a little double up through here as well onto the inside bolt, and he'll tag that best wave of the heat for sure so far. And he's back at it here.
Yeah, back in the game for Luca Messinas. I mean, really solid stuff. Just got some big moments out the back as well. Gave us lots of variety to really think about. Gave the judges something to go, oh, okay. All right, let's put a proper score on the board now for at least one of our surfers. So yeah, let's break this wave down, because I actually think this had a really nice tempo to it, and he didn't oversurf this wave. Just really put the brakes on at the start here, held that bottom turn for so long, and then just exploded at the top. Got the fins wrapping around to the shore, straight back into the pocket here for Luca Messinas. That's a really beautiful swoop back to the power source here, and then he just bides his time through this inside section. We really start to see it bowl up here. And then just one really nice click, fins out the back there for Luca. But just how long he held that bottom turn for, his legs would have been hurting by the time he got up to the lip line there. And then it just put him in perfect tempo. Went into the pocket, came back around, and just didn't try and overdo anything. And he was looking just really calm coming into this end section. Not too twitchy or anything, just solid on his feet for a nice completion there. And the judges, they really, really liked this one. So Luca, this is that extended bottom turn I was talking about, and that really allowed him to use that power at the top of the wave, set those fins free, watch that tail drift around, and then put him straight back into the pocket for a really nice connection here for Luca Messinas. So this is now a heat. We've got a big score on the board here. It came in, it's a 7-3-3. So the judges loving this overall performance. This inside section, just absolutely critical up into that steep section. And, you know, he didn't need to overdo it. So really smart to just complete a ride there, because without the finish, that score wouldn't have gone as high. So smart competitive surfing just to go up into that section and get the completion there. So now pressure back on the South African.
Yeah, best number of the day so far. Real quality, the speed he was going. I love that combo out the back. One of the more creative ones we've seen. Held that bottom turn, as you mentioned, for ages. I've been talking about how you don't want to push too hard off the bottom at Ribeira. And the control to set himself up to be able to do that turn and slide the tail look really, really good. Can't wait to see the reply from Luke Thompson. And he'll want to get himself a quality set wave now and blow up on it. Doesn't need a big number for first at the moment. The score at the moment, the requirement is kind of insignificant, really. It's all about just surfing up the scale, because the gauntlet has been thrown down with the 7-3-3. And that's much more the kind of stuff we were expecting and hoping for. I wonder how significant it is, just how long Luke will have to wait before the opportunity comes through. What you would think he really wants is to be a chance to kind of use even some of the momentum of that score going against him, use that in his favour now rather than have to sit around for a while and feel time slip away.
Yeah, and Luke was in serious cruise control on that first wave, just not really connecting with those sections. So to get a 4.33, you know, almost getting that mid-range mark for your cruise control. Let's see what happens when he unleashes. This guy, though, he's been such a standout, Armatrain. He's coming up next, and he's got a big tackle of Cali Vast, you know, one of the most informed surfers, such a strong, goofy footer. So that's going to be a really cool showdown there. Yeah, but Lukey Thompson definitely needs to find something, but it's not something out of skin for him. You know, he's just been so convincing all event. It really is just a performance at the standard he's set for himself from start to finish. He's gone into the sevens every single heat so far. So without putting pressure on him, we almost, by the standards he's set for himself, expect the same, you know, just with how convincing his performances have been. So Lukey, yeah, definitely needs to find an answer back, and maybe a bit of a set rolling through out the back. They've been shifting a little bit from where they're coming on the point, and if these guys are going to be too deep for what certain type of wave comes through here, and it looks like no takers right now. But interesting looking at Luca Messinas' rookie year. His best result was at Pipe. He got a 5th at Pipe in his rookie year on the championship tour. So it feels like that Challenger Series, it's definitely going to suit him. So this could just be a bit of a momentum builder going into this back half of the season.
From under Pryo, trying to rustle up a number for his backup, which at the moment is just stuck in the 2s. Then he rallied hard to try and get out wide enough to do some surfing on this wave. The whitewater held him back for ages. Now, a bit of redemption with a couple of swoops and redirects. He does improve on the 2, won't be by much. But that'll be his tactic for the time being. For all the while, the Luke Thompson has the priority. He'll try and remain active.
Yeah, this was an interesting choice here for Luke. I feel like maybe was actually had his salesman hat on, was trying to get Luke to swing on this one, but you could see he was really deep, got hung up for a long time on this wave. And then to go into these turns here, I mean, really nice speed, carried through his technique that we saw in that last wave, but nothing crazy going down. So, yeah, I actually think that was more of a sales pitch to Luke Thompson and Luke not buying it. So Luca Messina saw, I may as well get to the open face, try and get a couple turns, and he betters, but not by much. So Luke keeping his cool there, keeping his composure. He knows the type of wave he's looking for. But we've seen this storyline kind of play out in every single heat we've seen this morning. One person really dominate. So I'll be looking for Luke to be the first person to have a reply and give us a showdown, give us a battle between these two surfers. That's what these 2-man heats are about. So hopefully Lukey doesn't sit for too long, because 15 minutes out there with how consistent the good waves have been actually isn't a lot of time.
South African flag back on the beach in support for Luke Thompson. What a great addition he would be to the CT from that surfing nation that's had so much epic success down the years. So far, so good for him overall this year. In this heat, however, he's got a little bit of chasing down to do. Hasn't really made his mark on it as yet. Past the midway point, down towards 15 minutes remaining. It does have priority. Doesn't really have a quality score on the board. Just the one way for him. It's a 4.33. Can he make amends? Get some numbers, get into the semis, get past this guy? We'll find out right after the break. Welcome back to finals day here. Tense moments currently in our second quarter for the men. It sees Peru's Luca Messinas at the moment with kind of half a job done. He's got one solid score locked in, a 7-3-3. Doesn't have a backup of note though. Meanwhile, Luke Thompson of South Africa has got priority. Doesn't have a particularly significant number though. He's just ridden one wave in this, so uncharacteristically quiet. I don't think that's decisions-based at all, JJ. Just haven't been many waves come through.
No, there hasn't been, and not many waves of consequence. Luca looking again here.
Bang. Clips one.
Bang.
Out the back, and then look at this section. This will just cup out for him, and he'll fizz and extend. So up into a foamy lip line, a wave that didn't stir any interest from the priority holder Luke Thompson, and Messina said, thanks very much. I'll see what I can do with this. I reckon I'll improve it.
There was a lot of distance between these two surfers, especially in that takeoff zone. Luca, great finding this wave under priority. This end turn especially, just boom, in the pocket. Really nice finishing turn here from Luca. 3 turns, shorter, sharper wave compared to what we saw from his 7-3-3, but just not holding back. Giving us a swoop there. You can see redirects his line, decides, no, I really want to capitalize on this end section. Holds that bottom turn for so long. Big lay into that finishing section here for Luca Messinas. That 2.9 is out of here. 3 really nice turns back to back from our Peruvian surfer. So Lukey, maybe it's time for that positioning change. He's been out there for a long time now, hasn't had a second wave, and Luca, now just finding a second scoring ride under his priority. So I feel like, yeah, there's probably got to be a shift at some point.
So many times throughout this event, every time he paddles into a wave, he's so good at finding the opportunities, and you're always impressed by that. I mean, it's something that's quite hard to sort of coach or teach, just instinctive connection with the ocean. But the way he surfs this wave, I feel like doing some of the cleanest surfing, Luca, that we've seen. A lot of the wobbles on this wave, we don't really see that. His board isn't chattering at all, and it's quite rare. I think even the best, even George in the previous seat, saw a couple of skips on the bottom turn. Luca, it's so clean, his line.
I completely agree. He's just looking really smooth and just really in control of his equipment as well. Whatever his shaper did on those rails, I just feel like they're holding in through all those skips, and it takes a special type of board to be able to do that as well. And then once he gets to the top, although it has the hold and the drive, it has release, and that's such a nice combination, especially for a surfboard. That's kind of the dream scenario for a board, to be able to hold, generate speed and drive, and still have release. Sometimes you don't get release when you have a board that has that much hold. It's more of a rail carving board, not for Luca. So I agree, he's probably looking the smoothest out of anyone in the draws. I thought Luca Vicente looked quite clean on those smaller days, but seemed to struggle a little bit with this bigger swell. So he's back out the back now for Luca Messinas. He's decided to reposition himself and try and make Lukey Thompson second guess himself now. So he's going to try and sell him even more. And we're now down past this 10-minute mark. And this is not how Lukey Thompson saw this heat panning out. But he could be the first person to make a comeback this morning.
9 minutes 40 on the clock here. The 5.83 for Messinas. And the kind of wave really that Luke Thompson probably would have loved to have got hold of. Just where he was in the lineup, a bit deeper. It was one of those wider ones. Snuck under a bit. Still have priority, the South African. The requirement's big for him right now. 8.83 is the number he's currently chasing. If you think about 2 waves, a couple of high 6s, 7 and a 6 will get him around about Messinas' total. And in a wave that has not had a lot of opportunity, it's been so impressive how the Peruvians managed to connect with so much that's come through. And he's been quietly achieving and having his best event on this tour by far this year. Luca is enjoying himself once again out there. Complete shift in conditions. We've seen that's kind of par for the course here. It can be radically different what you get, not only from day to day, but throughout a day. And who's made the best adjustment to what today's offering? Well, so far it has been Luca Messinas. And Luke Thompson just wondering right now Where is his opportunity? Where's that connection that he's had throughout? He's done a lot. He's done big, powerful turns. He's gone to the air. He's flared up. He's surfed fast and muscular. But he needs waves to do that and hasn't been able to do it. And while he sort of prowls around in the lineup a little bit, Chico Alves is out and about prowling on the beach. Chico, what have you got for us, mate?
I've got plenty of stuff. I've got swell for you, and there's a lot of swell in the ocean right now. There's a bit of a lull sometimes because the tide is like mid-tide now, coming up, but we can tell there's a lot of swell coming in, and I think we're going to see some beautiful conditions for the final stages of this event. As you can see behind me, there's Adura Matrian getting his breathing done, preparing for his next heat, his best result so far this season. So everything is happening here on the sand pole.
Yeah, Chico, question for you, mate. Usually mid-tide, that's what we want here at Ribeira, particularly mid-tide coming in, we would think it's a good stage of the tide for the reef, but this heat has been pretty slow. You think just a bit of a hole in this building swell?
Yeah, I feel like it's a bit of a hold on this building swell. It looks like the ocean is a bit on pause, but once we start those sets, see those sets rolling in, I think we're going to see a lot of waves this afternoon.
Enjoy yourself down there, mate. We're enjoying it.
Thank you so much.
Up here. We're watching Luca Messinas at the moment, still with the lead. We just lost a bit of time off the clock, JJ. Under 7 for Luke now. Really needs to fire up and get going.
Yeah, check this energy from Luke. It's changed. It's gone from cool, calm, collected, I'll wait for a set and just capitalize on this next opportunity, to a little bit frantic. He's paddling around a lot more. He's not sitting still. He's chasing. Positioning has kind of let him down so far in this heat. You can tell he's looking back. And it has actually been a pretty hard heat to surf waves-wise. I feel like a lot of those sets have gone a lot wider. They're not on that traditional peak. Checking his watch, he's got just over 6 minutes. Still just enough time to do it in 2 waves. I mean, we saw Luca Messinas get it done pretty quickly, but kind of needs to get moving pretty soon if he wants to try and break that 8.83 down and take the pressure off himself. This is how he started. It was a 4.33 for Lukey, and just felt like he was getting his rhythm in, feeling out this ocean here. Didn't really connect like we know he can. Nice down the line at check snaps here from Luke. Puts it on rail beautifully. That board, like I mentioned, looks great under his feet, really smooth. One of the most powerful surfers we have on the Challenger Series, but yet not really connecting on that one. Got the better of the opening exchange here, but we haven't seen him stand on his feet again since that wave. And then since then, Luca Messinas has just found beautiful waves and held his bottom turn. They're the smooth lines we're talking about. Drifts those spins around and then just put him perfectly in the pocket for the back half of this wave here. So this is the high mark, not only of the heat, but of the day. A 7.33 for Luca Messinas. Brings it round through this inside section here and didn't overdo it. He didn't need to. He just had to hit it, time it really well like he did on this one. And then got this under priority. This is his backup score, 5.83. So this actually was the score that Lukey Thompson was looking for. So a bit of a positioning error here from our South African, but an absolute champion from Luca Messinas, just finding that wave and then converting it into a solid backup score. And that sent Lukey Thompson's requirement from 5 to an 8, just on that one wave.
Things got a little worse for him here. Luke, he's used priority on just a quick in and out, so he's coughed that up meekly. Not able to add anything to his total. He's having a bit of a shocker here. Now it is the Peruvian with priority and with a big, big lead. And it's going to take something truly special from Luke. We know he's capable of incredible performance. He's going to have to try and use this adversity and just kind of flip the switch, try and find some of that maybe positive anger and fire up here.
I don't mind Lukey being in second priority here. I feel like it might free him up a little bit. You could see he was holding priority with confidence, and then he was holding priority with pressure. You know, just that energy, it really did change from calm to frantic. So Lukey, maybe under priority, might do his best Luca Messinas and find himself 2 quick scores, 3 minutes 50. He'd be pushing it, you know, to try and get one now, get the ski back out, and then paddle into another, hoping Luca Messinas doesn't better. This has been the exact same story we've seen in every single heat so far. Think back to Alyssa Spencer, Sanoa Olin, Lucas Vicente. They've kind of been on that back foot the whole time, and then the clock's just run out for them. So far we've seen one brilliant wave come through in all of these heats. Right now, Luca Messinas, he's playing the defense of the lead.
Using priority here. Thompson showed interest. Messina snaffles the opportunity. A stinging first hit. Similar kind of turn again. Nice energy and rhythm and pace to this wave from our heat leader, who not only will get the block and stop his opponent scoring, he might improve himself. Onto the inside. Doesn't try to do too much in there. It's right, Rocky in there. He definitely wants to try and look after that board. Under 3 minutes. Luca Messinas gets another long wave all the way down to the inside. All right, bit of elbow room in the lineup for Luke Thompson. He hasn't had a lot of that in this heat. What can he get going here? First turn, powerful, good section. Has to go quick to combo it straight off the bottom. Would have been a great start to a ride if there was more down the line. There's not a lot. Will be an improvement for him. Won't be anything like the number that he needs. It'll eat up a bit of time as well.
I actually quite like this wave from Luke. I feel like these two really big turns here, you can see how hard he's pushing off that tail. Not just once, but twice. Got the ride out there. It could potentially better that 4.33. He actually was going at it on this wave rather than just feeling it out. Just keeping his cool. He'd be cold for how long he's been waiting. So looking really lively on his feet there. Regained from a slight bobble on the bottom turn here. Gets the ride out. He's going to get back out the back with priority, so you'd think he'd probably have chance for one more wave. Could better and bring down the score if this one doesn't go above a 5.85, which with a great opening turn like that, definitely has potential too. He's just so good at surfing in the pocket, especially at this wave. You know, we've seen a lot of people struggle to find these really nice steep sections, and they kind of just been coming straight to Luca Messinas, and he's just been able to identify these waves that he can just open up on multiple times. Great looking first turn, definitely the highlight of that wave there for Luca Messinas. So judges deciding it's not better than the wave prior, so it comes through as a 5. So scores to lock in for Luki. He's got a minute to try and get on another wave and go excellent.
He's got a chance here. Much better from him, the energy, getting the combo done, just showing. It's just a chance to show his surfing, really. Just hasn't had it so far in the seat. And he'll get back into a lineup. It's going to be a tall order. Let's see exactly how this plays out. 30-odd seconds on the clock. Desperate moments for him. A 5th is a solid result at a challenger. But when you start to get all that momentum going, you come into finals day, you'd be thinking about going better than that. Your number will come in, and it will bring down his requirement to touch. I think it's just the clock, which is not his friend at the moment. Counting down from 20. He'll get a 5.57. The number now is a mid-range 7 that he needs. He's so capable of that. What he doesn't have is time on his side.
Oh, that's nice.
And Luca Messinas, his story in Portugal continues. And really impressive in lots of different ways. A wave that didn't have loads come through. He looked like he was surfing in a different ocean, really. And the smile erupts on his face. He's through the semi-finals. A great result already. Well done to Luke Thompson. It's been entertaining throughout, and his good year really continues with this form in Portugal. We'll see him over in Brazil. And Luca Messinas is through to semis. Take on George Pitar. Two of the absolute technicians and style masters will come up in our first semi. We'll keep rolling with the action here. Men's quarters will continue. We'll see Kaulivas take on Adur Amatreyan right after the break.
The EDP Ericeira Pro is brought to you by EDP, official energy of the EDP Ericeira Pro. By Visit Portugal, Europe's best surf destination. By the Mafra City Council, Ericeira, a world surfing reserve. And by Mayo, official tech partner of the WSL in Portugal.
Welcome back to the action here in Portugal. Checking out Cowley Vast taking on Adur Amatreyin. And a matchup that'll see these two look to secure a spot in the semi-finals. Cowley with power and explosivity. Adur has been linking together sections like absolute magic out here. He's been so good with his touch on the water and his reading of this lineup. He's been able to juice good scores in tricky conditions, and he's been one of the quiet achievers throughout here, Jess.
Yeah, definitely one of the standouts of the event so far. Thinking back to every single performance he's had, whether it was the first round, the second round, the third, now to find him in the quarterfinals here, this is definitely the best I've seen of him. Paul, love you, mate, but you can take a break if you want. We've got the dream team in here from now on. No, I'm
Paul
kidding.
just used the word explosivity. I don't think that's actually a word, actually. But
He needs a break.
He needs a break.
Yeah, he needs a break.
He's creating new words in English language. Yeah, a bit late there, but I'm back in. He's good. He's got a new shirt. He's got good hair. He's got good energy. He's got a lot of good things going on, but he needs a bit of a time off, I think.
Yeah,
so,
he needs a bit of a break, that one.
Oh, look, it's not either or either, is it? You know, it's about surfing. I'll tell you what, you have been very, very impressed with this man there. We've seen this, but also Adur Amatreyin, Jess. We've seen that. Oh, I mean, that is surfing there. Look how cute that is.
So sweet.
So sweet, yeah. Adur Amatreyin, so fast this week, so explosive. A breakout performance. But, as Paul said, up against Cowley Vast, probably is one of the most CT-ready surfers I've seen in the world, Jess.
Oh, yeah, definitely. I mean, he has just been so in form and consistent this year. You know, he obviously won that Olympic gold medal, huge pep in your step, but he was 56th on the Challenger Series when he won that gold medal. It's pretty crazy to think. And then now he's way up the rankings and he's had a second to start this year off. He's looking to back up that result and hopefully go one better here in Ericeira.
Well, yeah, and he had that really great result in Newcastle. I just had a runner-up, and then, but in the next two events had first-round losses. So it just shows you how quickly you can go. We see live action here. The Bass Surfer Amatreyin, a frothy burger, big. Whoa, a lot going on there. Lip line to face plant, they call that. And just leg rope's fine, just collects himself, checks the board.
That's actually one of my specialties, the lip line to face plant. Yeah, pretty good.
I've been perfecting
I've got
it
them
for,
dialed.
You're right, yeah, I've heard that's one signature move, is it?
Yep.
What went wrong?
Well, you can see here as a specialist in these ones, a lot of foam on the face here. Got to the lip and just had too much time on the toe side rail there, and he just went down searching for crabs. If you asked anyone else that, they wouldn't be able to pick it apart as well as me. That's how good I am at that turn.
Yeah,
so,
you got it.
Yeah, whatever. Just pump my own tyres.
Managed to put his hands out before he actually smashed his face into the water, so dealt with it well, but he was moving at speed.
He's got reflexes, is what we've identified on that one.
He absolutely went for it though, so a bit, but nonetheless, a mistake. If he'd gone through that and drove around the corner, he looked like he's onto a score wave, so he has given the priority to the Tahitian, who will now just start to pick and choose. I mean, in terms of, if you can, you know, you dream, you're a surfer, you want to do everything you can, get on the CT, you want to go to the Olympics, and then you want to dream, and you say, okay, can I have the Olympics in my hometown? Another dream. Can I have it in one of the best waves in the world? Yeah, and can I win it? All those come into handy, and here goes Vast. So he goes down the line, just really biding his time, and then bang, a nice big first turn. Winds up again, and second hook in the pocket. Now he just waits his time, so calm, stable, and a third big stab, and here comes a fourth. And that is really, really solid surfing.
I feel like that's the best wave I've seen him surf all competition. Just didn't hold back, did he?
Yeah. I will get you to break this down, Jess, but the way in between turns, he was almost stock still, completely still, and then just exploded like a spring. And this is really, really well surfed wave.
I'll tell you what, I'll break this one down for you. So that bottom turn, his outside fin completely out of the water, and again, coming off the top with just absolute no bobble in any of these moments here. Are you kidding? Just the way he connected with that lip line there, it's all coming from the power and the drive of that bottom turn. He's getting in that power source at the bottom of this lip here, holding his line, eye line straight up and vertical to the top of that lip line here. And look at this, there was no double pump. There was no need to regain speed because he's hitting it so hard. He's coming out with speed straight into another pristine bottom turn from Cowley. I was always told, you know it's a good bottom turn if you can see that outside fin sticking out of the water here. Comes up to this deep section, best turn of the wave, just absolutely folds it. And then this end section, look how much foam there was to deal with, but hit it early enough that he projects out over the lip line for the completion there. Definitely the best wave I've seen him surf all competition. This just looked so composed. And that's that CT-like surfing, that we were just talking about. Exactly that there. No bubbles in between turns and just perfect technique.
Yeah, composure is the word. Speaking of composure, well, Chico Alves is down on the glass with Luca Macinas.
Yeah, boys, I have Lucas with me. Lucas, your best result ever on the challenges. How are you feeling?
Oh, feeling very good. Super happy with this result so far. The waves are super fun today. It got bigger. It's a little windy, but you gotta find like the medium-sized waves and like the double laps. And yeah, I was stoked to start really quick with a 7. That helped me a lot, give me a lot of confidence. And yeah, I finished with a 5 in the end. So stoked to make it to the semis. We haven't finished yet, so we have to go.
And knowing Luke Thompson is in first and he has been on form all season, talk me through the mindset going up against someone like him that has so much momentum.
Yeah, he's been ripping the entire event. I had a hit against him in the second round or third round, and he beat me. I got second and he got first, but I saw him so connected to the wave. His boards looked really good, and he was throwing a lot of water. Everything so good. So I knew it was going to be a hard hit. So I was trying to be really focused on wave selection, trying to get the best waves. And I started with a 7, and I think after that there was not many good waves, so he had to wait so much, and that gave me the advantage. No, start quick with a good wave. I know he was very good too. I didn't like in the end he was needing an 8, but I was like he can make an 8 easy. He's been making it in the entire event, so. I was a little nervous, so no. Always talk to surfer against Luke. He's a really good person. He's ripping. I think he's gonna qualify this year. So yeah, it was good. It was good to beat him in that one.
And knowing Portugal is a bit on the mid part of the season, Saquarema is a place you obviously love as well. Talk me how important it was this result for you right now.
Yeah, it's important because it gives you a lot of confidence. Just because we're going right into Saquarema really quick, so if I get a really good result here, I think I can go to Saquarema and keep giving my best. I mean, in the first 3 events that I went, I didn't do well, but I stayed focused. Like I was telling myself, okay, things are not going your way, but you cannot change anything. Just keep going. I'm still working with Julian here, and we're still working on my surfing, so it paid off in the end. You know, I'm doing a good result now, and I can start doing better in the next ones too. You know.
You want to send a quick message back home?
Sí, saludar a toda la gente de Perú que siempre me está mirando, a mi familia, a mis amigos, a todos los que me apoyan siempre, a mis auspiciadores también. Muchas gracias.
Arriba Perú. Good luck for the next round.
Yeah, thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you, boys.
Yeah, a lot to unpack there, Jess. Just such a nice guy, Luca. He's so genuine, so authentic, really clear-headed, always got positive things to say about people. But I like the fact he's like, you know what, he was having a bit of a poor run of form. He didn't change his approach. Just trusted himself, trusted his surfing, and it's paying off.
Oh, absolutely. Semi-final result, and you could see how much it meant to his support crew as well. Julian Lasser, Leilani McGonigal, Keone Lasser down on the beach, just supporting him and knowing that he can do it as well. And we spoke about it the other day. a lot of people perceive surfing as a selfish sport, which I can totally understand and get from an outsider looking in, but it's not possible without your team. We know Adore, he's got the entire Basque country supporting him right now. You always see every single Basque surfer on the beach just watching him, waiting for him to open up, and this has kind of been his event here. Getting a better start on this one, so his best wave of the heat so far. Couple of little fumbles that we see from him this morning.
So what are you saying? There's no I in team?
There is no
Jess?
I in team.
Are you saying teamwork makes a dream work?
Teamwork does make the dream work.
Right.
Heard it here first.
Yeah, and he has got a good brain cells. But you're right, yeah, do just a little bit jittery there, and that 8-point ride coming through for that wave. You said it was the Tahitian's best wave of the event. An 8-point ride, that's the way to start a quarterfinal. Incredible surfing, and Adore now just has to come back. Had that mistake, that first wave fell off, did the Starling face plant, as it's called.
Yeah, yeah.
And then even that wave
Starling
surfed it
special.
pretty well.
Yeah.
But got a 4, so yeah, he's pretty much going to go out there and get 2 excellent scoring waves. Cooley just repositioned. Very different lineup positions here too, Jess. Look how far apart these surfers are.
I actually feel like Cowley probably in the better one. We saw pretty much in every heat of the morning so far, a lot of the surfers be too deep for when those sets roll through. They definitely are coming on that wider peak. And then Luca Messinas identifying his second best score on that wider peak. So I feel like Cowley surfing really smart as far as positioning goes right now. But Adore, there is really no need to hold Cowley's hand and sit next to him when Cowley does have first priority. So he's just trying to play his own game, have a little bit of space, give himself some freedom to take off on a wave deeper, which we've seen him do consistently all event. And I love the colour coordination there. He's reversed the hat to the hoodie for Joanne Duru, and he's flying the French flag pretty high. You know, he's helped Cowley go to the Olympic gold medal, helped him go to his best result on the Challenger Series, being that second place. And then now, backing a second up with a 5th, that's pretty good. You're going to take that. They are both keeper results. And not to harp on it for too much longer, I promise I'll rein it in, Mondi. But just that support network, that's what we're talking about. You know, Joanne, he's been in this situation before, and he's passing that forward onto Cowley, and I feel like that translates to every single stage. You know, whether you're Cowley or Adore surfing in the Challenger Series, or you're Molly and Yago going for a world title. You know, Molly really relies on her support network, her boyfriend Austin, her manager Fletchy. She's got a different coach at a lot of the different stops, specialists there. So yeah, it definitely is such a group effort to get these big results here.
We've seen that a bit more and more, kind of almost specialised coaches at different events. Is that something that's sort of happening more and more in the surfing world, do you think?
Yeah,
rather than just one for the whole thing?
Definitely. I feel like those surfers who work with a coach all year round, those coaches are really established, and they probably have become more specialised at those places because they've done a lot of work there. And I'm talking about, you know, your snakes, your dogs, your Leandro Doras.
Your snakes, your dogs.
Your snakes, your dogs. There's no
your
horse.
Rabbits.
Yeah, your rabbits.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, I feel like they are coming specialised at those places because of their reps there. Cowley up and riding here, though.
Right, so try and back up that 8. The Tahitian, there's a nice turn in the pocket. That it was electric. But only the one turn. They don't mind that. There's T. Zabrowski. So down there on the beach there, a good little French enclave down there. And even though it didn't have a lot of wall on this, he made this second turn count.
Yeah, backing up his opening ride, that 8 points in a really stylish way there. Just pushing so hard. Can see here, that fins out of the water, we know we love it, and then gets up to that top there and keeps driving, keeps pushing off this back foot as he gets up to the top there. So Cowley just showing he's comfortable on his back end. He's so strong. You can tell he does a lot of time in the gym. And doing surfing like that and turns like that, it's pretty convincing for him to go all the way to the final. And also, he's flying the flag for the goofy footers. We did lose Alyssa Spencer, Luca Vicente, Sanoa, all of our goofy footers in the draw we've lost this morning. So he's holding it down for the goofs.
Here he goes again. So live action without priority. Still now starts to get up the ball. Can't make it around that corner. We just saw Adu Amatrain's coach and mentor and mate, Aritz Aramburu, just pointing the board down to where Kelly was. We identified that, saying that maybe Adu was a little bit out the back. Meanwhile, Vas just trying to back up these two big scores.
Yeah, two really nice turns here. Stuck behind though, so I love the fact that he's trying to keep the ball rolling, keep building this momentum in this heat. He's really stamping his authority right now, just with these big turns that he's doing. How much drive he's got down the line here. So projects out off this foam here because you could see he was deep. But even with that speed off that turn, he's still too deep to get round that section there. So that 4.27, the wave prior, that's going to be his high mark for the backup. And that's pretty much one turn. So it feels like maybe something more starting to build for the Frenchman. And Adu, he's been such a big standout. And I mean, he's just got to rely on that exact same surfing he's been doing all event right now. And keep his cool. We haven't really seen him with his back up against the rope so far.
That's what I was just about to say, Jessica, and that's
to
why
it.
you are so good at your job. He's been in rhythm all his heats, hasn't he? He's got come out of the blocks, got good scores, so now we're about to see where he's at now. He's behind the 8 ball, literally an 8-point ride from Kelly Vas, so he has to come good. There's Eli Hanneman. Tell you what, he means business this event, doesn't he?
Yeah, he's locked in.
He's like just all business. He's got one job here. He hasn't been showing a whole lot of emotion, but he's just ready to roll. I really, really like his approach. I think he's a new maturity and a new real sense of purpose. He's coming up next.
Yeah, he's kind of leaving, he's like Mr. Mysterious this event because he hasn't really given us too much insight in the post-heat interviews. He's been really locked in and serious. And then even then, you know, he didn't look like he was super revved up or anything. He just looked straight line.
Serious
win.
business.
All I know is win.
This surfing, it's pretty serious stuff.
It is.
You get to the final stage especially.
Oh, yeah. Oh, just how many points are on offer. Like, you get a quarterfinals. It's not bad. You know, you get a 5th place. It's 4,745 points. We know a 5th is a keeper. We do know this. Get to the semis, you're at least getting 6,085 points. That is really hefty towards that qualification spot. But a win, 10,000. A second, 7,800. That final space, that's really where you want to be in.
Yeah, and speaking of someone who's looking get towards the semi-finals, we've got Joanne Giroux, the coach of Kelly Vas, down on the beach with Claudia.
Kelly Vas getting the job done so far in his heat. What was your advice for today?
Was easy, like the same strategy, be calm, just take 2 waves and do the turn at the right place, don't do too much. It was pretty simple.
He's a very experienced surfer. We've been talking about the choice of boards throughout the day. We've been seeing the swells building up. What's your call on that?
Yeah, it's good. It's a board we ordered just for here, so JS make it right on time. So it was an inch longer, 1 pin, a bit flat, a perfect board for here.
Thank you. Back to you guys.
I like Joanne Giroux. He subscribes to the KISS theory, keep it simple, stupid, where you just don't have to go too complicated, you know, keep it clear strategy. I think that's probably one of the most important things being a coach, is just being able to send a clear, direct message, and Joanne seems to be the master at that.
Sometimes I feel like when you overcomplicate it, that's when it all falls apart, you know. Just focus on 3 things maximum in a heat, achieving 3 different goals, stick to your plan, and usually 9 times out of 10, if you can execute your plan and your waves, you usually see yourself through the heats. We've had a swap of positioning here though. Cowley's sitting deeper now.
Yeah, the brand new JS blade we talked about, just gone up an inch, not a step up, but just a little bit length in this board as this swell has increased. And now we see Cowley just trying to pump through to the inside section. There's the little backhand whip, bit of foff to do with, that's more in the pocket. Never really connected with that wave, and eventually just hit a little fat spot and just came unstuck. So that's a little bit of a wobble. So far, Adu hasn't been able to capitalise on these errors though.
I have a question for you. If you're someone like Cowley and you're not scared at a wave like Chopu, do you think you'd be scared anywhere?
I mean, all those big wave surfers, they always say fears are, you know, it's always there. I think it's actually a real vital part of big wave surfing. You need it. But if you've grown up at that wave and you can create you know, you can ride those massive, the scary. Yeah, no. So my answer is no. He doesn't get scared anyway. Yeah.
My answer is no, because he's not surfing it like only at 6 to 8 foot. He's going when it's ginormous.
No one surfs it better or bigger or gnarlier. So his talent, they can surf 2 foot waves incredibly, and then you put that in the 10 foot chopu. But yeah, he's incredible all-round surfer. But while we take a Kelly bus, we're going to have a short commercial break and come back with more live action right after this. Welcome back to live action for the EDP Ericeira Pro. We are into the quarterfinal number 3. Tahitian gold medalist Kelly Vass is having a very, very good heat. Got an 8 and a backup. He's put the Basque Charger in real problems here. Ado Amatrain, he's been one of the form surfers of the event, but he's struggling, Jess. Why?
I feel like I've read this story before. I feel like I've read it in every single heat this morning. He's just been out of rhythm. We've constantly seen one surfer just all the momentum go their way and just have that best wave of the heat right at the start, and then we see the surfer in second sit and wait with priority for a really long time because they need to answer back, and they get a pair of 4s and then don't really break out of it. Then right at the end they might have a run to it, but time just runs out. Kind of been every single heat we've had today. So we're waiting for someone to shift it, to shake it up a little bit more. Ado definitely has the potential to be able to do that, but I feel like you just see Cowley, he keeps swinging, he keeps catching waves, he keeps giving himself more opportunities to increase on that 4.27. And Ado kind of has to be careful with that, because if Cowley gets himself a 6, a 6.01, he's actually, Ado's going to need 2 scores.
Combination.
He's going to need a combination of waves.
A combo.
A combo, as we would call it back home.
Okay, live action. Well, he could have it after here. Kaoli just taking his time. Little check turn here. He drives around the corner. This could be big. Really short, sharp stab in the pocket. You can just see that wave. Unless he can get the double up. And he has. Going to get an end section here. And wax it.
Wow.
So again, good surfing. Just surfing to the context of the heat. Here he goes. Ado Amatrain trying to fight back. A bigger wave out the back. Look at these waves. They're absolutely pumping. So Amatrain zigging and zagging out the outside section now, looking for a bit steeper. Little face. Drives around the corner here. Little swoop. Nothing explosive as yet. This is a bit more like it.
Oh, no.
Yeah, he's making some mistakes. The Ritz just holding his counsel. He knows Goni Zubizarreta, one of the great surfers of Europe as well. They're all big mates of his, and he just went wrong again. We talk about that rhythm. He's been so faultless up until now,
so
but
faultless.
it just happens. It's a confidence thing, or sometimes it just doesn't go your way.
Yeah, it feels like he's starting to feel the pressure a little bit. And this wave, it looked like it was going to have a great inside track here. Came up, really start to see him open those shoulders. This one here, that's what we're used to and then just was too far on that front foot, buried the nose, came into this turn just perfectly up in the section here and straight down there for Adair. I mean, he's been making those in his sleep this event. Oh, and just the heartbreak on the beach. Just there was kind of, they knew that it was going to be something big, and then it just went all downhill, unfortunately, for our Basque countryman surfer. And then this one from Cowley, it was really nice. This turn in particular, quick vertical stab in the pocket. And I've got to stop, you know, riding these surfers off. He made this without fail. I thought, oh, he's not connecting there. Boom, finishing section turn here for Cowley. He's bettered his situation. He's added to his total. Just such beautiful technique. I mean, that is really a goofy footer's dream, just to hold that bottom turn straight up into a vertical face there. Yeah. So Cowley bettering again.
Yeah, so he's really putting, it's not a combination of scores needed, but it's pretty close to 9.5 needed for a doer. We have got jet skis today, so get back out there. It does mean that you've got more time, more opportunity to catch waves. I was thinking about Kelly. I mean, he's going to, on the way, potentially here to another big number. If he gets on the CT, next year, the schedule finishing at Pipeline with extra weights. Let's talk about the schedule for next year, Jess.
Let's do it.
How good is it?
It's incredible.
WSL have absolutely, they had a few issues, lots of calendars. I think they've just come up with this perfect kind of WSL finals format is gone, but the new way they've manufactured Pipeline with extra weighting points, all the best waves in the world, a long calendar. I just can't wait.
And all the best waves in their peak season. I mean, we're starting the year off in Australia. We go straight to Bells. That's the first event in April. We know that Bells is good in April. And then we go to Snapper. Snapper is still, that autumn is kind of the best time of year, I'd say, for the Gold Coast. Fully just outed myself, and it's going to get even more crowded. But it really is. We get these really fun cyclone swells and just perfect winds. We usually get really consistent runner waves. And then from there we go to Margs. We know Margs is just an absolute swell magnet.
Is like the dream.
It's perfect. It makes sense. Margs, May, they go together, you know, the double M. And then from there we just go out and about into the world, and it's just a perfect tour. We got rid of the cut, and I feel like WSL really listened to the athletes, the spectators and the fans, and to qualify on the championship tour this year and then to have a full run, it's kind of like the Dream Tour is back and flaring. Not that it wasn't flaring these last couple of years, but without the cut there, it's really cool.
They've just tweaked it, added, like, you know, the bits that people liked. They've rewarded and amplified the bits that people were a bit up, you know, worried about. They've got rid of, and it's going to be an incredible year next year. But tell you what, this guy has got a very, very good chance of being on that tour next year with surfing like this, Jess.
Yeah, already has a second place result to his name, and he's looking like he's on his way to at least a third. I mean, highest wave score of the day, 8-point ride there from Cali Vast, backing it up with a 5.5. He's really started to apply the pressure to our Basque surfer Adair, but just how technical those turns were. He got a 4.27 for that one maneuver. I mean, that's pretty good stuff. This is a high mark from Adair here. This is a 4-point ride. He's been such a standout this event. Kind of came out of nowhere as well. Haven't seen him have a result like this year. And now he's just set this incredible benchmark for himself. Unfortunately, just lacking these steep sections today from Adair. Just making a couple of mistakes as well, hitting them and falling. So it is Cowley who's just got great control of this heat right now.
Yeah, and there's live action, so Amatreyan trying to fight back with 4 minutes on the clock. There's a better turn. This looks a little bit more composed. He's got intent. Now he starts to wind up through the inside. More cutbacks. This turn's going to be important. Cracks it in the corner. Drives around again with... Oh, my gosh. And just got whacked in the face. Shakes his head. I bet he looks to be okay, but wow. I mean, in terms of timing, it's been off, but that was a real example of a really strange spot. We might get you to break it down, Jess, because this looked pretty heavy.
Oh, it started so well. It started so well. It felt like, okay, said to himself, come on, mate, you know, you've got this. Just put yourself back in the heat. You know, sometimes you have those self-conversations, and that's usually what comes out of my mouth. Come on, mate. Gets up to this inside. Wow. straight in the face through this inside section. that is brutal.
Oh,
wow! Hit a bit of a rib on the way up through the bottom turn, and by the time he got there, it was a little bit late. And then that board's, hopefully his hand got in the way and it didn't hit his face. But I mean, he got his best score of the heat so far, pretty much based on that surfing way out the back. It's a 6-point ride, but I hope he's all right.
Well, he seems to be okay. He's shaking off. You can see the concern from his friends and mates on the beach. But look, he's a strong young bloke and he just seems to be okay. No blood, no marks. Maybe it wasn't as bad as it looked.
You know, sometimes you can put your hand in the way and then almost push your head back so it looks crazy. I feel like he got his hand there before the board got to his face.
Yeah, I think if that did hit his face, you'd kind of know about it, wouldn't you?
Yeah, you'd know about it.
But either way, that rib in the face just came up. It just, fins cavitated out and he just didn't get a completion. Yet again, he's just making some mistakes. He hasn't done all event. And that's pressure, right?
Yeah, that's pressure. He's been so composed. And look at where Callie is right now. Sitting a little bit wider, knowing that he can shut down any opportunity that Adair really wants to take off on with that priority in these last 2 minutes. Looking like this is going to be a good wave here. So Callie needs to play his priority card right in this last 1 minute 50. He's thinking about it. And he says no. Wow. Oh.
Wow, okay. What's gone on here then? I mean, Adair was on the wave. Cully had priority. He could have elected to take off, but he elected not to, really. And we'll see if this...
Oh, no, this could be trouble.
Well, for who?
Callie didn't look like... Callie didn't even paddle for that wave. I think he just didn't duck dive in time, so... You can see Adair here jumped off the wave based on Cowley. Unfortunately, this looked like he honestly went over the falls.
Yeah, but he's one of the best surfers in the world. He knows how to duck dive. That has to be a manoeuvre. You think that was just... I mean, it's very rare they just go over the falls, these guys at this level. So I'm not sure whether he was trying to get involved, make the judges think about it, but he had priority, so he could do whatever he wanted to do. Did he impact on Adair's wave? Potentially.
Yeah, potentially.
But he had priority.
But even with his second wave score halved, he'll still have the lead. He'll still have, if my maths is correct.
I could hear the sand in the gears then. I could hear the sand in the gears then.
I'm pretty sure that he's
still
got the lead.
I'm going to back you.
Well, because Adair's got 10 points. Say it was just a flat 5, it'd be 2.5, and that would be 10.5. I think it's 2.75 is half.
1 decimal of a point, you're saying, Jess.
Right? Am I right?
You are right. You're always
so embarrassing.
right. You are always right. Doesn't matter. Let's all forget the maths. Let's talk about the emotions. And there, some loud claps from the crew. Didn't impact anything. And Carly Vast, another statement performance. Incredible surfing into the semi-finals. Backs up his final in Newcastle. And just looks calm and composed. Looks like he's 2 heats away from another incredible performance. So, yeah, really impressive from Carly, Jess.
Yeah, really impressive stuff. I'm looking forward to seeing him in the semi-finals up against whoever wins this next one.
Okay, alrighty. We're going to go a short commercial break. We're going to get Jessie out, Chico in, and we're going to come back with more live action for the EDP Ericeira Pro right after this. Welcome back to live action. There's your man on the screen, a nice little grin. The kids are stoked. Curly's stoked. And he is absolutely on a tear. My name's Ben Mundy. I'm joined in the booth by Chico Alves. Chico, we just saw the WSL jerseys that you can buy online if you want to purchase your own jersey. If you were to buy your own jersey, who would you get?
They look insane.
Yeah. I mean, it's not a bad one, but yeah, what one would you get?
I would love to have one with your name, actually. And this was during the break. Look at this. Eli Henneman starting off really well and combines with a big turn out the back.
Oh, mate, we just talked about him being all business. Two-turn combo, Chico.
I need to get his jersey.
Oh, yeah, we'll just change it. Hanneman.
Yeah. I had Mundy on my back and now I've got Henneman. Yeah,
that didn't last long, did it?
Yeah, it was like a 10-second switch in between athletes. And Henneman there starting off the seat with a flat. Hey, excellent number.
Just the two turns, they were both massive. We've seen him beat all business, all serious. He's just here to do a big job. Get back on the CT where he has been before. And he was surfing like that in the first 3 or 4 minutes of the heat. He's laid down a marker. You've been down on the beach, Chico. What's been, who you've been talking to? What's been going on down there?
Yeah, everyone.
Who was your favourite person down on the beach this morning?
It's talk with.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'll probably say. I need to think well about this answer because it's a
we'll have a think
one.
While this live action happens. Morgan Sibley, the Aussie.
Oh no!
Makes a mistake for priority.
No.
The last thing you want to do when your opponent's just got an 8 is just to give him a literal gift. And the coaches are there just thinking, how on earth? Morgs is usually so strong in that kind of mental state in terms of competitive strategy. What went wrong then, Chico?
Yeah, sometimes those waves get under you and you cannot get them. It happens a lot here in Ribera, as you can see. He was looking good to catch that one, and suddenly the ball was just under him. I
mean, it's kind of nice. Not even the best surfers in the world so sometimes paddle for it and not quite get it. But now he's got to shake that off. I mean, the good thing is there's lots of opportunities today. There's loads of swell, but you can see he's a little bit rattled from Merewether. Sort of spends his time growing up between Merewether and up at Yamba. So 2 incredible point breaks. So he knows these waves, but Eli Hanneman, he can't believe his luck. And that is an absolute bonus. Speaking of bonuses, well, we've got Claudia Pinto down on the beach with the Olympic gold medalist and winner of the last quarterfinal, Kaylee Vast.
That's right. Callie went to this heat not giving the other surfer any rest. You went for a win. Now into the semifinals. How does that feel?
Feels good. Finally a good result too. Making this heat right now is I'm really happy. So yeah, I'm trying to be quick, get a shower, come back for the next one. Yeah.
We're just wondering that duck dive earlier. Was that strategy?
Yeah, it was strategy. It was a mistake. Was the hard part of the wave was where I was, and then yeah, I decided to go, and then the last second I decided to not to go, to keep the prio, but I was already going over the fall, and then I lost prio, and lucky no waves came behind it. So.
Congrats and good luck for the semifinals. Back to you guys.
Cool. So just a mistake. We saw him go over the falls. He's trying to hold on his prio, as it's called in the business. And luckily, no harm, no foul. Sets coming in. we've got Morgan out the back now without that wave. Only 5 minutes gone in the heat, 35-minute quarterfinals at the moment, so plenty of time left. Yeah, so who was your favourite person you've been speaking to on the beach?
Yeah, I spoke a bit with Aritz Aramburu, Goni Subisareta, and yeah, it was great to have Goni a bit there. He was a runner-up here a couple of years back as we see live action.
Okay, so without priority, so still managed to get this wave is Morgan Siblig. Can he get round the corner? A big, big turn there. The first one was good. Now he's got an open face. It's a little bit wobbly on this inside. S turning around. And it's just a lumpy, bumpy wave. So he's going to try and finish off strong. Wow. Huge. Oh, my God. Meanwhile, out the back, there's a lot going on then.
And yeah, great finishing turn there. Big section out the back, and a good finishing as well for Morgan. A lot of downtime though. It was a bit of a slopey wave and really hard to navigate, but he did a good job there at the end. And we have 26 minutes to go now, and
26 minutes to go. A big finish. Also big news. We've got a guest in the booth. A guest might be actually underselling it a little bit. One of the greats of the Portuguese surf scene, a big wave legend, environmental warrior, Shada Macedo. How are you, mate? Welcome to the booth.
Thanks so much, Mandy. Great to be here, Sheik. It's always a joy. And what a celebration of surfing. I wasn't been able to be here in person. It's just electric, the vibe on the beach. Seeing Francisco risking his life on those rocks. That was a great episode. Oh my God, and talk about risking. Wow. He docked it.
And the speedy ad looked like a jet ski going into the sun.
How easy does he make that look as well?
Wow,
Yeah,
he's feeling it. I think that heat again, Mateos gave him a lot of confidence, but yeah, what energy, swell. So yeah, it's great to just feel it.
And Chico, what's Hanneman got?
Yeah, Eli has 8, so now he's trying to get that backup under his belt. So it was a nice start, really soft wave, and he decided to swap out and stay with the Praio. So yeah, he's looking to post something in that 6-7 range and put a lot more pressure on Morgan's.
Now, Zhao, we got the ocean starting to come alive. Winter's coming along, mate. That's the big wave season. You can feel it in Portugal. You ready for it? What's the hopes and dreams for the next couple of months?
Exactly. Well, I shifted gears a little bit, so I did leave, the WSL event and dedicated all my energy into an environmental project in Nazaré, and it's coming up like just around the corner. So November 16th is a big event for us at Hope Zones. It's we're launching our regenerative seaweed farm in the waters just south of the harbor of Nazaré. So it really keeps me connected. It puts a lot of respect, and sometimes when you're not so in the mix, you really understand how much we put it on the line, how much we pushed it over all these years. And of course, there's a couple of days, maybe I'll just go catch one. And then you're like, gosh, what if, and the what ifs it's all about the what ifs, isn't it? And so I've been respectful. That big swell in the summer that came, I was able to put some friends, and we took all our surf coaches, because I still run my surf school just down the coast at Praia Grande, and all the coaches, just to see it. It's such a natural phenomenon, just those big waves breaking, and it's just, it's unbelievable. It's a natural sight, and that's what it's all about. And I'm really always grateful that the WSL and One Ocean kind of kickstarted it for us. And so here we are in a World Surfing Reserve, and surfing and the environmental movements are so intertwined. It's such a natural fit, obviously, and there's always room for improvement, but the inspiration is what I think really pushes us.
It's a really interesting project, the Hope Zones, the regenerative seaweed, mate. If you were to turn up and go and look at this farm, what's it look like, and what does it do?
Yeah, I mean, physically, you know how these things kind of are in the ocean. We never know why a wave is perfect, because it's all the bathymetry, the underwater. But basically, seaweed is all about the carbon story. So it's all about climate change. It's all about contributing to being more carbon positive. And so you'll just see buoys. So you're going to go there now in November. We're setting that all up. So it's kind of like an area. It's 22 hectares that we got licensed from the government. For the ocean, on land, it's a big deal. On the ocean, it's a small chunk, but it's basically like a scientific experiment that we're creating to put the seaweed in the water and help create the biodiversity, help create the habitat. And so that's what we're working on. It's been like 3 years in the workings to get to this point. So it's like a conference. We're going to launch it with a conference, and then November 16th is the Portuguese National Maritime Day, and so we'll launch. Nick is on board. Nick van Roop, of course. He's such a fixture and always been naturally.
He's not very good at talking, is he, Nick?
Oh,
so
gosh.
he won't be able to sort of
explain anything,
well.
right?
Yeah.
No, he's an animal. He knows exactly what he's doing,
and I suppose if you can grow seaweed in Nazaré, obviously it's one of the craziest environments on the planet. Anywhere on Mars. So if you can do it there, so it's fit for purpose. Hopefully, is that the plan? We can move it around anywhere, right?
On the nail, mate. You hit it on the nail. That's exactly kind of the gist of it, in the sense that to prove the concept, to prove the blueprint, that if you create a regenerative seaweed farm in Nazaré, if you help the habitat, help the fishing, then it can be anywhere in the world, and so it's been a progression. There's a lot of regenerative, not a lot, but there's some in Scotland. This is the first one in Portugal. There's Norway has a lot of them, but in the fjords and protected areas. And so this is like, it's not exposed, but the currents are just vicious. It's obviously super high energy, south of the harbor. An interesting thing is Nazaré's harbor never closes. Like this one here in Ericeira, Figueira da Foz, a lot of the harbors, when it gets really big swells, because of the sand, the waves actually break, the boats can't go in and out. Nazaré never closes because of the canyon.
Right.
So, paradoxically, it's actually a really safe harbor.
Gotcha.
To get in. And so,
and maybe Chico, you're a YouTube star in Portugal. Maybe you should lend some of your. Tell your fans about the big day on the 16th of November.
We should all be there. I think I'd love to see it underwater. Might be insane to see what they're doing down there.
You have a dive course?
Not really. I never dived. Just a wipeout in general. But I never, not on purpose, no.
Not on purpose. No, the scuba diving is the way to probably do it. Now it's like a working area, so we're not opening it like for recreational dives and things like that. But yeah, it would be wonderful if you make it, Chic, for sure.
Yeah, it would be amazing to be there.
Quite non-committal, I would say.
Yeah, that's it. I think he needs to read the brief better. He's very detail-oriented. Behind this facade of playfulness, he's actually very detail-oriented.
The thing about Chico is the detail.
Yeah.
He really drills down.
Like a comma, right?
Tell you what, right now, though, the detail of his heat, it's been a slow one. 10 minutes, 15 minutes gone.
This is Eli's father, isn't it?
Yeah, he'd be pretty happy at the moment.
So that Hail Mary of Siblick just gave him a 483.
Yeah, he did. There was a massive wave, one turn at the back, and nothing to the very end. And
still a long time to go.
Yeah, a lot of time. Useful pulling through. And and if you do want to check out the Hope Zones, what's the website, Joe? How do you?
Our URL hopezones.org is an easy go-to. We're a small organization, so the updates aren't constant, but it's definitely the place where we have at least our vision, blue.
Oh, the phone. So here we go. It's Eli Hanneman.
This looks like bigger boards. Beautiful.
Talk us through it, Macedo.
Boom. Second turn. Bang.
Wow. Can he make it?
Yep. Ooh, crouch.
Oh.
That was close, though.
Came unstuck.
That's the energy. That's the new swell. That's...
That'll be suspense behind.
He's
just trying to get it back up that 8. A few big turns and a mistake.
I think it will be better than the 2.5, won't it? It definitely looked like that first carve. And maybe, what do you think, Sheik? Below 4?
Yeah, I think he's going to be around the 3 range. If he had landed that last turn, would be
6.
a bit better. Like a mid-range I5. Let me see it again on the front angle. I love this angle to just rewind a bit. Nice setup carve, gets around it, gets a bit caught up here.
Super bumpy.
And yeah, just a wipe up. So yeah, it's a 3, I would say. But the thing is, like, Eli was on his way to having a good backup if he landed that last turn.
Yeah.
Unfortunately there, as you said, the new swell, those sections are really hard to navigate through. There's a lot of power in the ocean in this time of the year already, right?
Yeah, definitely.
And,
and this swell just came, I mean, it was really tiny yesterday afternoon. So these high, you know, really almost like Hawaiian swells, like it's kind of really tiny in the afternoon and then suddenly you wake up and it's 68 foot.
A 3-point ride, as Shiko called it.
I think they can hear me.
The one...
Don't you reckon?
Yeah. Well, I mean...
He has the phone.
If I had my way, I would just eliminate all the judges and just put you in there. And you just do it. And
the detail. There would be no room for error.
No, there'd be... Oh, the margin,
one judge.
The margin for error would be zero. It's just Shiko, you know, just almost vibes-based. But yeah, a 3 to back up the 8.
But this is high tension. I was listening a lot to you know, to you guys all week long, and it's difficult to get stuff done because yeah, the environment is electric. It's such a big deal, you know, and it's such a blessing for Portugal to have a challenger here. You know, it's something really special.
And also in the World Surfing
Yolanda.
Reserve, which obviously, Joe, you did a lot heavily involved in getting that set up. So I mean, how sort of proud are you that this, you know, comes in here and that this is still a World Surfing Reserve, and it, you know, it's a statement about, you know, trying to look after this place and put surfing at the heart of the community, right?
Yeah, you know, I mean, Save the Waves started this program, you know, Save the Waves Coalition many years ago. It was the vision from the founder, Will Henry. And, you know, at the time, the executive director, it was something about thinking about proactive protection. And so the World Surfing Reserves movement was born out of that initiative of trying to create a protection around places proactively. So before there's a threat, thinking about ways. And so the main criteria that Ericeira, I mean, shines so well, you know, the quality and consistency of the waves. So that's the, you know, they're all pretty much equally judged. So these criteria, then globally, there's waves from all around the world. North Devon was the second European one. So this, Ericeira was the second one. And so quality and consistency, the environmental characteristics, the surf culture, and the local community support, which was huge here in Ericeira.
Okay, yeah, and right now, well, we're going to wait, hoping for a bit of quality and consistency in the waves. While we wait for the swell to come in, we're going to go to a short commercial break, come back with more live action at the EDP Ericeira Pro right after this.
ידענו על מה קורה, אבל לא ידענו מה אנחנו עושים לראות. קלטנו את הספורטיבו ומה שקורה שם, אמרנו בונה, זה היה מקום. זה היה מקום. בדיוק, זה לא פרופורציונלי בכלל.
Welcome back to the World Surfing Reserve. We're here in Ericeira. We are motoring through finals day, quarterfinal number 4. The last surfer trying to get into the all-important semi-finals. Eli Hanneman looking pretty solid at the moment. Chico Alves, Morgan Sibulik. He's had a bit of a shocker, let's be honest. how does he get out of this position?
Well, he needs waves. There's a bit of a sleepy ocean right now. He needs a flurry of sets coming his way.
Great. Right, he needs waves. Awesome. Thanks, mate. We've got Claudio Pinto down on the beach with Eli Hanneman's coach. What do you got, Claude?
That's right. Eli now looking for a backup wave, trying to replace that 3-point ride. What's your comms on this one?
Well, to start with an 8 is incredible, and he's such an amazing athlete. It was basically a closeout. So great, but now that nervousness of trying to back it up, Morgan's so capable, can get an 8 as well, and he's got a better backup. So it's like Eli's going now, kind of trying to get his backup. Let's go. Big throw tail. We just want him to at least get Morgan's backup, so Morgan will need an 8, and if he fell. So, it's a little nervous, but we still have plenty of time. He's super capable, but this is competition. You need 2 waves.
We saw that Eli has his family here on this contest. What's your opinion on for an athlete to have his family support on the event? How does that play on their mind?
Yeah, some people can feel maybe some pressure, but I've seen in the past that Eli, it gives him like a level of comfort. His parents were there when he won the U.S. Open a few years ago, and they've been there for some of his bigger results as well in Hawaii. So I think for him, it's good. I think other people might feel the pressure. It just depends on kind of how you look at it, but it's never bad to feel that homey feeling when you're on the road, because it can kind of get a little lonely for people away from their families. So Eli is a family man, so it's good for him.
Thank you so much.
Yep.
Back to you guys.
Cool. Very
Chris Gallagher?
Yeah, Gallagher, yeah.
Wow.
That's Chris Gallagher, former CT winner.
He won here in Ericeira many
He won in
years ago.
Ericeira, yeah. Won in G-Land, I think. He won a G-Land event as well on the CT. Also shapes boards.
Yeah,
Shape
Santa Cruz.
And also,
That's where Save the Waves was founded. Right. So the origins of the Ericeira World Surfing Reserve and the World Surfing Reserves movement is a Santa Cruz creation, really. Yeah.
And I like that point about being proactive, getting ahead of it, like it's super difficult now once the genie's out of the bottle, so to speak. Hold that thought. See Hanneman, as you said, Gallagher's just trying to back up his score. Now he puts the burners on, looking good. Big section here, and finishes it clean.
Timed it really well.
Really good timing.
This looks like a step-up board, doesn't it? Slightly for him.
Well, in the previous seat, we saw Kelly Vars that just gone up an inch.
Yeah.
Kelly said, that's what they do, don't they, Chico? It's the increments are kind of small. Not with you this morning when you put your longboard in the car. It's about 20 foot long, and I had to duck down and in the back. But a couple inches in conditions like this makes a big difference, right?
Yeah, nice cut back there, a setup snap, and this last turn. Really hard to navigate through that backwash, but he timed it really well. So it will improve by a bit, I think. 377 for this one.
What about Morgan here, Zhao? He's just kind of in a bit of a hole. How does he? How does he get out of this?
I mean, he's not in a combo, and I guess that's the mindset, right? It's like even if he could still, until there's seconds on the clock. Gibet is not an ideal wave to get quick back-to-back, but we have seen it. Like if you do get a bomb and then those inside runners. I was watching that heat that Matteo Cerdi had against Morgs.
Yeah.
And it just seemed like he kind of almost stopped believing in himself. And I think it's just something that when we're here, it's really easy. All you have to do is just go there, catch waves and believe in yourself, and you'll make your heats.
Catch 2 waves and actually believe in yourself.
Yeah, this guy here has won a few heats, all right. He's actually won on the Challenger Series before. So in 2023, made the final and won it, and that got him on the CT. So you can see him here.
Wow.
And it's surfing like this. He's explosive, Chico, isn't he?
He's a phenomenon.
Yeah, he ripped that event every round. He was ripping so hard, and in the final, he stood out with airs like this. He was landing everything, and I remember he posted some big
amazing
numbers.
Barrel rider.
Yeah, he's insane at the air, barrel. He's really good at it. That's why he won one challenger already, and with waves like that, he's pretty much impossible to beat.
It made me really, really tired just watching that. You just look at 18 turns, whippy, progression, so much spark, and wins it here at the
It
pier.
takes a little bit to believe in yourself. So Ellie, it's impossible with this skill set that that big block of mental, strength somehow faltered for his CT maiden voyage, because he was, the mid-year cut was ruthless on him.
Yeah, really. Yeah, that's his mum. Yeah, exactly. And I think that's, next year that cut's, there's more opportunities now. It was fairly brutal. That cut, you didn't get a lot of opportunities. If you get
Federico, it was so.
But it also shows Chico as well, like that the jump from the Challenger Series, which is incredibly high level of surfing, up to the CT. It's still a massive jump, isn't it?
It is, and if you speak with them, even score-wise, the scale, they feel it different. They feel it's way harder to get excellent numbers. They feel everything gets harder, and the way you surf a wave and approach a wave needs to be at 120% instead of like probably 80% that you're used to the challenges. And the surfers that you come up against, they're like insanely good as well. So they go at a big section and they do a massive full rotation and they post nines all day long. So you just gotta step up your game, and with that comes nerves, doubts, the fear of losing, and being relegated again. And it's just a roller coaster of emotions, I believe. And
and big cheers down there. I think was that just for the surfers paddling out for the next heat. Tia Zabrowski versus Anat Leiloa. So real energy even before the girls paddling out for the semi-final. There's Tia.
Amazing.
That's a pretty good little routine she's got going there. That's
wow.
That's crazy.
That's like Tai Chi or something.
Yeah, that was like Jedi stuff.
She's definitely a Jedi, that's for sure.
Sets out the back. Siblic's got to do something. He's got to do it pretty shortly. Needs a 6.95. So still, as you said, Joe, he's still right in this game. It's not a massive number, considering he's had a pretty poor heat. Yeah. So he just needs to pull the trigger, get one wave potentially or two.
Interesting, the positioning, right? So Eli's standing here on the inside, hunting down these insiders.
So live action, that wave's not going to do it, just kicks out.
Have you guys watched the Surf for Tomorrow documentary? Because it's right along these lines. I actually was watching it with my son yesterday, and it's exactly everything that Chico's saying here. Like there's already some on the challengers, some of the girls, some of the team, Gui Ribeiro. And it's just really documenting the intensity of the ups and downs. Obviously, it's such a blessing that a company in Portugal could actually give an opportunity. But, it's the dream opportunities. Esiabra, Thiago Pires is coach and everything. And still the time that is needed and the just the intensity that goes. And how many years that come into qualifying. And then once you're there, you can be kicked out, which is what happened to Eli. Obviously and this is the grid. Samuel Pupo got in, and it's just amazing. Like
the intensity. Yeah, it's the EDP Surf Tomorrow series. It's a brilliant series, you're right, and it does give a really good insight into. And they're these are just junior kids trying to make their dreams happen, and you get a real just insight into just how much work they do and how much they want it, and then also. What's the Aussies? Oh, the high. Is that the high tide? I thought that's good timing. Almost got done there. Aussies, you never turn your back on the ocean.
Never turn your back on the ocean.
Even they're the best surfers in the world. Almost got caught out then. But yeah, we had the premiere of the EDP Surf Tomorrow series 2 nights ago. So check it out online. But Hanneman.
Wow, great.
First, this is the difference, isn't it, Chico? Just that wave, the standout wave of the heat.
Yeah, he started off so well with that big air, and then the end turn, that was an 8. And then Moggs is trying to fight back, and he got this one, was a 4.83. And it took a while for him to get around that section. Wave was a bit slopey and really hard to navigate through. But he did such a good job on finishing up this one right at the end there. That turn was crazy. Beautiful. And he was driving that turn with so much speed.
That was like a 2.5, and then bumped it up, you know.
Almost.
Yeah, here we go. He keeps speeding it up, and then this smack so clean, water flying. This is where you notice that step up, I think, you know, with all that chatter. So easy. I think, like you're saying, 99% of really good surfers would fall with that chatter, like right away. And that just is the skill set Challenger Series being, you know, such a...
And it's funny because the other day I was on the parking lot and we had like smaller conditions on other days. And a normal surfer, daily base surfer, comes out of the rain and goes like, mate, these guys, they have such a big level. And I'm like, yeah, they are. Mate, I couldn't even do one turn today. And they were doing like 4 to 5 turns in the same wave, huge carves, airs. And I thought, actually the waves were fun. And then I got out there and I understood how good they are in every condition. So when you see waves like this, that section that you just spoke about, yeah, 98%, yeah.
It's elite, isn't it?
Yeah.
Elite level surfing, and to see it in fresh eyes and watch them do it in real life, it is always amazing. They make it look easy.
Yeah,
absolutely make it
No,
look
in
easy.
difficult conditions, I think that's the thing, you know, like they are in the ocean, and, you know, this element of keep having fun, and, you know, it's not a cliche because it's such a spontaneous activity, what we do as surfers, and you see it when people get too tense on the board, like the moves are slower and more predictable, and but from the moment that if you are in that, you know, looseness and you're able to just jump on the board, but make really I mean, what Eli was doing in Huntington, I mean, that wave was like
incredible.
I mean, it was like half foot, just kind of dribbling across the sandbank, and he smashed it to bits. It's like
a long board day for me, for sure.
Yeah,
long
yeah,
board
yeah.
day.
Long board day for you, mate. Yeah, every day's
Going vertical.
every day's a long board day for you these days, mate. But Eli, I thought then even we went on the left hand. I thought he might go and try and do a big air, but he just stayed still. Siblik still waiting for this 7-point ride. Hanneman staying busy.
He's staying busy.
Here he goes. So
Come on, he's
Eli,
gonna
he might
boost
go to
on
the air
this one.
here. Instead does a little nice speed float up. Gets the fins out. He's so progressive and so unpredictable. You never know what he's going to do. Now
Could
he's
this
just winding
get
up.
to 377? Maybe.
He's trying to improve on a 377. That's pretty nice surfing. He likes it.
He likes it.
Before the rocks comes in. Still might make Morgan's job that little bit difficult. 30 seconds on the clock. He needs a set. He's had a poor heat, Morgan, in terms of what he's capable of, and that priority mistake early on in the first 5 minutes was kind of thinking. But here he goes. He's not dead yet. He's paddling. This is his last chance. 15 seconds on the clock. Siblik chasing a big number. Clicks off the top. Fangs down the line. There's a little carving re-entry. Now he waits for it to stand up. He's going to need something pretty special, you think, now. He's going to get this big number. Drives down the line. Finishes, and that's not going to be enough. So that's the end of Siblik, though. I mean, they clap. They know it's not the wave. Oscar Barry, Jackson Brown is like a lot of moustaches going there, like a lot of caterpillars having fights on a lot of lips, but they're not that happy. They know Morgan is out for the event. Hasn't surfed to his potential, but Hanneman, with that one bit of class, Chico, that 8-point ride, too good.
Yeah, too good. He started off quick and with an excellent number, so yeah, he got it done pretty early on this one.
Right, and Zhao, thanks for your insight, mate. So what? Let's go through it now. 16th of November, what's going on? That's the big day. You want to do another heat? You can do another heat, mate, if you want to stay in.
Yeah, well,
mate,
I
would do
love
it
it.
with
I'm
Jess.
fronting,
Mate,
yeah.
it's absolutely.
Jess, is that okay?
It's about as fun as life can get doing a heat with Jess. I'll tell you what. So,
All right.
16th of November is going to be on.
16th of November. Yeah, thanks, Mandy. You know, we're going to meet in Nazareth, so the Mountains of the Sea hangar, you know, Nick's hangar, the Tudor and Pyth, you know, kind of ground zero. Our Hope Zones hangar is under renovation, so we're going to have a little event in the harbor. People who kind of sign up, there's a little cleanup at the harbor, and then you can go visit, like you said, visit where the farm will be. And if there's a massive swell, you can see the giant waves all in one go.
There you go. All right, we're going to look at some rankings, some massive. Yeah, you get lucky. Nazarate's always there's always a wave there. Just depends if it's 6 foot or 60 foot, doesn't it? But it's always
all
6
in the
foot.
same location. Unbelievable.
Right there. we're going to have a look at the rankings. Eli Hanneman now is marching up the leaderboard. He's got some serious real estate under his belt now into the semi-finals.
We'll see Morgan's campaign too.
Look at that. So we see Hanneman jumping 12 spots. Chico into 7th. The top 10 qualify for the CT, and he's only going to go north of that. So what a performance from the Hawaiian.
Yeah, and it's great to see a couple of names that are still in the event. Guys like Kauli, George. It's massive. That's why they are top 10, right?
Yeah, they're really, exactly. So yeah,
they're really good.
Eli really deserves it.
Kaylee, Eli George, so the form surfers of the year are right up in this thing. So 20,000 points is kind of what a lot of the surfers think. It's kind of a qualification kind of level. That's what they all had
Guaranteed.
When they start off. They're like, right, we need 20 grand. That's their kind of level, and you can see Luke Thompson and Matthias George pretty close to that number now, Chico. So
this is exciting, these names. I mean, to make it back, even if Jacob makes it back on tour, it's going to be beautiful.
And here we go. So there is the surfers left. There's only 4 surfers left in the men's. Kelly Vast, Eli Hanneman, that's a massive.
Stacked.
George Patel, Luca Messinas, and
and a fun fact, only one Goofy as well. On the women's side, we have one Goofy. On the men's side, we have one Goofy. So the Goofies, with the swell we had all week, comparing to previous years, we had a bit more Goofies in the final stages.
They get underscored. Goofy footers should just get more points just because they're goofy footers.
I fully agree.
Do you think, Chico?
Yeah, I fully agree. Look at Coley is in the middle of like 9.
I reckon you should just get like 5 points for even going to Goofy, because Goofies tend to be better people, nice, more handsome, cleverer, smarter and better surfers, so they should get points. But on that note, we're going to have a short commercial break and come back with more live action and Jazz Starling right after this.
Serious business going down in the EDP Ericeira Pro. We're talking semi-finals here. Couple heats left until we have some champions. Big matchup in semi-final heat number 1. Tia Zabrowski, world number 1 on the Challenger Series. She's coming up against Anat Law, a bit of an underdog in this. The lone goofy footer, Anat, trying to get a jump on the young gun. Chico Alves joining me in the booth, Jesse Starling, to take you through this one. We've had a similar story throughout today. We've seen one person really dominate, another one left chasing. Who is it going to be in this one, Chico?
I don't know, but Tia's up riding right now.
Pause. Tia's up and riding. Action is underway. She's already got a 3-point ride to her name. There's second turn on this. A lot of water to deal with.
That was lovely.
Yeah, she's looking lively this morning. She's got Callie Vast supporting her. He's moving through to the semi-finals as well. How's that? Hometown, Hossegor and Tahiti. Yeah, she's just got it dialed. She's your pick to win.
Yeah, my pick on the final was Tia against Yolanda, and I think she's going to be really hard to beat, but never count down how much Yolanda wants this event, right?
Talk us through these ones, Chico.
Yeah, beautiful under the lip snap. I thought she was a bit late into this one, but she actually did like a funny turn there. But this carve was really tight, really aggressive on the pocket. Really loved that last turn. And this was a first wave. A bit of a pump down the line, just sees if there's something good for her, and a finishing turn, just a one-turn maneuver.
Wow.
A 3-point right there.
Yeah, it's pretty crazy how much pop she can get in her turns just from, waves that we've seen. A lot of people struggle to identify those sections, and she's getting there and then going above and beyond on them. So 2 scores locked in already for our 14-year-old surfer. Like I mentioned, sitting up there number 1 in the rankings. These two have only met head-to-head in a competition format once before. It was over in a QS event at Pantene, and Tia actually got the jump on Anat, so they were in the quarterfinals. Tia with 10.9, Anat with 10, and I've mentioned it throughout the event so far. As a competitive surfer, you clock onto those things. At least I remember I did. If someone beat me, I remember the next time I came up against them, I didn't want to let it happen again. So I feel like we see this sort of similar throughout the rounds. A lot of competitive surfers, they'll remember heats, and Anat right now, she'll want to get one back on the young gun.
Yeah, even if it was 8 years ago, right? You always have that in the back of your mind when a certain surfer beats you a lot or not. You kind of know that. So you can get into your head as well, like competing against someone that you never achieved your moment of brilliance against, right?
Here we go, Anat looking for the answer back right here. The beach going crazy for our surfer, but unfortunately just couldn't connect on that second section. So we got scores starting to filter on through for Tia. They're looking pretty nice. So she's going to set herself a pretty solid foundation in this heat right now. And Anat will be looking to regain priority and just get back to square one. So there it is. It's a 5-5 across the board there for Tia Zebrowski. So she has got herself a pretty wholesome score. She'll be holding on to that. And now she has priority as well. We've said it before, she's the youngest surfer in the drill, 14 years of age. How do you reckon, a lot of these competitors who've been competing for a long time, like Anat, would be feeling to have someone who's pretty new to this scene and just coming in and dominating?
I think at first you kind of don't want to admit, right, as a competitor, that person is that good, but after like a couple months, you just admit, we've seen that happen in competitive surfing with guys like Gabriel, Carissa Moore when she was younger. Like when they come up on the surf scene, they win everything, and people kind of strange that, right? And then afterwards, they become like icons of the sport because there's no other way around it. You just need to respect their legacy and what they're doing because they are different, right? And Tia is different for sure. Everyone understood that, everyone knows, and she's gonna do big things on the tour.
Yeah, it feels like
period,
Katie's,
it's impossible to deny that.
It feels like Katie Simmers kind of gave off a similar energy.
Yeah,
came through and won everything.
Felt
and
the same, yeah.
Won a world title pretty early on as soon as she went on to that championship tour, and she actually deferred the CT for a year, said, no, I don't want it just yet. She qualified, then went back to the Challenger Series, said she's not ready, and easily, convincingly qualified again. A couple years later, she's a world champion now. So between that timeline, we're talking 2-3 years. Do you see it being that long before we see Tia hold the world title trophy above her head?
Well, I think the CT is a different game. Like right now, the CT and the level there, it's really, really high. I think she's going to do big things for sure, but I think she will need a bit more time and experience to kind of take over on the CT. Because if you look at that top 5 right now, they have some knowledge. They are really good, really talented, and they are really hard to beat as well. So yeah, I think it's going to be an interesting one.
Tia having a paddle here. Looks like it might double up on this inside section. She stays with the power source. Biding her time, waiting for this one. That's a good looking turn here for Tia. A lot of foam to deal with on the face here, so she's going to drive up into this section, stay in the power source, rely on her technique to get her a finish that completely disappears and gets the ride out. Wow, Tia, you never know what you're going to get with Tia Zebrowski, but at least you know it's going to be something great.
That was impressive. She completely disappeared. I thought she lost the fins and the wave just took her out, but let's see on the front angle. Beautiful. Cuddy just sets this wave up, pumps down the line. Yuri mistimes a bit with the backwash, gets a bit stuck there, and then she was like, all right, I need to finish this one off. And bang. And the last turn with the backwash as well. Wow, that was a really good recovery. I think the back foot came off, and she, with the front end, she helped her having the power to come back with that back foot on the tail. As you can see here, she uses always the front arm to help her recover.
She completely disappears from that drone angle shot. I mean, she just comes up to this section and she just never holds back, Shiko.
Yeah, she just throws everything at every section she decides to attack. But look at this turn. The last one was the one that Jedi won. Bang! And you see like the front hand now is helping her like keep the body on top of the board, and she was able to put the back foot back on. I think the back foot just came off the grip, and sometimes when that happens, the surfer stays on a bit of like a drop knee awkward position, and they stay longer on the foam. So yeah, I think she did really well on landing that one, 4.5.
Yeah, she's set the benchmark for this heat right now. Someone who set a benchmark in the quarterfinals with some really impressive surfing was Eli Hanneman. We're going to pick his brain with Claudia down on the glass.
Yes, last quarterfinal here at the beach with Eli, making it to the semifinals. First wave, 8 points. How does that feel?
Yeah, it felt great. I just wanted to go out and attack, go out and just do my surfing and not be afraid of falling or just not, doing what I do. I surf every single day of my life, so I just went out there and was confident in what I can do.
While you were waiting for that backup or looking for it, what was going to your mind?
Yeah, I wasn't really nervous for that heat, but in that last 10 minutes, I was extremely nervous, and none of that was me. That was all God. Just, He controls the wind and the waves. So it was just like waiting and trusting that, if I'm meant to go through this heat, then this will work out, and if not, it won't. But I was just really trying to remind myself, but it's really hard when you got Morg's top 5 in the world at one point. So him needing a 7, with first priority for the whole heat is scary because he's gonna have a good crack at it. So just did my best to trust, and yeah, luckily, God got me through that one.
Well done, got the job done. Good luck for the semifinals. Back to you guys.
Yeah, Eli's staying super composed. He hasn't given us too many signs that he's looking disconnected at all, or that he's second guessing himself. You can see he sees really confident, and I think this mysterious, we're not really too sure what's going on, it's paying off for him because he looks really consistent in his heats.
Yeah, he looks with a lot of rhythm this event. I really enjoy his surfing this event. He had some really hard heats. He was on that, I think, second round with Matteo Zerdi, and was one of the highest scoring heats of that round. And so I think like when you're in an event like this with this kind of level and you make through one of the hardest heats of one round with like a massive total, kind of gives you that extra confidence that you need to go through the rounds and push through. And yeah, he was needing this mid-season result. Yeah, he's building a lot of confidence from out of this event going into Sakurema as well.
Yeah, he's had an 8 and above in every single heat, so that's setting a pretty high precedent for himself, and he just keeps living up to it. Big looking wave rolling through right now, so it looks like our ladies are going to be caught out of position. We're almost 15 minutes down in this heat. We've got a 5-5 and a 4-5. That has the young gun, T. Zabrowski, edging closer to that final appearance, but 20 minutes is a long time. She's been so successful in her career so far. I mean, hasn't dropped below a quarterfinal finish on the Challenger Series ever. But, well, this is harsh to say, but looking for her first win at 14 years old and the talent she possesses just in her pinky finger, you got to think it's going to happen sometime soon. And Nat using priority, or actually, no, second priority here. Just a bit of a hook under the pocket. She's going to look for some more open face here, and now one of the best goofy footers we've had in the draw. The last woman standing on the goofy footer side.
Wow.
That's a big looking end turn. Feels like this swell's really starting to fill in now, Chico. Got that one under priority. It was a frothy wave, but absolutely made the most of it.
Yeah, lovely last turn. I love the timing. I thought she was going to be a bit late, but she got there a bit earlier on that last section and applied a lot of pressure and came out clean of that last section. So I think that most of the score will come from that last maneuver for sure as we see live action.
Yeah, Tia looking here. She's a bit deep on the start. She's going to patiently wait for this one to start to stand up. We know she's got a crazy forehand whip on her. Goes to the rail here. It's a foamy looking section. She would have heard the cheers. Goes down. So a bit of a mistake there from Tia Zabrowski. But I feel like she would have heard the cheers, and I think she's a very, I know she's a very competitive person and probably thought, all right, we'll watch this on this next wave. Unfortunately, that wave selection just letting her down a little bit.
Yeah, when we have more swell in Ribeira, it gets harder and harder to identify what's a good wave looks like. And yeah, with the swell we have on hand and the direction, you cannot really tell what's going to happen down the line. We've said that the whole week, but when the waves get a bit bigger, all of them stand up nicely out the back, and then the ending, kind of the wave decides what's going to happen. But I'm glad to see her not coming back on this one. That last turn was probably the cleanest turn we've seen this heat so far, and where she placed that maneuver was really good. So I think she's going to post a good number for this. She did a bit of a foamy ride at the start, a bit of a carve, waits for it to build up, and she timed it really, really well. This end section was nice. Under the lip snap and on a meaty section outside, look at this section. So hard to navigate through there, and she did such a good job on placing that maneuver with power, control, getting really low on the board, and just showcasing why she's one of the most informed goofies here in Ribeira de Ilhas.
It's actually her first time ever competing here. So been on the Challenger Series for a couple years now, but just hasn't competed here, maybe based on injuries or elected not to come. And she's had an incredible run at this event, considering it's her first time. It's a 4-4 for that last wave of Anat. You can see some signals from the beach. We'll have to get some insight into exactly what that means. But yeah, Anat, this feels like it's a bit of a breakout performance for her. She, prior to this heat, had moved up the rankings 16 spots, more than anyone on the women's side has. So she's in that 11 to 20 bubble right now. With a big result here, we can really see her push up towards that top 10, even that top 7. She currently is out there with priority, looking like a good looking wave here. Can see Tia really wants it, and Nat, she's paddling here, using up her first priority, chasing a 5-6. Love that drop down to the bottom of the wave. Staying patient, not rushing or overdoing anything here. Little bit of bump to work with. Ooh, and decides to get out of there. So there's that uncertainty of what's going to happen down the line here at Ribeira as this swell fields in. Chico, you mentioned at the start of the day, the swell really starts to fill in as the tide does. And it's really rolling in now. It's probably doubled, I'm going to say, or getting close to have doubled from what we saw this morning in these early round heats. And then maybe it's going to take a couple more heats down the beach to watch and learn exactly what this lineup is going to do as the tide fills in.
Yeah, it gets a bit all over the place, and gets a bit trickier because the lineup gets bigger. So there's more waves, wider ones, inside ones, and you cannot catch both with this size. You got to make a plan, and if you want to take the inside ones, you got to stick to that position, because if you go wide, you cannot catch them. And either way, if you want to catch the wide ones and really connect and try to maybe have a huge ending turn, you cannot stay under those ones. So you kind of like need to plan it really well based on where you think the scoring potential is on the wave right now, and identify the biggest section of the wave to attack it, because you don't, with this side, you don't need to surf all the way in. You just need like a massive maneuver, either on inside or on the outside, and you're going to go into the 5s. and 6s. So sometimes you think about Ribeira, you think, oh, it's a long wave. I need to connect all the dots to have a big number, and it's not true. Sometimes you can get like a big turn out the back and you get a big number. So yeah, just trying to then identify that big section is key today.
Yeah, we've seen two really different approaches all throughout the event. Multiple maneuvers score, but also two big turns do. Both of these ladies trying to find down some scores. We got 15 minutes on the clock. Tia Zebrowski is in the lead. Cracking heat coming up next with India Robinson. Let's see how this one pans out right after this short ad break. Many people call it not your average surf comp. We have so many amazing partners down here. JBL, got a skate park going on, EDP and Millennium Bank. We are so lucky to have so many amazing sponsors for this event, and it feels like the crowd has been really enjoying all the different activations. I actually know someone who's been getting amongst it himself, Chico. How's the activation area going?
Lovely. I got a prize for being the best at taking a beer. How do you call it?
Pouring a beer?
Yeah,
Yeah.
I got. Yeah. I'm well known.
Yeah, you are.
By that.
Quite foamy. You like your beers.
Yeah, it's just because of the swell. The swell was coming up. I need it.
Love to run that clip back. That was entertaining. Tia, though, she's given us entertainment, live action right now. Coming through this inside section. Wow, big hit from Tia Zebrowski. She lacked the feeling of that one. We got 12 minutes to answer the question, can Tia go back-to-back finals here at Ericeira? And it feels like she's really starting to find her strides now.
Yeah, that last turn was really impressive. I love the drone angle, but I want to see the front angle as well. She drives around this section, gets a bit of a release there, just start of that wave. Nothing really crazy until now, but this last turn looked really good from the top. Wow, really nice. She always times it so well, and the way she pushes it on the lip makes her turns look so good. The technique is impeccable. Look at the weight transfer there from back foot, front foot, releases the fins. She's just next level.
She is. She really is. Those boards look incredible under her feet. So she's looking to drop a 4-5 to apply a little bit more pressure to a Nat Law, who is sitting out there with first priority. Early indications are saying yes, it will. So it's a 4-8-3. And Nat Law now chasing a 5-9-3. So Chico, you've won a prize for being the best worst beer pourer that Ericeira has seen.
I'm terrible.
Do you get your skateboard out for the JBL skate park?
I'm terrible, but yeah, I can join them. I will join them briefly. You'll see. But I can try to
I'll
drop.
see. I'm looking forward to it.
You want me to try a live drop?
Yeah,
I never
let's
dropped.
do a live drop.
I never did it.
Okay, well maybe not
Maybe
live.
breaking.
Maybe practice a couple times before.
Maybe get on a surf skate school.
Yeah.
And carve it.
You might be in a new career here, Chico.
You want me to see a layback in the ball?
Yeah, let's do it. Mate, you're talking a big game. I'm excited.
Yeah, I can do that for you. Yeah, with the mic on my end. Maybe, yeah, but laybacking, I need to use the backhand. Yeah, I can be with the mic on my end. Yeah. I'll see if I get a surf skate.
All right, bring it on. Bring it on. We've actually got crazy action coming up with Chico by Chico Alves in this JBL skate park. Might get him pouring a beer afterwards. 10
I won't be hearing
minutes
anything
to go.
though. I'll have my headphones on.
Yeah, that's all right.
Block
it out.
I like
Block
to
the
focus,
noise
you know.
out.
You know,
Yeah,
like,
yeah,
I
I
like
hear
to
you.
block the noise
I
out.
hear you.
Have my music on.
Yep, lock it in.
What was your go-to music before competing, Jess? Talking about
I always loved. I can't remember it's called "Remember the Name," the song, and there's a crazy saying in it. I can't remember who it's by now, but the lyrics go: "It's 10% luck, 20% skill, 15% concentrated power
That's
of
50
will,
Cent.
5% pleasure, 50% pain, and 100% reason to remember the name." And it always reminded me
What's
of
that?
like all the different pieces that made the puzzle of being an athlete. And I felt like it made me lock in. No, I don't think it is 50 Cent.
I think it is.
It's not. It's more like a rock and roll band.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I'm just a rock and roll
Oh,
girl.
it's true. Like 20% skill, no, power
It's by
of will.
Fort Minor.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the song. That was always
How
my
come
go-to.
I said 50 Cent?
I'm not sure. Just a bit of a rapper. Rap it if you
No,
want.
maybe it was a remix, I think.
A remix?
Yeah, I think
A
I
Chico
heard
by
one.
Chico Alves remix?
We saw the coach of Anat doing something that I love.
Mhm.
Okay, he was talking about surfing, and then there's finger surfing.
Yeah.
And he said like he was carving with his
your hands.
with his hand.
Yeah.
And that's something that only surfers do, right? There's no other sport where we see someone explaining what's happening with their hands, right?
No, not really. Do skaters do it?
Oh, it would be so hard to do a quick flip with your fingers. How many fingers do you need to move to?
That's a really
you know,
good
it looks
point.
like you're
Yeah.
playing piano
Yeah,
or
yeah.
something. You know, like only surfing, you're drawing a line,
Yeah.
right?
Yep.
With one finger, you're ripping.
Ripping.
Yeah.
Yeah.
With two, on CT.
Yeah. Oh, you can see down here the beach. It's really starting to flare up. It kind of has a festival feel about it. There's so much going on, whether it's the activations or just being down a part of it, right on the shoreline there. Saw a cheeky little scene of Luca Messinas starting to get ready for his semi-final. That's coming up against George Pitter. So two of the smoothest surfers of the event. They're going to battle it out for a spot in the final.
Fun fact, Oakberry is sponsoring the event as
Yeah,
well.
oh, I love Oakberry.
I had one every day.
Oh, Chico. I've had a pastel donata every day.
Okay.
Yeah,
that's,
nice.
That's nice.
Love.
We're just building momentum throughout the week. It's
Yeah,
important.
yeah, we've built to finals day. Yeah, we played our part.
Yeah. Great.
How many pastel donatas do you reckon you've had in your lifetime?
In my life?
Yeah.
Oh. This is not your question, Jess.
No, it is my question.
This is coming way further from someone.
From the stars?
Yeah, the stars know. No, a lot of them. Yeah, a lot of
A
them.
lot. Too many to count.
No, like basically every surf I had in my life, every time I get off the surf, I stop by like these local pastries. And I always have like croissant, my orange juice, and one pastel nata
And
for sure.
Bola de Berlin.
Yeah, Ball Berlin as well. But they fight like all the time in my heart because they've got me, you know, like both of them.
They've
When I
got a
have a
hold on you.
pastel, Ball is looking at me, being a bit like,
Which one do I have?
no, the Ball Berlin is looking at me and she's feeling lonely, you know, like. And then next day I say, don't worry.
I'll have you tomorrow.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay, I feel you.
As we see Yolanda,
Yeah.
the crowd is here for her.
Yeah, it is 100%. Everyone just loves Yolanda Hopkins. This is an event that she wants to win, maybe more than any other event. You know, she's at her home, but she's got a big task in India Robinson, who has a lot of experience at waves like this. You know, Bells Beach is her home break. She's looking really confident. So look at this matchup on the beach. They're not talking to each other. There was no good luck. Let's bring it on. Coming up next in that semi-final number 2.
Did you ever felt intimidated by the energy another athlete had next to you?
Not really. I've always, only if I came up against my sister. That was
Oh,
when
really?
she was like the person I like least liked competing against.
Why?
Because I love her so much.
Oh, okay, got it.
You know, I wanted us both to get through.
I thought you were going to say she was annoying or something, like talking during the eat and stuff
Yeah,
like that.
she used to sing my least favorite song. No, I'm kidding. No, I'm kidding. She did. No, we actually, if my sister and I competed, my dad would go, Jesse, you sit on the lefts, True sit you on the rights, don't talk to each other.
Okay.
Because if not, we wouldn't catch waves, we'd just talk to each other the whole time. But no, I think a lot of these guys know to block it out and not get phased by their competitors. And Nat trying not to get phased by Tia here.
Oosh.
There's a turn, bit under the lip, but comes round, big section. Goes down for a Nat Law. Maybe a bit of nerves getting to her at this point. And you can see a bit of nerves on the beach as well, Chico.
She had a good wave. First turn was all right, and the last one looked big. And the section was, as I said, really hard to navigate through with the backlash. It's getting really hard right now, Jess.
Yeah, Tia looking to build on her scoreline here. Great looking section. That's a big turn from Tia Zebrowski. Straight up again, but goes down. A couple of mistakes made from our surfers here. That was an opportunity missed to really better on that scoreline there from Tia Zebrowski. What went wrong here?
Yeah, I love the fade. She started off winding out speed so she can get a bit more control on that bottom turn. And first turn was massive. Really, the timing was perfect. And then, yeah, she was just a bit late to that second section. But the first turn was the money turn. Look at this. Pango. Just clicks it off the top. And, yeah, she was getting around that section and she had the fall. Same with Anat. A bit late, that one. Behind the lip. And this turn was off timing as well. So it's interesting because this is the first time we see this type of conditions, this event. And athletes are looking completely different from all the other days we had.
Yeah.
And my question to you, Jess, is if we had these waves all event long, this size, would the same surfers that are on finals day be the same? Or you think there's certain surfers that would rise up for sure with conditions like this?
I'd still put Yolanda and India in the semis. I actually think, yeah, we probably would because a lot of these surfers are really adaptable. I feel like right now, just maybe these two surfers not expecting it to change this much. Crazy whistles going on at the beach right now. Something big is going on down there. 3 minutes to go. I still reckon we'd see the same story unfold if it was these surfers. Maybe a dark horse that I'd throw in there if it was like this the whole time would be Noah Clapp. She absolutely belts and thrives in big surf, and she's had big results here when it's been a bit bigger as well, so she would be another surfer I'd probably throw in there.
Jackson Baker?
Oh, Jacko Baker. Oh, we're talking men's as well. Yeah, Jacko Baker. Oscar Berry, he thrives in the bigger stuff as well. Yeah, I'd say them. Cal Robbo. Oh, Cal, when it gets bigger here, is just...
Yeah, he's good.
Beautiful to watch.
He loves it.
Crunch time now in this heat, though. 2 minutes 20. And Nat Law out there with priority, chasing a 5.93. Not a big requirement, Chico. You got to think if it's just a performance from start to finish with a Nat surfing and how technical her backhand is, it's not a big score.
It's not. She needs basically a two-turn wave with a bigger size, and with 1 minute 50 seconds to go, looks like the ocean is a bit quiet now. Yes.
It felt a bit nervous on the beach there from both camps. I think, Joanne Daru, her dad, Callie, Jason Bacret, they were all there. They feeling the tension because they know that the door, it's still open right now. So Nat basically needing a 6 to progress through to her first ever final appearance on the Challenger Series. And Tia hoping these 90 seconds goes really quick. She wants to get back. She wants a win. She wants redemption here from last year. She came second to Sally Fitzgibbons. She's had a 3rd place at Newcastle, a 5th place at Bolito, and a 2nd place at the US Open, losing to Sawyer Lindblad. Dad and siblings on the beach there. 66 seconds right now.
1 minute right now. Yeah, amazing stuff here. A lot of tension. Family is all here. Tia's family. And yeah, hopefully we see Anna get one more opportunity to try to get that 6.
I'd like both of them to get one more opportunity.
Yeah, of course.
I'd love to see them both complete a ride. I feel like we've had a couple of mistakes on those last 2 opportunities, but right now there's a bit of a wave rolling through here. 35 seconds to go. last chance effort here for Anatle Law. Needs a 5.93 and isn't going to milk it. No, I feel like with that long left on the clock and now Tia with priority, yeah, that was a mistake there for Anat. You probably would have tried to just sell it. You can see Cowley making some hand movements on the beach saying, get across, there's some waves coming. 10 seconds to go. Dad's looking a little bit nervous, but it looks like the clock is going to get the better of both of these competitors. The clock is going to wind down before any waves come through. So Tia Zebrowski, she's moving on through to a second ever final here. She has a 100% make rate of getting to the final at this location. I mean, lose Anatle Law, but I mean, what a cool performance from Tia Zebrowski. She's going back-to-back finals here at Ribeira.
Big smile there. Everyone is excited. Tia's in the final, and yeah, as expected. First one is in the final, and now India against Yoli, Yolanda.
Let's see if you can predict the final. That French flag is flying high, because we're going to take a look at what Tia Zebrowski did to get herself into the final. Chico, it was all about this wave here.
Yeah, it was a really hard wave to surf, but I love this last curve. I think most of the score came from this last turn, and it was a really scrappy, in my opinion. Was really hard for both of those surfers, really low numbers overall, but you need to get these hits done as well, and it's not all about making 8s and 9s. And yeah, Tia getting the best of this one. Looked like Anat was coming back with this wave probably, but yeah, Tia just kept improving her numbers. Not massive numbers, but she just kept delivering and trying to improve on her numbers, and she got the better of Anat on this one.
Yeah, potentially saving a little more energy in the tank for the final. That was a really big turn from Tia Zebrowski, and what we're all so used to knowing and loving. So a pretty stoked family on the beach, a lot of love between that French community. And Tia, she's looking stoked. We're going to get to chat to her and see how excited she is to be surfing in the final. But first, we've got to run some ads. We will be back to see who will join her in the final right after this.
The EDP Ericeira Pro is brought to you by EDP, official energy of the EDP Ericeira Pro. By Visit Portugal, Europe's best surf destination. By the Mafra City Council, Ericeira, a world surfing reserve. And by Mayo, official tech partner of the WSL in Portugal.
One finalist already decided for the women's side of the draw. Semi-final heat number 2 of the EDP Ericeira Pro is underway. The local girl, Yolanda Hopkins, Portugal's last hope for a champion here, taking on India Robinson from Australia. And India, she's no stranger to semi-finals here. She got back here in 2023. Looking to go one further, I'm Jessie Starling, joined in the booth by Ben Mondi. We're straight into action, and it was first India Robinson.
Yeah, the Victorian, straight in, nice swooping. She's such a good, powerful surfer. When she connects, she throws so much spray. Bit of body talk there. And as you said, no shortage of semi-finals over her course of career. Not really pushing it thus far. A bit lateral, a little bit slow. A strong start, but she's going to want to improve on that. India, I really enjoyed her heat post-interview yesterday when she broke it down. She's really analytical, really, just lives and breathes professional surfing. She's obviously very intelligent. She studied a lot. So, yeah, I really like the way she approaches surfing. And right now, on the cusp of what could be a very, very massive result in her career. But Yolanda Hopkins, that's a pretty big obstacle, Jess.
Yeah, it is. I mean, Yo-Yo, she's looking so switched on. This is an event that she wants to win more than anything. This and pipe is what her coach John said. And she was up here. She was awake at 4 a.m. She's run a 5K, done a little workout, had a break, then a surf in the dark because she said she likes to rely on her senses rather than her vision. Then surfed a heat, won a quarterfinals, and now is surfing in the semi-finals. What about your day?
Well, I saw her on the run actually.
Oh,
yeah. So because
right.
I did a 10K, she did a 5. So on the way back, she did that at 4, and then I didn't go for the surf because I had to come here and prep for the finals day. But yeah, she's an absolute ball of energy. Never stops. Actually, interesting. I had talked to her. Oh, hold that phone. Yeah, when she was quite young, she had all sorts of asthma issues and all sorts of respiratory issues, and actually had to get on all sorts of steroids and cortisone, which affected her. Like the way almost at one stage she couldn't, didn't think she was going to be able to surf anymore, even recreational. Had issues with weight because of the drugs. Eventually, she met a coach, John, got on the program. Started training really hard. That helped the respiratory system, like a really good cycle. And then she just, and ever since she's just powered on to become one of the greats of Portuguese surfing and potentially the CT. So it's a really, really good story. Pretty harsh upbringing. Didn't have a lot of money. Had to work really hard to get the bus up from the Algarve to where John's surf camp is. So anyway, every step of the way, she's had to battle for it. She's had to earn it. So it's really good to see her. Finally realising her dreams are so close to that CT dream. Not that she deserves it any more than, say, for example, India, but she's had a pretty interesting journey to get here.
Yeah, and I think that's why she's such a remarkable role model as well, because she's faced a lot of adversity and is still so hardworking, so driven, and still so kind. She doesn't expect anything to be given to her or handed to her. She's willing to work for it. And I think that's something that you can really get behind and adore about her. And she's so willing to pass it on as well to anyone who's willing to hear, her advice. And it takes a pretty special type of human to go through everything she's gone through and still keep swinging, And I have a lot of respect for people like that. And Yolanda, she doesn't cry about it, she doesn't throw it in anyone's faces. She just wants to showcase her best surfing, and that's epic, in my opinion. Yeah,
it is. And then, I think 2 years ago, when she was really close to qualifying, I think it was in Brazil, only had to win 1 or 2 heats. Got the news that her father had passed away.
Oh.
Quite suddenly. And so, that she's talking to me, she's going, I was dealing with that. I was doing, really difficult, obviously, to do a lot of sort of stuff. So, yeah, she's always, and she didn't make it that time. But she's sort of now getting that spot 2 on the rankings before coming to this event. This is another massive result.
Yeah.
So she's kind of getting really, really close, isn't she?
Yeah, she's looking good. Number 2 on the rankings right now. Number 1 on the rankings, though, just won semi-final heat number 1. She's down in the glass with Claudia Pinto.
That's right. We have the not-so-grom Tia Zabrowski in the finals. Tia, you're navigating every section of Ribeira with so much control and so much power. How does it feel to be in the finals?
It feels so great. Second time to be in the final this year. I started the year pretty good, so I'm happy to be in the final again. I hope hope I can do better than in the US Open. Yeah, the wave was really, really hard. It was all bumpy, so it was hard to control my board and do good turns, but I managed to pass my heat. I'm a bit mad because I did only a 5 and a 4, but it's the contest, you know, it's surfing, so it's all good.
You must be so proud of yourself. Now, quick question. Is Osagor and Tahiti the recipe for success?
I don't know. The mix of the two of them is completely different. You know, hot water, beautiful waves, and cold water, pretty hard waves, more power. But yeah, I guess the Tahiti and France got me stronger, and I don't know, it got me better in both, so yeah.
A few words in French.
Coucou tout le monde, je suis en finale, je suis super contente. Merci à tout le monde qui me regarde, et puis voilà.
Let's see who's going to join Tia in the finals. Back to the action.
Would you not be absolutely terrified to see that you've got Tia in your heat? She's so good.
She's really, really good. I was just saying to Joe Macedo when we were talking about Tia, like, look, it's hard not to overhype, and you don't want to get put too much pressure on her shoulders, but I just can see her, like, gunning for a world title next year. I think she's almost at level of the Mollies. You know, I know it's a big step and it's a big take, but her level is at that, and she's 14. If it's not next year, it might be the year after, but I can see her being a contender pretty quick. It's incredible. So, yeah, if you're up against Tia Zabrowski, it's going to be either India or Yolanda. Yeah, they're going to have to put on an incredible performance to take her out. She wasn't even happy with that, was she? She's like, wasn't happy with the 5 and the 5, you know. So, always want to improve. Yeah, incredible talent. It's great to see it sort of unspool in front of our eyes.
24 on the clock. So first wave scores locked in. 5-5 for India, 2-8-3 for Yo-Yo. We've seen a really similar story unfold in every single heat this morning. One person identifying a great wave at the start of the heat, getting some scores on the board, and then one person fighting back. We haven't really seen too many changes in the leaderboard. Once someone's in that first place position, we haven't seen a lot of people fight back for that number one. So Yo-Yo looking to get a better wave here. Held her bottom turn. Bit soft on the carb, but big energy on that end turn there. John, he's happy about it. He's really happy about it. Knew she needed something strong on that end station turn, and she really didn't hold back there.
Massive turn. She's always got that in locker. Hopkins, one big turn. Got herself out of a lot of trouble over the years with this type of surfing where the wave wasn't actually that good, but it had one big section, and she went for it. Really clean finish, nice close-out re-entry. This will have a better angle in terms of the technique. It's a big section, hits the lip, floats down with control, big turn. That's one of her USPs. And yeah, she really, really maximised that wave, given that she didn't have priority, and it wasn't a Wally one.
USP?
Unique selling point.
I love that. I really do love that. I'm going to start using it.
You can. I didn't invent it, but yeah, you can. You take it, Jess.
I'll take it.
You take that, and you run with it.
USP. That's just really great stuff. So she's going to answer back, probably go to the lead here. So she's going to be that first person in competition today who's going to shake it up a little bit, give us a back and forth matchup. So scores locking in just for that one turn, a 5.1. Had a lot of criticalness about it, had a lot of risk in that single manoeuvre. And so back up with that 283, and we know Yolanda, she's going to want to drop that relatively quickly. I feel like that beach, it's really starting to fill up, and a lot of people down here, especially for Yolanda.
Yeah, the Portuguese surf fans, really knowledgeable crowd. They love their Portuguese local surfers. She's the last one left in the event. They come down to support us. Sunday's a big day, big family day, big beach day in Portugal. And the crew piling in and supporting there. There's the beach, there's the scenes. Pretty packed. Really, really enjoying the pump in the swell. And yeah, they're all going for Yo, except for the Aussies, of course. The India Robinson fan club will be down there. But yeah, the Portuguese are loving it and ready for a big afternoon of high quality surfing.
Now, good news is Chico said that he's going to do a cross and do his first ever drop-in on the JBL skate ramp. So we've got that to look forward to this afternoon, as well as finals. We're going to crown some champions today as well. We're going to take a look at the leaderboard. Once today's rounded out, there's been a massive shake-up already since we first got here. Neither the top 7 or the top 10 looks the same in comparison to when we first got here. So just showing how vital this event really is, especially going into the back half of the season. We go straight into Brazil. If you get back-to-back good results here and there, you're looking pretty solid going into the last two. Thinking about pipe, it's a really big standout Challenger Series event. Someone like Yolanda, we know she's not scared. We'll get back to that in a second. Big swoop to start this wave off for Yo-Yo. There's the second one. And now we got some room to work with. That's the bowling section. She's going to jump out of there before those rocks. That tide really starting to fill in now. So Yolanda backing up her 5-1. What do you like about it, Mondi?
You know, I didn't like a lot of that wave, to be honest, if I'm going to be brutally honest. I think Yolanda Hopkins left some points on that wave. She was a little bit tentative, considering what she can do. So, yeah, I think Yo, you know, trying to back up a small score, but she's going to do better than that. She's going to beat India Robinson, so I think she can get back out, reconvene, reset. Talking about that pipe finish, probably, except for the Hawaiians on the Challenger Series, I don't think probably there's that many that have done as much time out there as Yolanda. She always, when she goes to Hawaii, she spends a lot of time at pipe getting the feel of it, so that's probably one of the ways she's really identifying as a potential, you know, a spot where her surfing will do well. Whereas I think some of the other surfers in the field will be like a bit nervous, a bit you know, apprehensive. It's the heaviest wave in the world, obviously, so you're going to be nervous. But yeah, so it's interesting to see Yo. She probably want to have it locked up by then, but really interesting that she's going to Hawaii and she'll be dangerous. Yeah, let's look this wave. I'll see if I'm being... By your face, Jess, you thought I was a bit harsh then. I sort of...
No, I love
like
the honesty. I really do.
I don't know, I felt... Just that turn, she sort of clicked and it was a little bit soft, and she pulled out 3.5. Judges agreed with me, not for the first time, and she's back out there, just slowly trying to inch up to get a lead, and she's just chipping away at the moment.
No, I agreed. I liked the wave. I actually saw it coming around that score. Okay, when I mentally scored it, I actually got it perfect as well. So, you know.
The thing about it in a monologue, I can't really hear it. It's not on the record.
Yeah, well, you were talking, so.
Yeah. That's my inner monologue. I'd say it out loud. It's an outer monologue.
But no, going back to the pipe, you'd have to think that for someone like Yolanda already having reps there, already having confidence there, that's a big leg up already. And because it's 4-man heats at Pipeline, you'd have to think you just got to throw yourself over, and you could probably find opportunities under people's priority who are probably a little bit nervous there, and that'll play into someone like Yolanda's favour.
Absolutely, yep. She'll relish that. It's just a challenge as well, you know. She likes a challenge. She likes to test herself. It's a little bit off in the future, though. She's still now just waiting on that 5.10. It's not going to be enough, you think, if she wants to beat India's score. But India's been patient now, Jess. You want to get caught in that position where you wait a little bit too long, get out of rhythm with the sets and the waves, and she'll be just starting to get a little bit nervous. Semi-final, next wave's really important.
Let's talk about people this morning who have sat and waited and it didn't pan out for. So, yeah, India definitely want to be careful. Luke Thompson, Alyssa Spencer, Sanoa Olin. They were never... It has not been a strategy today that's paid off, you know. We've needed a lot of people to just catch more waves, stay busy, and I feel like Yolanda, she's surfing herself into rhythm in this heat right now. She's on the inside having a paddle here. Can't get on, so we can see that tide wreaking a little bit of havoc here. It's forcing our surfers to really stay active, figure out the lineups. So we're going to have a break and see if our surfers can do exactly that. Yolanda Hopkins, 16 minutes. She's currently winning this one. See if she can hold on to it right after this. We heard some big cheers going down during that break. Felt like something pretty special was going down. It looks like Yolanda Hopkins has a score coming her way. Right now, India on the answer back. Bigger looking wave here. Great looking first section. Carves into it. A lot of bump to deal with. Needs to regain her speed. Up into the pocket here. Quick whip from India. And a big vertical hit. That's a good looking wave. 3 turns. Duffy absolutely loves it. So does Lobby in the background. Come on, Duffy says. Come on, Mondi.
That's the biggest wave of the event. And it was ridden really, really, really well. 3 turns. Look at this size of it. It's double overhead. I mean, look, the Bells comparison, it's a bit cliche, but let's use it.
Yeah.
This India comes around this corner, this one. Bit of violence, bit of aggression, needed a finish. Never looked like not making it and rode it out. Big wave, 3 turns, surfed very well. She's back in the game, but hold the phone because before that wave war on the break, Yolanda also got a nice, not as big, but a lot cleaner wave. There's a big turn. She rides out and gives us the claim. She loves a big finish, does Hopkins, slams it. And then watch this cascading foam, just disappears in the Niagara Falls and just rides out. And look at her stance on it. Loves it. So yeah, we are go. We have got 2 really, really good heats. Portuguese, loving life. So it's going to be very, very tight now. And with 30 minutes on the clock, this semi-final has come alive.
Yeah, judges deeming that the best wave of the heat so far. It's a 6.83 for pretty much 1 big turn on a set wave. Interesting to see where India's goes. It's 3 turns on a set wave. She gave us a bit more variety there. Personally, I preferred India's. I saw it being the best wave of the heat. I have been wrong multiple times, not this time. 7.33 takes her to the lead. That is the best wave of the heat so far. Yolanda having a look here, needs a 6.01. She's going to have a quick in and out on this wave. How about that, though? We finally got a bit of an exchange going down. These 2 ladies said, all right, you want to see a back and forth battle, we'll give it to you. And a 7.33, best wave of the heat so far.
Ah, it's your ding-dong. It's your ding-dong battle.
It's your ding-dong battle.
And once Yolanda up to game, India wouldn't have seen that wave, but she knew she got a good one. And then Robinson just came with a set. She waited a long time. We talked about, is the patience the way forward? Well, in this particular instance, it kind of was. But Yo is not wasting any time. Looks like that one can't make it. So Robinson, patience, and then crucially, she made it count.
Feels like that high tide may be wreaking a little bit of havoc right now. We've seen Yolanda paddle for multiple waves and not quite get on. So you can really see that tide. It's starting to fill in. I've never seen tides this big before. We had a 0.7 metre low tide and we're going to have a 3 metre high tide. So there's a big distance in between those. A lot of water to fill in. So conditions should drastically change, right, in between this low and high tide?
Yeah, that's the factor of the European setups here. The coefficient, especially we started off early on in the event window. The tides are pretty small. The coefficients have been increasing throughout the week, and as you said, now 3 metres vertical of water goes up and down, especially on this reef, which is quite sort of shallow. So yeah, it makes a big difference. It just, the high tide, even with this new swell, just gets a bit lully, less opportunity. So it is a factor. I think as ever around this reef, mid tide's always the optimum. That's where we try and get the best wave. So, but tell you what, the scores on the doors, 7.33 and 5, 6s and 5. So far the tide has been okay. And these surfers really, really dealing with it quite well. Been quite adaptable and absolutely hammering those end sections.
So
you a high tide kind of a gal or a low tide kind of a gal?
I was always raised on mid tide was the best.
Raised on mid tide.
At home. Mid tide going high was always the best back at home.
Right.
But then I move up the coast and randomly high tide's really good, where that was always bad growing up.
Yeah,
in
Nara's
Sydney.
low tide, right?
Low to mid going high. Like all day it's good.
Okay, so you like low tide, you like high tide, and you like mid tide. It kind of sums up your positive attitude there, Jess.
Yep.
Just glass always full.
Glass always full. Always.
Yeah.
It has to be.
It has to be.
Someone's got to do it.
Someone's got to be that person. I'm glad it's you.
10 minutes to go in this one. Yolanda, she's a glass half full type of person as well, chasing a 6.01. Got a 6.83 for one turn. So essentially, all it's going to take is one last turn for her to try and win this heat. Has priority over India Robinson. You can see how big this playing field's getting with this incoming swell. It feels like there's multiple takeoff spots, multiple ways to get scores right now. And these ladies just need to identify what the best way is to do it. So India, she can see she's paddling herself up the point right now. Mondi, if you're surfing a heat, you know, you're out here, the tide's high, the swell's incoming. What bank do you prefer, that outer bank or this more inside bowly one?
I mean, if you were to crunch the numbers of the waves ridden at this event over the decades or last decade, I think that inside kind of spot is where you would probably get the biggest statistical return. So, yeah, I think that's that. There's a few little boils that show up, and that's where, you know, it's not a steep wave, but that is the steepest part of the reef. So, yeah, I think if you've got priority, there's no need to go up the point. It's usually a bit of a, you know, you're behind the 8 ball, or you're trying to force issue if you paddle up the line. It does work every now and again, and sometimes the risk does get rewards. But yeah, I think you stick to guns. Hopkins with priority, she would know exactly where to sit, and she's going to wait now, trying to get a 6.01.
Yeah, we've essentially seen Australians be pretty dominant here over the years. Macy Callahan, Sally Fitzgibbons, but actually the first ever winner here back in 1990 when it was a championship tour event was Pam Burridge. Got the win over Pauline Mensah.
Look, keep talking, Jess. Just keep talking about Pam Burridge. Because not only is she a great surfer, I've had the privilege of being compared to her in my surfing style.
Wow.
And it doesn't get any more higher accolade than that.
Wow.
And when I get my Burridge on, I'll tell you what, it is electric. It's electric, Jess. And I just think if I could be 1/10 the surfer that Pam is, I'm done. I'm happy.
Get your Burridge on.
1990.
Yep, we had run a CT here, 1989, the men ran, and it was Rob Bain who took it out in 1989 when it was a championship tour event.
This is
1990, Tom
Curran
Curran won here as well. Silky smooth lines of Tom Curran. And then the more recent, Luana Silva, Macy Callahan, Alyssa Spencer, Sally Fitzgibbons.
Gabby Medina.
Gabby Medina.
He's one here.
We're going to have a new champion this year. On the women's side, we're going to add a different name. I feel like that's exciting when you add a different name to the winners list each year.
Yeah, absolutely. Time moves on, and we're going to see Tia Zabrowski already in the final. Who's going to join her? Well, that's the question we're going to get answered the next 7 minutes. Hopkins chasing a 6, and what a win it would be here to win in Portugal. Would be huge, but right now she's got bigger issues. She looks like she's putting for this one, Jess.
Yeah, here we go. Whitewater takeoff here for Yo-Yo. There's a lot of water going on. Needs to navigate this bounce here, try and find herself a vertical section. It goes a little flat on her, so she's relying on calves. Now it starts to build on this inside section. Puts it up for a nice finishing turn there. Ooh, just gets out before the rocks. John likes it. Still looking a little bit nervous there.
Yeah, I think.
Wow.
Wow.
Wow. Look at where she is right now. Oh my gosh. Wow,
Yeah.
Yo-Yo, you know what? She's probably the least scared person I've ever met.
She's not even factoring into it. She's just all about the event. Everything else, pain, mental worry, doesn't even cross her mind. She just wants to get the score. And I don't think she got it on this wave. A late takeoff. And then it just got really warm with this high tide, which you're talking about, Jess. You can see it there with the water and the bumps and the lumps. And then she had to do a big finish. She winds up. She goes here and hits it, but even that was a little bit late. It wasn't off the lip. And then she just launched out of that and just missed the rocks. Looks, lands on it, picks the board up. And she seems to be okay. Those feet look all right. It's all about trying to get back out there and seeing if she's going to get that score. It was a 4.43, so it wasn't enough. She has to motor back out there and try and get another one.
That was commitment. That was maybe the most commitment I've seen this event. Jumped out quickly before the white water and then it just landed ever so perfectly on that rock on her feet. It was actually quite graceful to watch.
It was elegant. If jumping from an 8-foot wave onto a hard rock can ever be considered elegant. She managed to didn't skip a beat, did she? Straight back out there, straight on the board now, back out there. You do have the option of jet ski assist. I think you have to paddle all the way over. She's decided it's quicker and easier just to paddle back out. She didn't get the score. Now she's under the pump. 4.5 minutes to go to try and chase that 6.
Yeah, you can see she's absolutely marching back out there. 6:01, it's really nothing for someone of her caliber. She's going to put it on the line. We know that for a fact. She's not scared of those rocks on the inside and giving us a big end section turn. So India needs to be careful here. There's just over 4 minutes to go. Yolanda wants this more than anyone probably. Wants this win at home. The crowd's on the beach. Everyone is down here supporting her. Right now, India holding her dreams in one hand.
Yeah, she's close to it. But she's got an obstacle here in the shape of India Robson. She's been the patient one. Only got 2 waves ridden, Jess, in the whole heat. So with 3.5 minutes on the clock, the patience game hasn't always worked. In this particular instance, it's working right now. She's out there just trying to improve on that 5.5. It's going to be pretty tight here. And hopefully each surfer will get one more opportunity. And we can see, may the best wave win.
It sounds like we got some updates going on out and about right now. Claudia down there with Miguel Fortrez.
That's right, here at the beach. The crowd is having a great time with seeing the Portuguese surfer possibly being on the final, fighting for her place. The tide's bringing a lot of energy, but we have a quick update and I have the right person here to tell us all about it.
Yeah, we're going to be on hold because the tide will be high at 2 o'clock. The waves are here, but the tide it's a bit too high, it's a bit bumpy and a bit of backwash. So we're going to wait for the tide going out and the waves will improve and will be really good for the finals.
Thank you so much. We'll be back after this heat.
Yeah, so we are going to go on a brief hold. So there's the call. We've been talking about this high tide, kind of factoring in how hard it is to get onto the waves and how quickly they come into those rocks. We're going to go on a hold. How's the emotions feeling, Mondi?
Well, look, I trust Miguel Fortrez with my life.
Same.
But is it a coincidence it's around the VIP lunchtime that we go on hold? I mean, I'm kind of thinking that it's a strange coinky-dinky. And, you know, I'm not saying he hasn't got surfing in the best interest at heart. Yeah, no, he's made a good call. The high tide, there's less waves and Hopkins battling away.
Wow, scratches onto this one. Just showcasing how hard it is to get onto these waves. Goes up on that second section. So Yo-Yo getting 2 turns in. Needs a 6:01. Initial thoughts, Mondi?
No.
Yeah, I'm on that same boat.
Even Yo, you can kind of tell she knows in her heart. She kept cracking away. She hasn't got 90 seconds to get back out there. She's going to come in. So I think that wave was pretty similar to the last one, which just came in at a 4. So, yeah, I don't think it's going to be the score. And unfortunately for the Portuguese surfer, who has surfed so well, another massive result. Still loads of points, but not the win, which he identified pretty early on. Checking some of the scars. Gets, you know, a bit of a hug from her mates there. But India Robinson, 2 waves. That's all you need sometimes.
That's all you need. Not sometimes, all the time.
Yeah.
2 waves.
Yeah. 2 best waves count, and she only got 2. They were both really good. That 7.33, as I said, one of the biggest waves of the whole event. Absolutely smashed every section. Now she can just relax. She's out there on her own. What do you do here?
Chill out, sis.
No need to, crease the board or worry about it. And you can hear the Aussies. They're pretty stoked. Here she goes, the victory lap.
Yeah, as Stace would call it, this is a perso wave. So takes it through with just one big hammer. She's going to avoid the rocks completely and come in. And we're going to have no surfers out there for 30 seconds. You can see Duffy, he's stoked there. Ellie Harrison, Scruff, Sophie McCulloch in the background. They're all stoked for her. And so we're going to go on a hole after this. We're going to have a brief post-show just to wrap up with the action that's gone down this morning. After that, are you going to go get your burridge on?
Yeah.
And go surfing?
Yeah. Mate, I've always got my burridge on. Never goes. Yeah. Just going to go out there and just...
I really look forward to seeing this.
Oh, it's electric.
Yeah, India. Wow. Finals appearance here. She'll be coming up against Tia Zabrowski, and look at this sportsmanship.
Look at the smile on her. Look at that. That's great to see. She's lost the heat, but she's still so stoked. The support from the crowd. And there's winners are grinners. Losers can please themselves, as Cole Mundy used to say, and you can see what it means to him. Look at the smile. Look at the satisfaction.
Yeah, India, she's feeling good, but you can see she's saying, keep your energy down. There's still one last heat to go. Looking forward to seeing her in the finals. We're going on hold, but don't go anywhere. We have a post show coming up right after this. We set our expectations high for finals day, and so far they've been met. But every time we come to Europe, you know, we've got these big tides here, and so we've got to monitor them, and that's exactly what our contest directors have done. And we're going to go on a brief hold, but it's been a very exciting morning, I feel like. Is it panned out the way you thought it's going to go?
Pretty much, yeah. I think we've seen...
No, not at all, from my point of view.
All right, what?
Hopkins.
I
just couldn't see who was going to stop her. I'm really surprised, a bit gutted how that went down. She's just so unlucky, and I've seen this happen a few times, and it hurts.
I know you love her a lot, but unfortunately, she's not going to be in the final. But semi-final, it's a keeper result. Someone who we are going to see into the final, it's India Robinson. She's down on the glass with Claudia Pinto.
That's right. We have India Robinson in the finals. India, you worked so much for this. How do you feel?
Yeah, I'm so stoked. I've definitely been putting in the work over the last year, and I feel like at the start of this season, momentum wasn't really falling my way, and yeah, it was hard not to let that affect me, but I had good people in my corner kind of just telling me, hey, like, it's coming, your surfing's there, just you have to find that bit of momentum, and then you won't be, like, you'll be unstoppable. And I feel like this event, I've just found that, and I feel like I've clicked with the ocean, and I'm not in my head as much, I'm just kind of like flowing and going through the motions, and yeah, it feels really good.
Going against the last Portuguese surfer in this comp was something you had in your mind while you're surfing?
Yeah, I mean, I know Yolanda's such a good surfer and she's such a good competitor, and having the whole crowd behind her and that energy, I knew that she'd feed off that. So I just was grounding myself, and I wasn't getting wrapped up in what she was doing. I was focusing on my game, and yeah, I think we had different approaches, and I mean, she fought till the end, and yeah, I'm glad that it kind of went my way in that one.
Good luck for the finals. Congrats.
Thank you. Hi, fam.
The finals have been set for the women's side of the draw. It is Tia Zabrowski taking on India Robinson. Look at this activation area. I know Shiko is going to be getting amongst that during this on-hold bit. Mondi, you getting on that skate ramp?
Yeah, I've been on there a bit.
Yeah.
Sort of showing the grums.
I've heard the rumours.
Yeah, just dropping in. Yeah, the rumours of Shiko Alves dropping on the JBL skate ramp. As I said to Paul, I got a bit emotional about JBL the other day, didn't I, Paul? It's a soundtrack to my life. That's brought a lot of music into my world, and I'm a massive fan. And I'm an incredible skater as well, so it all works out for me.
Looking forward to this on hold, just especially for that. Something I've really enjoyed this morning, though, it's the women's semi-finals. We had semi-final number 1, and Paul, you loved it. We know you did.
Yeah, I mean, you feel heading into a heat, you've always got an idea how the form's going to go. You look at past performances and you just think kind of momentum and energy, but it just feels like there's something already written in the stars, doesn't it? Destiny, and we're seeing it crystallise here in Portugal once again this year. She made the final last year as a wild card. She's here dominating the rankings this year. It's very hard to see how anyone could possibly stop her. And Nat Leilua has been great value. She actually didn't have a very good heat out here today. You'll get that sometimes. She had a slow one. She had one good opportunity and made a mistake and fell. And then Tia is not going to let you make too many mistakes. So an air of inevitability in a way, but I'm just really impressed with both of these two. I just think this story that we're seeing being written by Tia, I'm just looking forward to it unfold and wonder where it's going to go all the way, I think. All the way to the very top.
I'll tell you where it's going to go, Paul. It's going to go to a world title. I think that's my prediction, and I don't think it's going to be very far away. I think we could see her potentially before she even hits the 20s as a teenager. She's 14 now. If this improvement keeps going and the acceleration in her development, she's going to be a world title contender pretty shortly.
And Paul, I know this one hurt your heart a little bit with Yolanda getting knocked, but India Robinson, she was just looking pretty strong in this heat, saying how she's found her flow right now. This is the flow we're talking about.
Yeah, I mean, we talk about all sorts of things. We sort of bolt narratives on retrospectively. Sometimes it's all about just catching two waves in the heat. That's it, really. It doesn't matter about any of the other stuff, routines, where your head's at. It's just surfing two waves in its simplest form. I mean, she did exactly that. I think she caught a wave in. The Perso wave at the end was the third wave, but two good waves, didn't make any mistakes. She didn't really need to. Yo was struggling a bit. India just found full flow. I mean, this put her in a strong position, set herself up here. And then Yolanda, you know she's going to battle, you know she's going to plug away. But each time she stood up after this initial section, I mean, this is a great turn, but she needed more of that down the line to kind of keep up with the scoring. And she's always coming off just slightly second best. The crowd loved it, of course. They're really behind her, and it's a brilliant story, her continued rise here in Portugal. But a massive wave came through for India Robinson, and she just tore into it. And really good value for a spot in the final. It should be a tough final for her, but she'll be backing herself, and the Aussies will be absolutely backing her too.
Yeah, Mondi, who are you backing for the final?
Zabrowski.
Okay.
I think India is surfing incredibly well, and she'll bring her A game. But I just don't think the form and that extra level. I think Tia, if she gets 2 waves of equal sort of quality, I think she'll win.
She's a pretty easy surfer to back. I'm going to go against the grain, and I'm going to go with India. I want to see her take the victory here. It's been a pretty cool finals matchup between the quarters all the way through to this final here. I know you're both backing Tia, but it's pretty cool to see that she's got a 100% make rate here of getting to the final.
Yeah, absolutely, and it's a really good story. India, as she just said, she hasn't had much momentum throughout the year. She started away, she's worked hard, and now it's all coming to fruition, and she's out of her head, she's going with the flow, and she's going to be dangerous for sure.
Does seem to be a little bit of a feature of the Challengers Series. It doesn't, it is a season of events, but they can be kind of misjointed. I know we're going back to back and heading over to Brazil after this, but each event is this kind of its own animal in a way, and you can have a shocker of a season, show up in Portugal, rip, and go all the way to the final. It's great to see. Yeah,
it's definitely a pivotal event. We've done a lot of damage on the women's side. We know what the final is for the women's. We got a men's final to decide still. Semi-finals are coming up, and they look really good. They look really good, actually, especially semi-final number 1. Paul, take me through your thoughts of these semis coming up.
Yeah, I mean, it's the smooth operators, isn't it, in the first one, Pitar and Messina. And we were sort of gushing earlier, really, about Luca and the fact that this wave doesn't seem to be able to kind of wobble his surfboard. He's just cutting that water. Looks incredible. George as well has looked great. I feel like he hasn't shown us his best, so that's peaking really nicely. And then by contrast, over in the other one, I mean, Cowley just looked unbelievable. Powerful, not just like what he's doing in the water, but just his overall aura is pretty solid, isn't it? I mean, he's got a big crew with him. He's got loads of swag. He's got gold stickers on his board, but he's coming up against someone, Eli, who's, a little bit mysterious energy with him, a little bit of bedevilment about him as well. He's got amazing X factor and pop. It's going to be an interesting one.
That's a good point, Paul. The X factor of Hanneman, he can do explosive things, unpredictable things, and all those other surfers have that in their locker to a degree, but not to the surprise element that Hanneman can do. So, it's really impressed, especially in these long point breaks, has been managed to even bring that into this wave.
He's always got the chance to go excellent without priority on a closeout, basically. There's not loads of people left in the draw. There aren't many surfers, but he'd definitely be one that would stand out, have the ability to do that.
We've got a call. We're on hold. We're going to come back at 3 p.m. for a potential start at 3:30. I know Mondi's going to go get his barrage on. Paul, we never really know what you're going to get up to, but we're going to leave that up to then. We're going to leave you guys with
I do, but we'll save it for off air.
Yeah. We're going to leave you guys with the WSL Fiji Finals TV show, and we'll be back to round out Finals Day very soon.
The 2025 WSL Championship Tour season will be remembered for quality waves and groundbreaking performances.
Setting that rail, and she guns her way out of a beauty. Oh my goodness. In the tube and comes out.
And then you go to Cloud Break to have everything on the line in one day at a world-class venue in Paradise.
Cloud Break for finals is insane. You have to be committed. There's no hesitation. It demands pure surfing.
Beating multiple sections. Yago on the wind-up, smooth, attacking the carve.
With WSL Finals, there's no hiding from your biggest rival. If you want that crown, you've got to take down the best.
That was insane!
You're one heat away from a world title. The #1 seeds are nervous as hell.
Fear of failure and the desire to win.
Losing the final event after leading the season, it was heartbreaking.
There's a lot of pressure. If you say you don't fear the failure, you're lying.
I want to win, and I really mean that, and it's scary that may not happen.
The best field we've ever had, locked on this island. There's nowhere to hide. It's going to be on.
These athletes have been working so hard. Then the carrot at the end is just this beautiful trip to Fiji.
We're back.
You know, what's great about our number one seeds coming into the Lexus WSL finals is the highlight reels that they put together. Iago Dora and Molly Picklum, you really could put together a movie part with what they've done out there in the water this year.
Well, world champions have world champion moments.
Winning the regular season, coming into the finals, and having the chance of losing everything that I built this whole season. I feared that happening, but instead of thinking that I have something to lose, I'm thinking that I have something to gain here, you know. It's the world title on the line. It's everything I dreamed of.
This Final Five is an extremely exciting group of women.
Betty Lou goes big at Burley, takes her very first championship tour win.
Betty Lou in 5th place, Caroline 4th. In 3rd position, you got Katie Simmers, then Gabby Bryan and Molly Picklum in the number 1 spot. Molly has earned that place with groundbreaking performances, also amazing resilience this year. She knifes it harder than anyone, and this is a wave that actually demands complete commitment, and Molly has it in spades.
On the men's side, it's a classy group of surfers. So coming in at the number 5 seed, we have a world champ, Italo Ferreira. Number 4 seed, Jack Robinson. At number 3, Griffin Colapinto. The number 2 seed's Jordy Smith. And world number 1 is Iago Dora.
Iago Dora is everyone's new favourite surfer. He was carving out a career as a free surfer for himself while all his contemporaries on tour were just starting their journeys. And it took him a while to sort of flick into competitive mode. It kind of afforded him some time to work on a very unique approach.
The guy can land big airs, he's good in the barrel, smooth like Jerry Lopez. The biggest mountain is he's never been here before.
This is the day that we've been waiting for.
Wow, look at this morning. What?
Good morning. How pretty is that? Oh my God, it's amazing.
Waiting for a potential world title showdown today.
This whole year has amounted to this moment.
We're on, boys. It's starting at 8:30.
Oh, yes! Bring it on! How good? Game on.
I'm pretty excited. It's all about to happen right now.
We'll have Jack Robinson in that first title match with Italo Ferreira.
Italo versus Jack is the ultimate kickoff to this WSL finals day.
Start of the season, Final Five's a cloud break. All you thought about was Jack Robinson. I'm also excited to see if Italo can rampage again.
Jack Robinson is supernatural when it comes to tube riding. He just sees it all in slow motion, and I think it's because he has this incredible ability to be so in the moment. Woo! The Vortex Shaman.
Italo comes in as 5th seed, and he has already shown us he can surf his way from 5th seed into a title showdown.
He's been doing it at lowers, finishing runner-up twice in this format. He's going to give us everything he's got.
They're not scared to engage in the heat of battle. They have gone elbow to elbow in the past. It's going to depend on the size of the surf. If we don't get maxing cloud break, then I think the advantage does swing a little bit towards Italo. It is a match-up for the ages, and what a way to fire things up.
Men's match number 1 with 2 of the elite surfers in the world.
Jack Robinson versus Italo Ferreira. The high energy approach of Italo Ferreira with the more laid back Zen-like approach of Jack Robinson.
Italo Ferreira, this is under the priority of Jack Robinson. Looks for the ramp, and that's what he's been doing. Puts it down and just reverts out of that.
And he's up again.
Big giant alley-oop, lands it on the roof, combos it up with a lip line floater there.
Fights for an exit.
Silky smooth on the landing from Italo Ferreira. He's just so clutch in these moments. Live action of Jack.
Delayed takeoff for Robinson up the reef. Hung up on that first turn, and wheels are falling off right now for Jack Robinson.
I'm actually a little flabbergasted here. This is so uncharacteristic for Jack. He is rattled at the moment.
He sure is. And gets caught up and goes down. Something has ruffled the energy of Jack Robinson in this heat. Back to live action here. Cloud break, Italo Ferreira pulling into the barrel. Finds his way out in the lead over Jack Robinson in men's match number 1. And Italo continues his assault. He's been surfing under the priority the whole time. He has the lead, and he's put Jack Robinson in a corner. Looking dangerous, the 2019 world champ, Italo Ferreira. It's going to be Italo Ferreira advancing on into match number 2, where Ferreira will be meeting Griffin Colapinto.
But this is going to be a tough battle up against Griffin Colapinto. These guys have got some history.
Griffin Colapinto is building towards a maiden world title.
Italo needs something spectacular here, and that's a start.
He came into the final 5, I think, as the real danger man. Griffin Colapinto is building towards a maiden world title. We know that. But when he started 2025, we were just thinking, oh my God, it's not a world title year, and he'll be lucky if he survives the cut.
Griffin Colapinto right now is having one of the worst starts of his career.
Not enough.
Close heat though, and Griffin surfed great.
Going into the event down at Bells Beach, he found himself in 26th position.
The last few events have just like broken me open emotionally.
It was something we'd never been through with Griff, so it was like kind of really fun to see how patient we could stay. And you know, it's fun to be the hunter.
Drives up into a chunky section, and it's a huge statement laid down.
He just started pulling off those Griff-type miracles.
Full rotation and a perfect landing for Griff. Colapinto ducks under in the tube and comes out.
Wow! What? Everything to lead to that point right there, that moment, it's all worth it. So I'm super grateful.
And after that, it was just a highlight reel every time he hit the water.
Full command, blasting the tail free.
8.93! Griffin Colapinto takes the win.
And he's going for big airs again.
Griffin Colapinto bringing the heat.
Sometimes I feel like, you know, it's how you react to the adversity that makes the difference. You know, just being super grateful for the way life works, and it's happening.
Your runner-up, Griffin Colapinto.
Yeah, I just put in so much preparation and hard work with everything on the line. You know, there's a big hump to get over, and all that preparation just showed on this day, so super grateful.
Congrats, Griffin. Enjoy the moment. And we'll see him at Cloud Break to try to compete for a world title.
He came into the final 5, I think, as the real danger man.
Here we are at the Lexus WSL Finals. Number 3 seed, Griffin Colapinto, coming up against the number 5 seed, Italo Ferreira.
Go, boss, you're on. Full speed.
We saw Italo Ferreira getting through the first of the men's exchanges, but this is going to be a tough battle up against Griffin Colapinto. These guys have got some history.
Opening wave of match number 2. Colapinto smooth off the bottom, hacks it off the top. Nice opening turn, sets up for a blazing second turn. Power as well as flexibility on display for Griffin Colapinto.
Beautiful performance on this first wave.
Griffin Colapinto goes excellent, 8-point ride and the lead. Opportunity shifting to Italo Ferreira with priority.
Italo has had so much momentum up to this point.
Italo needs something spectacular here, and that's a start. Smaller wave, and we've seen this routine before.
perhaps a little forced.
Yeah. Here goes Ferreira. Under priority. Needs something big. In between two mines, looking for that ramp. Chucks it out into the flat. There's a beautiful air, but there's a lot of downtime at the beginning of that wave.
There was a lot of downtime. Griffin's been able to defuse the energy of Italo Ferreira.
Colapinto wants to be on the offense here. Throws the fins a couple times on some backhand hangers. Make it 3. That was a third critical maneuver, and Colapinto feeling it.
Feels like he's just in perfect sync.
Colapinto goes excellent to take out Italo Ferreira, and what a way to end the heat. Griffin Colapinto on to face Jordy Smith.
How are you going to overcome Jordy Smith?
Yeah, Jordy's throwing a lot of water. He's a big guy. He's probably almost twice my size. But yeah, I'm excited. We're both have a great opportunity here, and yeah, it should be a really fun heat.
We can't wait for it, mate. All the best. Well done, mate. One of the greatest stories has been the return to form and just the joy in Jordy Smith this year. He has been on fire.
Jordy Smith, he's looking for his first victory in nearly 8 years, Joe.
Yes, he's doing the work. Yes, he's surfing incredibly well, but he's doing it all just his way.
Jordy Smith, your champion of the Surf City El Salvador Pro. And after all these years, how sweet does this feel?
This is for two people. This is for my wife, and then secondly, my father. I've always wanted to ride his board in a final and to win on it, and that dream's come true. I love you, Dad. South Africa, let's go!
Almost gets you teary thinking about the dedication that he's put into the sport, how much he loves the game, and you're like, here he is, not just showing up, but a true threat for the world title. The best in the West, Jordy Smith.
Oh, come on! I'm so stoked.
This has been a reinvigorating season.
For me, this year has just really been about have fun and enjoy this, because it's not forever.
I would love nothing more than to see Jordy Smith win a world title. 18 years on the tour, he's been at it, and so many people have said he's the guy that should have won a world title.
Jordy Smith is everyone's sentimental favourite. People just love what he brings to the table. Is this his best shot and maybe his last shot at a world title? It's definitely his best.
Hammers the inside, Jordy Smith, wow!
He's never been happier. He's here with his family. The year is just the best of his career.
Just watching him put the jersey on as world number 2, you know, in his 18th season to go, will this be it? You're watching the Lexus WSL Finals. The channel is lighting up with a lot of excitement as we're getting closer to our title match heats. This is a big one. Jordy versus Griff. The winner of this takes on world number 1, Yago Dora, for a chance to be the world champ in 2025. We've got Griffin Colapinto swinging. Nice, clean style, easy pace. Snaps it over the coping there. Hitting it off the top with the fin throw. Nice connection as he blitzes the lip line again. Total control and a laugh from Colapinto.
Wow, this is an excellent ride, Joe. We're going to see big numbers drop here. His form is just absolutely perfect right now.
7.83. Griffin is just feeling the moment right now and coming out guns blazing. Rolling into this one, Jordy Smith. Crushes that section. Big power move from the South African. Winding up for a big wall. Backhand float. Wow. Lands in the flats.
That was insane.
And the Smith family, that's what they were waiting for. Jordy just put himself right into the mix.
That was some great surfing from Jordy Smith. That second one just detonating off the top and then just goes for that big lip line floater. Beautiful timing there.
That was huge. 8.67.
Jordy's camp really starting to fire up now. With one wave, everything's shifted. Now the pressure goes back onto Griff.
Rolling into this one is Griffin Colapinto. Crushes that section. So much control in the tail drift.
keeps the rails on the face for the second move, and another big hammer for Colapinto. He's certainly showing the world that he's one of the best.
He just turned up the dial and put a little bit more emphasis on every turn.
Colapinto earns a 7.6, and now Jordy Smith needs a 6.76.
It's go time now for Jordy. This next wave, it's going to have to count.
Nice clean carve off the top. Bashes it there, putting a lot into that small inside section.
The big finish, unfortunately, eluding him on this wave. The whole year coming down to this final score for Jordy.
A 4.83. It is not enough. Jordy Smith knocked out by Griffin Colapinto. Griff will have a shot at the title match to take on Yago Dora.
Wow, congratulations, Jordy Smith, on just an incredible year. The sentimental favourite, unfortunately, being knocked out by an informed Griffin Colapinto.
America, and in particular California. Caroline Marks has proven herself to be a major handful in the WSL Final 5.
She's been here, she's done it.
Kind of here to be someone's nightmare a little bit.
Let's just rinse and repeat. Let's do this again. She could actually take this thing out, which would be remarkable for her to get a second world title.
Caroline Marks has proven herself to be a major handful for the world's best in the WSL Final 5 over the years.
It's Caroline Marks up 1-0 against Katie Simmers in the title matches.
She's been on form all day.
There's no story more famous than when she went on a run and snatched the world title away from Carissa Moore, getting her maiden world title.
Caroline Marks takes the first heat of the title match to put Carissa Moore under pressure. We'll see if Carissa Moore can find redemption in this matchup, Rosie.
Those 3 words, must-win situation.
Caroline chucks some spray. Last of Caroline, 7.6, the best of the matchup. 5-time world champ trying to save herself here. Connects, has to bottom turn aggressively to get a 2-turn combo, and it's not enough. It's official. Caroline Marks is your 2023 world champion.
Caroline's been here, she's done it. And it's almost like, let's just rinse and repeat. Let's do this again.
These, right here, the world title and Olympic gold medal have been my 2 biggest goals in my career and in surfing that I can ever dream of, and it's been a good couple years. Your first one, they say, is like the hardest one to get, but in saying that, I want more. So I'm like, I know the position I'm in, and I know it's super possible. So I'm gonna try everything I can to get it.
I feel like she has a bit of an advantage here because she can decompress, get rid of that pressure, and come from behind. And it's weird that she has somewhat gone under the radar.
I overheard you say at a table the other night you're ready to take up the role as the dream ruiner. Is that true?
That's true, yeah, that's what I'm here for. Coming in like not as number 1, you're kind of here to be someone's nightmare a little bit.
Are you willing to do whatever it takes to win?
Yes, I am. I'm so freaking ready to win a contest.
This young surfer coming from the island of Oahu, her first ever championship tour victory. Let's hear it for Betty Lou Sakura Johnson.
Final move, bang!
You've just won lowers, 2 event wins in the same season here in 2025.
Betty Lou's had a dream season. She had highs, she had lows, but this year it clicked.
This confidence, this momentum, and she could be looking pretty deadly.
And when you see a surfer of her talent click into a mind space where, okay, I'm not just here trying my best against my heroes, I'm actually here to destroy their dreams. That's when you start seeing performances like the ones she put on throughout this year.
Here to just, be in the present and enjoy this beautiful place and, hopefully make it all the way to Mali, and we'll see what happens.
Jersey's getting put on for title match number 1. Caroline Marks versus Betty Lou Sakura Johnson. All roads leading to Molly Pickham, who's the boss of world number 1. Caroline Marks getting started. Nice swing into the pocket on the open face. Driving into a nice lift line hack there. Settles down for a view inside the pit. A successful opening ride. Betty Lou's on the next one. Looking for an answer and comes up with nothing. Advantage Caroline Marks with priority. Moving into gear just above the 6-minute mark is Betty Lou. From the North Shore of Oahu, crushing sections. Nice little inside line under priority and is chasing a 5.17. Caroline Marks, a 2023 world champ, eliminates Betty Lou Sakura Johnson. She will now take on Katie Simmers, a rematch of the world title showdown last year that went to a third decision.
Katie coming in here, she's world number 3. She's the defending world champ, but all eyes are not really on her at the moment.
I'm so grateful I'm not in first place. Like, oh my God.
And you know what? Maybe that could work in her favor.
Katie Simmers. She's taken the 2024 world title and now the youngest ever world champion.
My head was so whacked last year, like before the contest, and this year it's a completely different mindset of going into it, like just having nowhere to go but up.
Katie, maybe not her best year, but she's still there fighting for the world title. She's got the experience.
Have fun.
Katie Simmers looking to go back-to-back with her world titles. Katie Simmers striking the lip. Deep bottom turn, beautiful fan off the tail, moving quickly on the open face again. She will end with a fall. Simmers will be using that score in her top 2.
As we see to Caroline opening her account.
Winding up second turn, open face hook. Needs a 6.34 for the lead as she winds up on a classy open face cutback. Belts it under the lip line just in time to sneak in the finish before running out of water. Answering once again, 7.67 and the lead from Caitlin Simmers.
As we see Caroline now at the back.
Nice, beautiful pace bottom turn, slaps it off the lip, crushes it again as she is looking so solid.
See Katie watching on and just watching Caroline get that work done.
Now Katie Simmers' requirement increases to an excellent score, needs an 8.10.
And right now, door is open for Caitlin for sure. It's just with 50 seconds on the clock.
She will go over the falls and we will see Caroline Marks upset the reigning world champ. 2 big wins today will now face Gabrielle O'Brien.
Yeah, I just want to keep building, and this is where it really matters right here. So just put my head down and see what happens, taking it heat by heat.
It was definitely a dream. I don't think I believed the dream. Like, I always thought I could, but I never really, was convinced.
And Molly, good golly, knows how to pick 'em.
People win, so I'm starting to believe that it could be me.
And the surfer from the island of Kauai on the edge of disaster. She settles in and she gets blasted out.
Gabrielle O'Brien, 3 event wins, the most on tour out of all the women.
You're the best in the West and a 3rd victory this year.
3 wins, going into the year, that is a dream, honestly.
You're always going to be the underdog until you prove otherwise. This is the season that she's doing it.
100% it's a dream of mine to become a world champion. It was just a crazy dream for a little girl, but now I'm here and I have an amazing opportunity to go and get that. Yeah, I just want to make everybody proud and hopefully bring the world title back to Kauai.
Match number 3 for the women. Gabriella Bryant is going to have to stop a charging Caroline Marks.
Should we get out there?
It's undeniable the momentum Caroline's tapped into. Gabriella's been having to watch this unfold. It'll be interesting to see if she can disrupt this momentum.
Here comes Caroline Marks. Carves down. Nice slash back into the whitewater for Caroline Marks.
At variety, she still kept that speed throughout the wave.
A little tail release there to finish. Gabby Bryant here on the backhand.
This is a hard wave to surf on the backhand. She does really well at just keeping that down the line trajectory.
Here goes Marks. Quick snap to start. Getting rhythm down the line. Really powerful snap for Caroline Marks. Here we go with Gabby.
She's chasing a 6.93. She is looking connected to Sap. I think she needs to be on one of those set waves.
Gabriella Bryan rides straight out of it. 4.97. That will not be enough. It will be Caroline Marks moving on into the title match to meet Molly Picklum for a world title.
We're in the final. Molly's had an incredible season, has been surfing amazing. Definitely gonna have to do really good surfing to beat her, and may the best women win.
Yeah, Gabby.
Love you, Gabby.
It was definitely a dream. I don't think I believed the dream. I was super inspired by the Surfing World Champions. The dream part, I think, came about, and believing in it, I think, came more later. If not, maybe literally just last year. Like, I always thought I could, but I never really, was convinced. People win, so I'm starting to believe that it could be me. I was convinced the moment I kind of let go of feeling like I need to fight and go and get it. It feels like a difference between receiving it and being open to it. Perfect. Surfing's different. You can't just go and get it, because sometimes it's not your choice. And I think the moment I understood that was the moment when I was like, all right, let's see how this goes. And then I finally got the event win. In previous years, it's kind of been like trying to figure out how to get there, rather just like, this is it, and let it come.
Dev coming up the 310, and by the grace of God, I got the glacier flow.
Molly is a new breed of surfer, extremely well-rounded. Just look at the magic moments that she's had in a short amount of time on the championship tour.
Molly putting her head down, grabs the rail of the pipeline, pulls up and under. She's still going and gets the exit.
Molly was one of the surfers driving hard in waves of consequence, just taking it to another level.
Her backside tube riding, you cannot fault it at the moment.
In those moments, I just kind of step up to it. I just dance with it. I don't really fight it. For me, fear just makes me super focused, and I just figure out a way to step into it.
I think anyone that gets touted as a future world champion has a massive hurdle ahead of them straight away. You're just winning. When you lose, I think it really sets you back. She's cracked the final five a couple of times and never made a heat. What makes 2025 different for Molly is the fact that she's put together a much more consistent, solid, committed campaign.
Win in Brazil, final in J-Bay, winning in Tahiti. She is on a hot streak right now.
The back end of the season turned into one of the most consistent demolishing of her competitors that we've seen in a long time. And then peaking at what I think is the best performance that we've had in women's surfing history.
Molly Picklum, your champion of the Lexus Tahiti Pro.
Her confidence is sky high, and right now Molly is by far the best surfer in the world.
I want to succeed, I want to win. It's scary that may not happen, but you know what? I've learnt I'm happy with my life, I'm happy with my choices. I love this job, I love surfing, and for me to be able to say that, it gives me goosebumps. I think that's the world title trophy that every human being wants. A trophy won't bring me that, but yeah, it'll definitely put a lot of smiles on my family's face, my face.
Molly Picklum, Caroline Marks, the title match.
You think you've got the benefit of being the #1 seed. In actual fact, it's the surfer who can get on a roll that seems to have the advantage. And that's the case with Caroline Marks going up against Molly Picklum. Caroline just on a magic run, surfing from 4th seed, giving herself another title shot. She's done it before, and that's got to be daunting for someone who's chasing their first world title and who's never won a heat prior to this year in the WSL finals.
Caroline knows that she's in a must-win situation to keep this run alive. Paddling into this one is Caroline Marks. Deep bottom turn, crushes the lip line with the airdrop. It's bottoming out. Caroline with her head down, beating multiple sections. Very, very close to a giant score. Molly Picklam, she's got a big canvas to play with here. Throws down the car, belts it off the lip, and controls a two-turn combination. Caroline Marks, little cut back into the pocket. Deep off the bottom, ton of speed, crushes that section off the lip. Belts it again. Caroline Marks letting it all fly, just took the lead. And down the line, it will be Caroline keeping the Australian off this wave. Quick little jam there. More of a punch off the pocket. Fading little cutback. Picklam needs a 7.18. Grabbing the rail, super deep, and that one's just gonna run off without her. Now Caroline in the position where she needs one more win over Molly to take a second world title.
One more. I'm just gonna grab my hat. I knew I was in a must-win situation. I kind of like when my back's against the wall a little bit. Kind of like brings the best out in you. So you just gotta rise to the occasion.
I was concerned for Molly Picklam. Caroline got herself a victory and took it to a best-of-3 showdown. If they don't shut out those first heats, it could be the absolute mental burnout.
I think we're going to have a real showdown.
We've seen number 1 seeds crumble before.
Title match number 2 right now between Caroline Marks and Molly Picklam.
Caroline in the position where she needs one more win over Molly to take a second world title.
Caroline Marks, she forced the best of 3. I was concerned for Molly Picklam. I watched Molly jump off the boat. She came up, she took a huge breath. I think it was intended to kind of settle her nerves.
Pickles, her first mission, just to tie it up right now.
Yeah, she needs a win here for sure.
Hangs it off the top for a second. Paced approach. Third turn, gaining momentum. Nice wave down the line.
Seems like she's got her head back in the game.
Marks draws off the bottom, snaps off the top. Good opening turn.
This is her 6th heat of the day.
Yeah.
Is fatigue potentially going to play a part in that?
Losing some ground there and a wasted effort. Gets this one under priority. Pickles. Looking down the line, looking for a barrel. Grabs the rail on the DHD, comes the funnel, spit out, and here comes Molly Picklam.
That is going to do wonders for her confidence.
8.93 for Molly Picklam, and now she's running away with this title match number 2. And what was a mild combo for Caroline Marks has now turned into a severe combination. Marksy, not one to back down.
She's still so connected. Boards look great. She looks great. The placement of her turns.
Title match, heat number 2. Molly Picklam dominant. It's going to take it to 3 with Caroline Marks.
I think we're going to have a real showdown in this next title.
Molly Picklam, she absolutely dominated Caroline in the second heat. Shifted the energy and given herself a really good chance going into that final heat.
It is coming down to this. Molly Picklam taking on Caroline Marks. We're about 35 minutes away from knowing who's the world champion in 2025.
It's what you want to see, right? It's come down to this final moment.
First wave will be taken by Molly Picklam. Grabbing the rail, hollow pit. It spits her out. Winding up for a big closeout hammer. Everything's working for Picklam.
I just love the commitment. She's really going for it. The confidence is high. She's ready to stand up and take this moment. She's ready to earn the victory.
8.83 for Molly Picklam. Into this one, though, it is a world champ named Caroline Marks trying to fight back in this heat, attacking well and held to one major move. Caroline has to give way to the priority of Molly Picklam. Nice patience off the bottom, arcs it beautifully off the lip line. Nice speed and channels another hack under the lip. Molly Picklam on the edge of accomplishing her big dream.
She's found the magic right now.
It's an excellent heat for Molly Picklam. She's just got to be going, is this happening right now? Marking a brand new era for Australian surfing world champions. As we close this one out and make it official, a surfer that's been fearless in the heaviest waves, unstoppable all season, Molly Picklam, your world champion.
Bring it on, baby!
so much support. I just locked in and did what I've done all year, and I cannot believe I'm a world champion! Oh my God!
It's remarkable that someone can flip the momentum back in their favour in that situation. There's so much pressure. You're defending that #1 position. Molly really has shown this year that she's got no fear of failure, and she really has earned that title.
No way. I'm so proud of you. That was insane.
I fought for it.
You're world champion, Molly Pickham.
I just feel so honoured and grateful that I've had such role models to look up to. There's so many females that have been before me and paved the way for us to get out there and really do what we love, and it means the world to do it in front of them.
Molly Pickham, your 2025 world champion.
The stage is set for the first title match for a shot to be a world champ.
I just felt I was gonna win. I want to do it now. I want to take advantage of shutting it down on the first heat.
Yago's got fresh legs. I'm going to have to bring it.
Paddling into this, the final wave.
Pulls up and under. Colapinto not giving up just yet. Yago once again just one heat win away to competing for a world title.
Oh. Good sportsmanship between the good friends. It's gotta sting for Yago though.
Thank you. Yeah, just very sad and come back stronger next year. This year, what's new is I'm working with a new coach. Felt like it was time to try something new, to have a new kind of relationship with my dad also.
It's your first victory in a few years. You're working with a new coach. Just how is everything coming together for you to start this season?
Of course, a change is always risky and scary, and everyone's gonna talk about it and say I'm wrong, say I'm right, and I'm still the same, and I'm still gonna do what I love to do. First step is qualifying for finals and then getting the title. That's what I want to do this year.
Right now, it is Yago Doro's moment.
We've been talking about world championship contenders. Finally, I think we're seeing him rise to the top.
We got our final 5 all set. Yellow leader's jersey in Fiji is going to belong to Yago Doro. 2 good waves away from a world title.
Being real, I feel like my first few years on tour, I didn't serve good enough to be a world champion, you know? Seeing the world champions like Medina, seeing John, seeing Mick, so many areas of my surfing needed so much work. I didn't see myself as good enough to be a world champion until 3 years ago.
Yago Doro pulls off one of the best punts of the year.
Okay, I feel like I can win any event on tour right now. I can be world champion. Having the chance of losing everything that I built this whole season, I feared that happening, but instead of thinking that I have something to lose, I'm thinking that I have something to gain. It's the world title on the line, it's everything I dreamed of.
The stage is set for the first title match with Brazil's Yago Doro wearing yellow, meaning he's #1 in the world, taking on Sacramento, California's Griffin Colapinto for a shot to be a world champ.
When you're watching someone with that kind of momentum we saw Griffin with, you can't envisage that someone can end it.
First wave for Dora. Yago on the wind-up, super smooth, attacking the carve, right back up to shut it down.
When Yago took off on his first wave, I think everyone went, wow, this is, without doubt, the #1 surfer in the world right now.
He's more than ready. He's world title ready.
Here we go, Griff on the inside.
For Griff, it's been a long time since he's got the edge on Yago. Was patient to find the pocket there. And now he's getting into a more groomed part of the wave. Inside section, really hollow. Colapinto is gonna force his way out.
Great vision there, couple of seconds in the barrel. So good fight back from Griff on this wave.
Late takeoff for world number 1. Dora into his first move, a nice clean top turn wrap in front of Griff. Lays into a big section. Perfect transition, lay it down again. The man is in sync with the rhythm of Cloud Break. Iago Dora turns in an excellent score on Griff, an 8.33 to go with his 7.33. Griff with priority now needs a 9.33.
20 seconds to go. We may have our 2025 world champion. Is there anything outside? He's looking at this one. Griff paddling into this, the final wave.
Griffin Colapinto sets this one up. Drives off the bottom, attacks it well. Redirecting his line, then back into the pocket again with an air job. Pulls up and under. Colapinto! From the heart of the Brazilian storm rises a new force. Your 2025 world champion, Iago Dora.
You were healthy all year. You got the #1 spot right at the right time.
It's unbelievable. The signs were all there for me, and I felt something special this week. And since I got here in Fiji, I knew something. It was going my way, you know. Didn't matter whoever I was gonna get in the finals, things were gonna happen, and I was gonna come out to win. And I'm so happy. I have no words.
It looked like there was no nerves. He looked completely at one with his equipment and at one with the wave, and it was undeniable. You know, he banked bigger numbers. He was more aggressive, and he finished it with a single heat win. The 2025 world champion, and another name added to an incredible list of Brazilian champions.
Congratulations to everybody involved in professional surfing this year. This is one to remember.
The 2025 WSL Championship Tour season will be remembered for quality waves and groundbreaking performances.
Setting that rail, and she guns her way out of a beauty.
Oh my goodness! Pulls an air in the tube and comes out.
And then you go to Cloud Break to have everything on the line in one day at a world-class venue in Paradise.
Cloud Break for finals is insane. You have to be committed. There's no hesitation. It demands pure surfing.
Beating multiple sections. Iago on the wind-up, smooth, attacking the carve.
With WSL finals, there's no hiding from your biggest rival. If you want that crown, you've got to take down the best.
That was insane!
You're one heat away from a world title. The #1 seeds are nervous as hell.
Fear of failure and the desire to win.
Losing the final event after leading the season, it was heartbreaking.
There's a lot of pressure. If you say you don't fear the failure, you're lying.
I want to win, and I really mean that, and it's scary that may not happen.
The best field we've ever had, locked on this island. There's nowhere to hide. It's going to be on.
These athletes have been working so hard. Then the carrot at the end is just this beautiful trip to Fiji.
We're back.
You know, what's great about our #1 seeds coming into the Lexus WSL finals is the highlight reels that they've put together. Iago Dora and Molly Picklum, you really could put together a movie part with what they've done out there in the water this year.
Well, world champions have world champion moments.
Winning the regular season, coming into the finals, and having the chance of losing everything that I built this whole season. I feared that happening, but instead of thinking that I have something to lose, I'm thinking that I have something to gain here, you know? It's the world title on the line. It's everything I dreamed of.
This Final Five is an extremely exciting group of women.
Betty Lou goes big at Burley, takes her very first championship tour win.
Betty Lou in 5th place, Caroline 4th. In 3rd position, you got Katie Simmers, then Gabby Bryan and Molly Picklum in the #1 spot. Molly has earned that place with groundbreaking performances, also amazing resilience this year. She knifes it harder than anyone, and this is a wave that commitment, and Molly has it in spades.
On the men's side, it's a classy group of surfers. So coming in at the #5 seed, we have a world champ, Italo Ferreira. #4 seed, Jack Robinson. At #3, Griffin Colapinto. The #2 seed's Jordy Smith. And world #1 is Yago Dora.
Yago Dora is everyone's new favourite surfer. He was carving out a career as a free surfer for himself while all his contemporaries on tour were just starting their journeys. And it took him a while to sort of flick into competitive mode. It kind of afforded him some time to work on a very unique approach.
The guy can land big airs, he's good in the barrel, smooth like Jerry Lopez. The biggest mountain is he's never been here before.
This is the day that we've been waiting for.
Wow, look at this morning. What?
Good morning. How pretty is that? Oh my God, it's amazing.
Waiting for a potential world title showdown today.
This whole year has amounted to this moment.
We're on, boys. It's starting at 8:30.
Oh, yes! Bring it on! How good? Game on.
I'm pretty excited. It's all about to happen right now.
We'll have Jack Robinson in that first title match with Italo Ferreira.
Italo versus Jack is the ultimate kickoff to this WSL Finals day.
Start of the season, Final Fives at Cloudbreak. All you thought about was Jack Robinson. I'm also excited to see if Italo can rampage again.
Jack Robinson is supernatural when it comes to tube riding. He just sees it all in slow motion, and I think it's because he has this incredible ability to be so in the moment. Ooh, the Vortex Shaman.
Italo comes in as 5th seed, and he has already shown us he can surf his way from 5th seed into a title showdown.
He's been doing it at lowers, finishing runner-up twice in this format. He's going to give us everything he's got.
They're not scared to engage in the heat of battle. They have gone elbow to elbow in the past. It's going to depend on the size of the surf. If we don't get maxing cloud break, then I think the advantage does swing a little bit towards Italo. It is a matchup for the ages, and what a way to fire things up.
Men's match #1 with two of the elite surfers in the world.
Jack Robinson versus Italo Ferreira. The high energy approach of Italo Ferreira with the more laid back Zen-like approach of Jack Robinson.
Italo Ferreira, this is under the priority of Jack Robinson. Looks for the ramp, and that's what he's been doing. Puts it down and just reverts out of that.
And he's up again.
Big giant alley-oop, lands it on the roof, combos it up with a lip line floater there.
Fights for an exit. Not. Silky smooth on the landing from Italo Ferreira. He's just so clutch in these moments. Live action of Jack.
Delayed takeoff for Robinson up the reef. Hung up on that first turn, and wheels are falling off right now for Jack Robinson.
I'm actually a little flabbergasted here. This is so uncharacteristic for Jack. He is rattled at the moment.
He sure is. And gets caught up and goes down. Something has ruffled the energy of Jack Robinson in this heat. Back to live action here. Cloud break. Italo Ferreira pulling into the barrel. Finds his way out in the lead over Jack Robinson in men's match number 1. And Italo continues his assault. He's been surfing under the priority the whole time. He has the lead, and he's put Jack Robinson in a corner. Looking dangerous, the 2019 world champ, Italo Ferreira. It's going to be Italo Ferreira advancing on into match number 2, where Ferreira will be meeting Griffin Colapinto.
But this is going to be a tough battle up against Griffin Colapinto. These guys have got some history.
Griffin Colapinto is building towards a maiden world title.
Italo needs something spectacular here, and that's a start.
He came into the final 5, I think, as the real danger man. Griffin Colapinto is building towards a maiden world title. We know that. But when he started 2025, we were just thinking, oh my God, it's not a world title year, and he'll be lucky if he survives the cut.
Griffin Colapinto right now is having one of the worst starts of his career.
Not enough.
Close heat though, and Griffin surfed great.
Going into the event down at Bells Beach, he found himself in 26th position.
The last few events have just like broken me open emotionally.
It was something we'd never been through with Griff, so it was like kind of really fun to see how patient we could stay. And, you know, it's fun to be the hunter.
Drives up into a chunky section, and it's a huge statement laid down.
He just started pulling off those Griff-type miracles.
Full rotation and a perfect landing for Griff. Colapinto ducks under in the tube and comes out.
Wow!
What? Everything to lead to that point right there, that moment, it's all worth it. So I'm super grateful.
And after that, it was just a highlight reel every time he hit the water.
Full command, blasting the tail free.
8.93! Griffin Colapinto takes the win.
And he's going for big airs again.
Griffin Colapinto bringing the heat.
Sometimes I feel like, you know, it's how you react to the adversity that makes the difference. You know, just being super grateful for the way life works, and it's happening.
Your runner-up, Griffin Colapinto.
Yeah, I just put in so much preparation and hard work with everything on the line. You know, there's a big hump to get over, and all that preparation just showed on this day, so super grateful.
Congrats, Griffin. Enjoy the moment. And we'll see him at Cloud Break to try to compete for a world title.
He came into the final 5, I think, as the real danger man.
Here we are at the Lexus WSL Finals. Number 3 seed, Griffin Colapinto, coming up against the number 5 seed, Italo Ferreira.
Go, boss, you're on. Full speed.
We saw Italo Ferreira getting through the first of the men's exchanges, but this is going to be a tough battle up against Griffin Colapinto. These guys have got some history.
Opening wave of match number 2. Colapinto smooth off the bottom, hacks it off the top. Nice opening turn, sets up for a blazing second turn. Power as well as flexibility on display for Griffin Colapinto.
Beautiful performance on this first wave.
Griffin Colapinto goes excellent, 8-point ride and the lead. Opportunity shifting to Italo Ferreira with priority.
Italo has had so much momentum up to this point.
Italo needs something spectacular here, and that's a start. Smaller wave, and we've seen this routine before.
Perhaps a little forced.
Yeah. Here goes Ferreira, under priority, needs something big. In between two mines, looking for that ramp, chucks it out into the flat. There's a beautiful air, but there's a lot of downtime at the beginning of that wave.
There was a lot of downtime. Griffin's been able to defuse the energy of Italo Ferreira.
Colapinto wants to be on the offense here. Throws the fins a couple times on some backhand hangers. Make it 3. That was a third critical maneuver, and Colapinto feeling it.
Feels like he's just in perfect sync.
Colapinto goes excellent to take out Italo Ferreira, and what a way to end the heat. Griffin Colapinto on to face Jordy Smith.
How are you going to overcome Jordy Smith?
Yeah, Jordy's throwing a lot of water. He's a big guy. He's probably almost twice my size. Yeah, I'm excited. We're both have a great opportunity here, and yeah, it should be a really fun heat.
We can't wait for it, mate. All the best. Well done, mate. One of the greatest stories has been the return to form and just the joy in Jordy Smith this year. He has been on fire.
Jordy Smith, he's looking for his first victory in nearly 8 years, Joe.
Yes, he's doing the work. Yes, he's surfing incredibly well, but he's doing it all just his way.
Jordy Smith, your champion of the Surf City El Salvador Pro. And after all these years, how sweet does this feel?
This is for two people. This is for my wife, and then secondly, my father. I've always wanted to ride his board in a final and to win on it, and that dream's come true. I love you, Dad. South Africa, let's go!
Almost gets you teary thinking about the dedication that he's put into the sport, how much he loves the game, and you're like, here he is, not just showing up, but a true threat for the world title.
The best in the West, Jordy Smith.
Oh, come on! So stoked.
This has been a reinvigorating season.
For me, this year has just really been about have fun and enjoy this because it's not forever.
I would love nothing more than to see Jordy Smith win a world title. 18 years on the tour, he's been at it, and so many people have said he's the guy that should have won a world title.
Jordy Smith is everyone's sentimental favourite. People just love what he brings to the table. Is this his best shot and maybe his last shot at a world title? Well, it's definitely his best.
Hammers it inside! Jordy Smith! Wow!
He's never been happier. He's here with his family. The year is just the best of his career.
Just watching him put the jersey on as world number 2, you know, in his 18th season to go, will this be it?
You're watching the Lexus WSL Finals. The channel is lighting up with a lot of excitement as we're getting closer to our title match heats. This is a big one. Jordy versus Griff. The winner of this takes on world number 1, Yago Dora, for a chance to be the world champ in 2025. We've got Griffin Colapinto swinging. Nice, clean style, easy pace. Snaps it over the coping there. Hitting it off the top with the fin throw. Nice connection as he blitzes the lip line again. Total control and a laugh from Colapinto.
Wow, this is an excellent ride, Joe. We're going to see big numbers drop here. His form is just absolutely perfect right now.
7.83. Griffin is just feeling the moment right now and coming out guns blazing. Rolling into this one, Jordy Smith. Crushes that section. Big power move from the South African. Winding up for a big wall. Backhand float. Wow. Lands in the flats.
That was insane.
And the Smith family, that's what they were waiting for. Jordy just put himself right into the mix.
That was some great surfing from Jordy Smith. That second one just detonating off the top and then just goes for that big lip line floater. Beautiful timing there.
That was huge. 8.67.
Jordy's camp really starting to fire up now. With one wave, everything's shifted. Now the pressure goes back onto Griff.
Rolling into this one is Griffin Colapinto. Crushes that section. So much control on the tail drift. Keeps the rails on the face for the second move, and another big hammer for Colapinto. He's certainly showing the world that he's one of the best.
He just turned up the dial and put a little bit more emphasis on every turn.
Colapinto earns a 7.6, and now Jordy Smith needs a 6.76.
It's go time now for Jordy. This next wave, it's going to have to count.
Nice clean carve off the top. Bashes it there, putting a lot into that small inside section.
The big finish, unfortunately, eluding him on this wave. The whole year coming down to this final score for Jordy.
A 4.83. It is not enough. Jordy Smith knocked out by Griffin Colapinto. Griff will have a shot at the title match to take on Yago Dora.
Wow, congratulations, Jordy Smith, on just an incredible year. The sentimental favourite, unfortunately, being knocked out by an informed Griffin Colapinto.
America, and in particular California. Caroline Marks has proven herself to be a major handful in the WSL Final Five.
She's been here, she's done it.
Kind of here to be someone's nightmare a little bit.
Let's just rinse and repeat. Let's do this again. She could actually take this thing out, which would be remarkable for her to get a second world title.
Caroline Marks has proven herself to be a major handful for the world's best in the WSL Final Five over the years.
It's Caroline Marks up 1-0 against Katie Simmers in the title matches.
She's been on form all day.
There's no story more famous than when she went on a run and snatched a world title away from Carissa Moore, getting her maiden world title.
Caroline Marks takes the first heat of the title match to put Carissa Moore under pressure. We'll see if Carissa Moore can find redemption in this matchup, Rosie.
Those 3 words, must-win situation.
Caroline chucks some spray. Last of Caroline, 7.6, the best of the matchup. 5-time world champ trying to save herself here. Connects, has to bottom turn aggressively to get a 2-turn combo, and it's not enough. It's official. Caroline Marks is your 2023 world champion.
Caroline's been here, she's done it. And it's almost like, let's just rinse and repeat. Let's do this again.
These, right here, the world title and Olympic gold medal have been my 2 biggest goals in my career and in surfing that I can ever dream of, and it's been a good couple years. Your first one, they say, is like the hardest one to get, but in saying that, I want more. So I'm like, I know the position I'm in, and I know it's super possible. So I'm gonna try everything I can to get it.
I feel like she has a bit of an advantage here because she can decompress, get rid of that pressure, and come from behind. And it's weird that she has somewhat gone under the radar.
I overheard you say at a table the other night you're ready to take up the role as the dream ruiner. Is that true?
That's true, yeah, that's what I'm here for. Coming in not as number 1, you're kind of here to be someone's nightmare a little bit.
Are you willing to do whatever it takes to win?
Yes, I am. I'm so freaking ready to win a contest.
This young surfer coming from the island of Oahu, her first ever championship tour victory. Let's hear it for Betty Lou Sakura Johnson.
Final move, bang!
You've just won lowers, 2 event wins in the same season here in 2025.
Betty Lou's had a dream season. She had highs, she had lows, but this year it clicked.
This confidence, this momentum, and she could be looking pretty deadly.
And when you see a surfer of her talent click into a mind space where, okay, I'm not just here trying my best against my heroes, I'm actually here to destroy their dreams. That's when you start seeing performances like the ones she put on throughout this year.
Here to just, be in the present and enjoy this beautiful place and, hopefully make it all the way to Mali, and we'll see what happens.
Jerseys getting put on for title match number 1. Caroline Marks versus Betty Lou Sakura Johnson. All roads leading to Molly Pickham, who's the boss of world number 1. Caroline Marks getting started. Nice swing into the pocket on the open face. Driving into a nice lift line hack there. Settles down for a view inside the pit. A successful opening ride. Betty Lou's on the next one. Looking for an answer and comes up with nothing. Advantage Caroline Marks with priority. Moving into gear just above the 6-minute mark is Betty Lou. From the North Shore of Oahu, crushing sections. Nice little inside line under priority and is chasing a 5.17. Caroline Marks, a 2023 world champ, eliminates Betty Lou Sakura Johnson. She will now take on Katie Simmers, a rematch of the world title showdown last year that went to a 3rd decision.
Katie coming in here, she's world number 3. She's the defending world champ, but all eyes are not really on her at the moment.
I'm so grateful I'm not in first place. Like, oh my God.
And you know what? Maybe that could work in her favor.
Katie Simmers. She's taken the 2024 world title and now the youngest ever world champion.
My head was so whacked last year, like before the contest, and this year it's a completely different mindset of going into it, like just having nowhere to go but up.
Katie, maybe not her best year, but she's still there fighting for the world title. She's got the experience.
Have fun.
Katie Simmers looking to go back-to-back with her world titles. Katie Simmers striking the lip. Deep bottom turn, beautiful fan off the tail, moving quickly on the open face again. She will end with a fall. Simmers will be using that score in her top two.
And as we see to Caroline opening her account.
Winding up second turn, open face hook. Needs a 6-3-4 for the lead as she winds up on a classy open face cutback. Belts it under the lip line just in time to sneak in the finish before running out of water. Answering once again, 7.67 and the lead from Caitlin Simmers.
As we see Caroline now at the back.
Nice, beautiful pace bottom turn, slaps it off the lip, crushes it again as she is looking so solid.
See Katie watching on and just watching Caroline get that work done.
Now Katie Simmers' requirement increases to an excellent score, needs an 8.10.
And right now, door is open for Caitlin for sure. It's just with 50 seconds on the clock.
She will go over the falls and we will see Caroline Marks upset the reigning world champ. Two big wins today will now face Gabrielle O'Brien.
Yeah, I just want to keep building, and this is where it really matters right here. So just put my head down and see what happens, taking it heat by heat.
It was definitely a dream. I don't think I believed the dream. Like, I always thought I could, but I never really, was convinced.
And Molly, good golly, knows how to pick 'em.
People win, so I'm starting to believe that it could be me.
And the surfer from the island of Kauai on the edge of disaster. She settles in and she gets blasted out.
Gabrielle O'Brien, 3 event wins, the most on tour out of all the women.
You're the best in the West and a 3rd victory this year.
3 wins, going into the year, that is a dream, honestly.
You're always going to be the underdog until you prove otherwise. This is the season that she's doing it.
100%, it's a dream of mine to become a world champion. It was just a crazy dream for a little girl, but now I'm here and I have an amazing opportunity to go and get that. Yeah, I just want to make everybody proud and hopefully bring the world title back to Kauai.
Match number 3 for the women. Gabrielle O'Brien is going to have to stop a charging Caroline Marks.
Should we get out there?
It's undeniable the momentum Caroline's tapped into. Gabriella's been having to watch this unfold. It'll be interesting to see if she can disrupt this momentum.
Here comes Caroline Marks. Carves down. Nice slash back into the whitewater for Caroline Marks.
At variety, she still kept that speed throughout the wave.
A little tail release there to finish. Gabby Bryant here on the backhand.
This is a hard wave to surf on the backhand. She does really well at just keeping that down the line trajectory.
Here goes Marks. Quick snap to start. Getting rhythm down the line. Really powerful snap for Caroline Marks. Here we go with Gabby.
She's chasing a 6.93. She is looking connected to start. I think she needs to be on one of those set waves.
Gabrielle O'Brien rides straight out of it. 4.97. That will not be enough. It will be Caroline Marks moving on into the title match to meet Molly Picklum for a world title.
We're in the final. Molly's had an incredible season, has been surfing amazing. Definitely gonna have to do really good surfing to beat her, and may the best women win. Yeah, Gabby. Love you, Gabby.
It was definitely a dream. I don't think I believed the dream. I was super inspired by the Surfing World Champions. The dream part, I think, came about, and believing in it, I think, came more later. If not, maybe literally just last year. Like, I always thought I could, but I never really, like, was convinced. People win, so I'm starting to believe that it could be me. I was convinced the moment I kind of let go of feeling like I need to fight and go and get it. It feels like a difference between receiving it and being open to it. Perfect. Surfing's different. You can't just go and get it because sometimes it's not your choice. And I think the moment I understood that was the moment when I was like, huh, all right, let's see how this goes. And then I finally got the event win. In previous years, it's kind of been like trying to figure out how to get there rather than just like, this is it, and let it come.
Dev coming up the 310, and by the grace of God, I got the glacier flow.
Molly is a new breed of surfer, extremely well-rounded. Just look at the magic moments that she's had in a short amount of time on the championship tour.
Molly putting her head down, grabs around the pipeline, pulls up and under. She's still going and gets the exit.
Molly was one of the surfers driving hard in waves of consequence, just taking it to another level.
Her backside tube riding, you cannot fault it at the moment.
In those moments, I just kind of step up to it. I just dance with it. I don't really fight it. For me, fear just like makes me super focused, and I just figure out a way to step into it.
I think anyone that gets touted as a future world champion has a massive hurdle ahead of them straight away. You're just winning, winning, winning. When you lose, I think it really sets you back. She's cracked the final five a couple of times and never made a heat. What makes 2025 different for Molly is the fact that she's put together a much more consistent, solid, committed campaign.
Win in Brazil, final in J-Bay, winning in Tahiti. She is on a hot streak right now. The back end of the season turned into one of the most consistent demolishing of her competitors that we've seen in a long time. And then peaking at what I think is the best performance that we've had in women's surfing history.
Molly Picklum, your champion of the Lexus Tahiti Pro.
Her confidence is sky high, and right now Molly is by far the best surfer in the world.
I want to succeed, I want to win. It's scary that that may not happen, but you know what, I've learnt I'm happy with my life, I'm happy with my choices, I love this job, I love surfing, and for me to be able to say that, it gives me goosebumps. I think that's the world title trophy that every human being wants. A trophy won't bring me that, but yeah, it'll definitely put a lot of smiles on my family's face, my face.
Molly Picklum, Caroline Marks, the title match.
You think you've got the benefit of being the #1 seed. In actual fact, it's the surfer who can get on a roll that seems to have the advantage. And that's the case with Caroline Marks going up against Molly Picklum. Caroline just on a magic run, surfing from 4th seed, giving herself another title shot. She's done it before, and that's got to be daunting for someone who's chasing their first world title and who's never won a heat prior to this year in the WSL finals.
Caroline knows that she's in a must-win situation to keep this run alive. Paddling into this one is Caroline Marks. Deep bottom turn, crushes the lip line with the airdrop. It's bottoming out. Caroline with her head down, beating multiple sections. Very, very close to a giant score. Molly Picklum, she's got a big canvas to play with here. Throws down the car, belts it off the lip, and controls a 2-turn combination. Caroline Marks, little cut back into the pocket. Deep off the bottom, ton of speed, crushes that section off the lip. Belts it again. Caroline Marks letting it all fly. Just took the lead. And down the line, it will be Caroline keeping the Australian off this wave. Quick little jam there. More of a punch off the pocket. Fading little cutback. Picklum needs a 7.18. Grabbing the rail, super deep, and that one's just gonna run off without her. Now Caroline in the position where she needs one more win over Molly to take a 2nd world title.
One more. I'm just gonna grab my hat. I knew I was in a must-win situation, I kind of like when my back's against the wall a little bit. Kind of like brings the best out in you. So you just gotta rise to the occasion.
I was concerned for Molly Picklum. Caroline got herself a victory and took it to a best-of-3 showdown. If they don't shut out those first heats, it could be the absolute mental burnout.
I think we're going to have a real showdown.
We've seen number 1 seeds crumble before.
Title match number 2 right now between Caroline Marks and Molly Picklum.
Caroline in the position where she needs one more win over Molly to take a second world title.
Caroline Marks, she forced the best of 3. I was concerned for Molly Picklum. I watched Molly jump off the boat. She came up, she took a huge breath. I think it was intended to kind of settle her nerves.
Pickles, her first mission, just to tie it up right now.
Yeah, she needs a win here for sure.
Hangs it off the top for a second. Paced approach. Third turn, gaining momentum. Nice wave down the line.
Seems like she's got her head back in the game.
Marks draws off the bottom, snaps off the top. Good opening turn.
This is her 6th heat of the day.
Yeah.
Is fatigue potentially going to play a part in that?
Losing some ground there and a wasted effort. Gets this one under priority. Pickles. Looking down the line, looking for a barrel. Grabs the rail on the DHT, comes the funnel, spit out, and here comes Molly Picklum.
That is going to do wonders for her confidence.
8.93 for Molly Picklum, and now she's running away with this title match number 2. And what was a mild combo for Caroline Marks has now turned into a severe combination. Marksy, not one to back down.
She's still so connected. Boards look great. She looks great. The placement of her turns.
Title match, heat number 2. Molly Picklum dominant. Is going to take it to 3 with Caroline Marks.
I think we're going to have a real showdown in this next title.
Molly Picklum, she absolutely dominated Caroline in the second heat. Shifted the energy and given herself a really good chance going into that final heat.
It is coming down to this. Molly Picklum taking on Caroline Marks. We're about 35 minutes away from knowing who's the world champion in 2025.
It's what you want to see, right? It's come down to this final moment.
First wave will be taken by Molly Picklum. Grabbing the rail, hollow pit. It spits her out. Winding up for a big closeout hammer. Everything's working for Picklum.
I just love the commitment. She's really going for it. The confidence is high. She's ready to stand up and take this moment. She's ready to earn the victory.
8.83 for Molly Picklum. Into this one, though, it is a world champ named Caroline Marks trying to fight back in this heat, attacking well and held to one major move. Caroline has to give way to the priority of Molly Picklum. Nice patience off the bottom, arcs it beautifully off the lip line. Nice speed and channels another hack under the lip. Molly Picklum on the edge of accomplishing her big dream.
She's found the magic right now.
It's an excellent heat for Molly Picklum. She's just got to be going, is this happening right now? Marking a brand new era for Australian surfing world champions. As we close this one out and make it official, a surfer that's been fearless in the heaviest waves, unstoppable all season, Molly Picklum, your world champion.
You are the world champion!
Oh my God! I cannot believe it! I have so many people to thank, and I felt so much support. I just locked in and did what I've done all year, and I cannot believe I'm a world champion! Oh my God!
It's remarkable that someone can flip the momentum back in their favour in that situation. There's so much pressure. You're defending that number 1 position. Molly really has shown this year that she's got no fear of failure, and she really has earned that title.
No way. I'm so proud of you. That was insane.
I fought for it
your world champion, Molly Pickham.
I just feel so honoured and grateful that I've had such role models to look up to. There's so many females that have been before me and paved the way for us to get out there and really do what we love, and it means the world to do it in front of them.
Molly Pickham, your 2025 world champion. The stage is set for the first title match for a shot to be a world champ.
I just felt I was gonna win. I want to do it now. I want to take advantage of shutting it down on the first heat.
Yago's got fresh legs. I'm going to have to bring it.
Paddling into this, the final wave.
Pulls up and under. Colapinto not giving up just yet. Yago once again just one heat win away to competing for a world title.
Oh. Good sportsmanship between the good friends. It's disgusting for Yago, though.
Thank you. Yeah, just very sad and come back stronger next year. This year, what's new is I'm working with a new coach. Felt like it was time to try something new, to have a new kind of relationship with my dad also.
It's your first victory in a few years. You're working with a new coach. Just how is everything coming together for you to start this season?
Of course, a change is always risky and scary, and everyone's gonna talk about it and say I'm wrong, say I'm right, and I'm still the same, and I'm still gonna do what I love to do. First step is qualifying for finals and then getting the title. That's what I want to do this year.
Right now, it is Yago Doro's moment.
We've been talking about world championship contenders. Finally, I think we're seeing him rise to the top.
We got our final five all set. Yellow leader's jersey in Fiji is going to belong to Yago Doro. 2 good waves away from a world title.
Being real, I feel like my first few years on tour, I didn't serve good enough to be a world champion, you know? Seeing the world champions like Medina, seeing John, seeing Mick, so many areas of my surfing needed so much work. I didn't see myself as good enough to be a world champion until 3 years ago.
Yago Doro pulls off one of the best punts of the year.
Okay, I feel like I can win any event on tour right now. I can be world champion. Having the chance of losing everything that I built this whole season, I feared that happening, but instead of thinking that I have something to lose, I'm thinking that I have something to gain. It's the world title on the line, it's everything I dreamed of.
The stage is set for the first title match with Brazil's Yago Doro wearing yellow, meaning he's #1 in the world, taking on Sacramento, California's Griffin Colapinto for a shot to be a world champ.
When you're watching someone with that kind of momentum we saw Griffin with, you can't envisage that someone can end it.
First wave for Dora. Yago on the wind-up, super smooth, attacking the carve, right back up to shut it down.
When Yago took off on his first wave, I think everyone went, wow, this is, without doubt, the #1 surfer in the world right now.
He's more than ready. He's world title ready.
Here we go, Griff on the inside.
For Griff, it's been a long time since he's got the edge on Yago. Was patient to find the pocket there. And now he's getting into a more groomed part of the wave. Inside section, really hollow. Colapinto is going to force his way out.
Great vision there, couple of seconds in the barrel. So good fight back from Griff on this wave.
Late takeoff for world #1. Dora into his first move. A nice clean top turn wrap in front of Griff. Lays into a big section. Perfect transition. Lay it down again. The man is in sync with the rhythm of Clown Break. Yago Doro turns in an excellent score on Griff, an 8.33 to go with his 7.33. Griff with priority now needs a 9.33.
20 seconds to go. We may have our 2025 world champion. Is there anything outside? He's looking at this one. Griff paddling into this, the final wave.
Griffin Colapinto sets this one up. Drives off the bottom, attacks it well. Redirecting his line, then back into the pocket again with an air drop. Pulls up and under. Colapinto! From the heart of the Brazilian storm, rises a new force.
Welcome back to the action here. Finals day recommences in Portugal. Sun's out. Waves are pumping, a huge crowd down on the beach as we see George Pittar getting ready to do business. Messina's been amazing throughout the rounds. He's got a tough semi here, Ben Mundy. Who's going to get this one?
Well, it is really, really tight. Two of the form surfers, obviously, of the event. George Pittar, smooth, stylish surfing. Luca Messina's more clinical, more critical. I've been backing Pittar to win this event, so I'm going to stick with him. But it's going to be a fascinating battle between two very, very good surfers.
Cannot wait to see the two technicians go at it here. We've been watching these waves a couple of hours. We had the high tide. What do you think of the decision, first of all, to wait? And what do you think of it now?
Yeah, very good. A very, very good decision. We had a bit of lulls, a bit of backwash, a bit of water moving around. Took an hour and a half off. The tide has bottomed out. It's getting lower and lower. It's going to be absolutely pumping. It's a good call.
There's waves. There's quite a lot of humans on the beach as well, Ben. There's a lot of people here.
Yeah, so much energy. Sunday in Portugal. Sun's out. The waves are here. The finals are here. It's shaping up for a marvellous afternoon.
Surfing is alive and well here in Portugal. Let's have a look at the men's rankings on the CS and see where we are as of right now. So this is what we're looking at, Monday. Talk me through it. Tell me a story.
Well, that you can see there in third spot, George Pittar. He's gone up 4 places already. Can potentially lock in 10,000 points with 2 more within hours of surfing. So he would almost be pretty much qualified with a win. You got Kelly Vast down there in number 5. He's also in the other semi-finals. So it's some big numbers. Eli Hanneman also in 7th. So yeah, there's some big numbers getting dropped, and those boys are absolutely just getting closer and closer to that CT dream, Paul.
Yeah, they are. I think it's a few interesting stories down here as well. And there's a few names. If you look at this list, there's a couple of people here that we maybe were thinking about going all the way for big results here. So maybe a little bit of a missed opportunity in Portugal this time around for the chasing pack.
Yeah, Samuel Pupo there, defending champion. He got knocked out yesterday.
I mean, that was a shock. That was actually huge to see him go out in the way he did, and he was angry.
Yeah, he was really upset, really frustrated. Smashing his board, smashing himself up. So yeah, Samuel, defending champion, was a form surfer as well, but you know what? It only takes one heat, and your Gondi, it's so tight, especially at this stage of the finals day.
Beautiful, Arvo. What we like to see is that white water surging up the berm here at Ribeira Dillas. There's plenty of energy out there. Waves have doubled in size from yesterday. Loads more energy. We had a really low tide this morning. That came in quick and actually got a little full and wobbly. And we made a pretty good decision just to call it and wait. Let that tide turn around, and now we should have conditions offering all sorts. Some free surfing just went down, and I tell you what, there's some big turns going out down there off in the far distance. Some solid lines as well, so loads of energy. 35 on the clock. It will be Pittar and Messinas that kick us off before we have a look at Cowley Vast taking on Eli Hanneman. So something for everyone in terms of fans. And as we mentioned, that crowd on the beach here, they'll be enjoying this. They've had time to just sample the vibes down here. Quite a lot going on. We talked about all the activations we got as well. The JLB skate park, that was going off.
Absolutely pumping, yeah. It's so much real festival vibes. There's music, there's dancing, there's so much fun stuff. All the sponsors getting involved down there, so there's plenty to see. And of course, well, we're about to see the surfing. That's what everyone's come here for, to see the last two remaining semi-finals of the men's. The women's already locked and loaded, so it's all going. Look at the crowd, Paul. Look at
they love it here.
Pumped.
They love this. Always busy for finals day. Sunday is always, I mean, it's a sort of celebration, particularly in Portugal. People take their Sundays quite seriously. They like to head down the beach. It is a nation of beachfront restaurants. People taking in some chilled, refreshing beverages and really soaking up the beach vibes. We've got major international sporting competition taking place in the water with serious implications as well. And it's massive for names like George Bitar and for Luca Messinas. And a big result here will ultimately get into semis. You're really thinking about going all the way for a win. And we will have, yet again, a new champ this year here in Portugal. Another chapter will be written. We'll kick off 35 on the clock. We see the Peruvian Messina sitting deeper. How do you think they sorted that out, Ben? Flip of a coin, rock, scissors, paper?
You'd hope so, wouldn't you?
Staring competition?
It's just a battle of wills, isn't it? Some people like to get that inside, sit there. Looks like Messina's has said, you know what, I'm going to take this inside position, try and get first spot. George is like, you know what, I'm going to sit further down the reef, get your own spot. So yeah, it's there is no priority. It just comes down to sort of a bit of a battle of wills or different strategies. Quite an intriguing often start. There's George. I saw a few of the Aussies go out there for a free surf. So Jacob Wilcox, Mikey McDonough. I reckon they've gone out there, done a bit of reps, came in, gave some feedback to their Aussies. Their Aussie mate, so yeah, they've probably sit a little bit inside.
Both of these two had a taste of the CT. They both got cut. That won't be happening next year. The cut's gone. What went wrong for these two in order to not make the cut, and how do they make amends if they get back there next season?
Well, it's just, you know, it's pure experience. You can't really put much more than that. Even the fact that they've had one lap of the CT, it takes a while to get used to the waves. It takes a while to get used to the extra calibre of surfer you're up against. You can't make mistakes. I mean, even at this level, mistakes get punished, but on the CT, it's absolutely brutal. So, yeah, you know, both these guys, the surfing's there. I think with that added experience, then when they come back, I think Bitar's surfing is improving.
Yeah, I guess the thing will be as well, obviously, you sort of can make mistakes next year when you get a full tour, because there's not that pressure on you right from the very beginning, and it would be forgivable and understandable if you maybe surfed a little bit safe within yourself, thinking about, oh no, the cut's coming. Maybe a bit of conservatism. Having a little giggle there, Cal and Morgs.
Pretty confident. Back in there, Guy. Yeah, absolutely, yeah. Before it was, yeah. Just 5 events sometimes. You know, you can have a bad heat, you can have an injury, you know, you can be unlucky in the ocean, finding your feet on the tour. It's really difficult. And then before you know it, by April at Mug River, you're off it. So, yeah, next year, I reckon George especially is going to do some damage. Here's the inside track.
Messinas into it. First turn, gives it a clip. Again, there's the spark and the fizz from him. He's so precise and concise. Some of his turns, he knows when to pull short. He knows when to open up and hold it on a rail. And right now, we'll be patient. Let's see what the inside does. We're kind of still some water on the reef. A mistake on the inside doesn't get the finish. That's been a turn. That's probably one of those closeout Rios that he hasn't stuck this event. What does that mean?
Yeah, well, I was just about to say how composed he was. This second turn was the money. He just looked like he was on point, didn't look nervous. And then for the first time in the whole event, he made a mistake down the end. Up until this point, he was all over this wave and was up to a really, really good score. Got the inside, got the wave, did everything right until this bit here. And it was an easy turn. I mean, there's a bit of a backwash, a bit of lump. But he's the type of guy that can deal with that. That turn was great. So yeah, he's left a few points potentially on that wave, but still a strong start from the Peruvian. Can eye it off here. You can see he knows what is coming his way. It's not a surprise. For some reason, just got done over. That's the turn we like. That wrap is such a great stylist, isn't he? So technically sound. See what the score comes in at.
Yeah, I mean, it looks like a technique and a style that is literally honed for this wave as well. You think about some of the things you need to do well out here. Look at Messinas has got them in spades, and it served him well this week. Isn't really, I mean, obviously he hasn't had a bad heat to be getting here, but he hasn't really had a bad wave. I can remember. I think he's just looked so good throughout. The sort of downtime between, it's hard to remember much downtime for him. He makes everything look so tidy, really crisp. We talk about the equipment. I mean, we say that a lot. It can be a bit meaningless to about the good board because we never identify the bad ones. But genuinely for him, he's cutting the water here on a way that I'm not sure anyone else quite is. Really been quite special to see him do this. He's got a tough heat though with George, and he's going to do a little bit of duck diving. He'll dip under this one, Pitar, but out the back, maybe some energy, maybe a little double up on this next one if he can get wide enough. He might be interested here. Pitar will, at a very leisurely pace, just spin around and swing. Here he goes. He's a laid-back fellow, but he'll fire up on the right wave. That one, not the right wave. Quick in and out for George.
Yeah, often those waves you identified at Paul, they do. Often they're the ones that break out the back and then reform. Everything looked like it was set up for him. And that is the vagaries of this reef. You sort of don't know until you take off, and he pretty quickly identified that it wasn't going to deal with it, you know, the sections he wanted, so he just opted out. But yeah, a bit unlucky there. He was in the right position. Big set, plenty of swell. You can feel the energy. So Pitar goes back out, regroup.
29 on the clock, number 4, Messinas. It's your absolute classic rangefinder first wave of heat. 5 points on the nose for Messinas. I think that's fair return for that kind of surfing.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that first 3 turns were pretty savage. I think that, you know, as we get through the semi-finals, the standard goes up. The judges have reset the bar.
A lot of people from all around the world on the beach down here. A lot of people from Portugal as well. One of our absolute favourites from that great surfing nation. His name is Chico, and he's out and about on the beach. Hello, Chico.
Hello, Paul. Look at this crowd. The crowd is here. It's Sunday afternoon. Sun is out, waves are firing, and we have the semi-finals on. So basically, we have the perfect day today, Paul.
It looks really fun down there. The crowd excited. Are they? What's the vibe, mate? Is it a party atmosphere? Or are they nervous about what's going to happen? What are they saying?
The most nervous person right now is myself, because I don't know if I need to run because the wave is coming. But yeah, everyone is enjoying themselves. Tide is really high still, but it's getting lower. It's going to be firing, mate. Everyone is here enjoying themselves. Everyone from all Europe is here, and it's amazing to watch, to have this field here in Portugal right now on a Sunday.
And just on the conditions, mate, we're what, an hour or so away from our first final? You think things are going to improve with this outgoing?
I think it will improve. There's some size out there. We need the tide to get lower a bit, but as you see live, a big turn there from George Pitar, and he made it, so the crowd goes wild.
Love it. Thanks, Chico. We'll check back in with you soon. You keep sampling that vibe. Enjoy yourself. Be good.
Thanks, mate. Back to you, boys.
Pitar getting a slice on the finish of the closeout section, and a little look back as well. There was something in that, Ben.
There was a big turn that you could tell by the reaction of the crowd that it meant something. He set it up nicely here. Small the wave. We saw just before the one previously was a big wave out the back. It didn't deliver. This one though, one big section here, and he just cracks it. The spray he generated from that turn was huge, and he liked it. He's not a just demonstrative kind of a fella, not known for his sort of big outbursts, but I'll tell you what, he meant that, and this turn was savage. Boom. So great start from George.
I know this is something you've been thinking about a bit, but where are you at in terms of Pitar in the centre of gravity? Where have you found it? Where is it? Is it a high centre of gravity, Ben? Don't get many of them. It's not something you hear said often.
He's one of the... He might be... He's got a high, low centre of gravity. He's a big guy with a low centre of gravity.
Mercedes, what nice wrap around with speed and drive. Sticky stuff. He cleans it up. Once again, and what a finish in here. This is kind of flabby stuff, really, and he instantly recognises that, and the finish isn't quite there yet. He's out. So the impact of Pitar's hit, still kind of hanging in the breeze here. Judges will think on it. He's managed to get himself onto the back of a jet ski. He'll get a lift, lovely.
Yeah, jet ski assist today on the final stage with a bigger increase in swell. You have to sort of paddle over to the channel. It takes a little bit of time.
There are rules with the jet ski assist.
What are they, Paul?
You've got to get yourself over to the zone where the jet ski will pick you up and drop you off in a certain area. So they're not going to come in and like rescue you from the impact zone. It's not Nazaré. You have to paddle over there to the channel.
So I'm seeing as you talk about this wave, yeah, flabby was the word you used, Paul, and it was sort of in that deep water down towards where the jet skis got anchor up, just a lot more sort of fatter walls, and he just could never get a steep section, so that's not going to be a counter. And now he goes back out, trying to regain that spot. We got that first wave, was a really nice wave. Some scores coming in though. Petard advantage. 7-1-7, pretty much for that one big turn, really.
I mean, how's the look back, the stare down, mate, that he gave, and at the end you felt this was going to be a pretty solid number when he saw that last turn. And he saw the energy that he finished with, and you know, I don't think there's recency bias in the mind of our panel. It's certainly not in the criteria, but when you can bang a finishing turn on the inside, it's closer to the action, the crowd enjoy it more, it's more intimate, you get a lot of noise. It was exciting, and that is a good number.
Yeah, especially the first wave, to lock it in, start to build a platform. Cenas hasn't been able to get a score, just that 5 in his locker. So yeah, Petard's come out strong, come out swinging, come out confident, and he's got, you know, he's got the advantage at this early stage.
24 on the clock, priority with the Australian Petard. Cenas now got a little bit of a puzzle to solve. Doesn't have priority. Does he think, I'm going to the 7s, I want to find a wave that offers me that? Does he just go anything and go full scattergun? We'll find out. A lot of that will be dictated by the pace and the rhythm of the opportunities provided for him by the ocean. A little bit more wind ruffling through here, Ben. So this north-northwest, it's blowing in a bit. The wave will clean up, be most on shore, the takeoff bowl, and then it will clean up as it rifles down the line.
Yeah.
Is that right?
Yeah, that's exactly right. So the Portuguese flag flying there. It's a wave that handles this wind pretty good. Most of the coastline will be pretty getting buffeted by this north angle, even a bit of the west in it. But this little natural sort of amphitheatre that rifles around the corners, a bit of a canyon too, so it funnels up the river mouth. And the faces are so clean. Especially on the inside section, as you mentioned. The further you go, the cleaner it gets. Meanwhile, Petard trying to find a nice clean section here.
Here's George. Let's see how this use of priority goes. His early work out the back is speculative now. A little bit more to it. A clip off the lip and then a load of white water. Cenas again. Another in and out. Does seem to be an element right now of guesswork on the peak. It's quite hard to identify exactly what the wave's going to do after it breaks on that first section. Whether it runs well, whether it goes soft. There's a little bit of luck and chance involved. You always get that with the ocean. And with a higher tide, still plenty of water out there on this reef. Surfers having to try and make good decisions, the best decisions they can, but at the same time, just kind of feeling things out from on the wave.
Yeah, kind of important too that you don't sort of get down on yourself if the waves don't turn out, all right? They're having a crack. You can't really tell when you take off, so I think these guys are just going, you know what, I'm just going to keep swinging. If it doesn't work out, go back out, paddle back out. Plenty of time, plenty of swell. Just that one clip there for George, and you see the sets just keep rifling through the line.
That's what we want to see. It's going to pulse throughout the afternoon here, where we will be crowning champs on finals day here in Ericeira. Biggest swell that we've had throughout the week. We've been down here, we've had competition every single day since Monday. So 7th day right now of action here. It's been a lot, and we've seen all sorts go down. We've seen drama, heartbreak. I mean, all of those emotions. It's compelling viewing. It's hard if you're in the corner of a surfer needing a result. I think everyone that gets to semis, that's a result, right? You're happy, you come away, but it won't feel like that immediately if you're on the losing end right now. Particularly if you get an unlucky hit with waves, you'd be thinking, I was so close to something so special.
Yeah, it's a double-edged sword, isn't it? Because, yeah, as you said, you've got to keep a result. You've got some points in the bag. but just to be so close to a heat win, an event win, and event wins, you know, they don't come around that often at this level. You've really got to fight for them. Some guys might get 3 or 4 in the whole career, so yeah, it's really, really important.
George Pittar of Australia, got a bit of a wall to work with here. And then all of a sudden he doesn't. And we've seen a little bit of that, so several waves go through. We've seen surfers take off to a couple of turns and kind of lose interest and quickly kick out, which makes the significant waves stand out a bit more. That 7-1-7 was really the end turn, to be fair. Going down the line, there wasn't a lot happening for him. He didn't do much at all in terms of points. And then all of a sudden just belted the closeout, got tail and fins out, made it look really dynamic, kind of slammed the lid on that wave, and then burst out in front of the whitewater with momentum and acceleration. 7-1-7 in the lead at the moment. George Pittar, Messinas with Prio, and a little moment now to maybe just sort of recalibrate on a couple of the attempts he's made and think, actually, I think I might hold off for something a little bit more quallo.
Yeah, he's both surfers. Yeah, they got 4 or 5 waves each. Only 1 wave of those 5 actually been of any sort of note. So, yeah, their strategy A has been just keep swinging, keep catching waves, see what happens. Maybe it's time to mix that up, change it up.
Scorecard for the Australians overall here, Ben. You happy with the way your compatriots have performed? I mean, we kind of expect a lot from them for good reason. Well, under, over? How do you think they've gone overall? I suppose it depends what happens as well right now. But
it's kind of right now.
Up to this stage?
Up to this stage.
Would you have expected maybe a few more on finals day?
I think there's been some stand-up performers. Yeah, we've got Indy Robinson is in the final, so that's above par, I would say. But in the men's, yeah, not as many sort of clogging up those round of 16 as you might find normally. Had Morgan Siblick, George. So, yeah, I would say probably battling about par, but if George and India were to win, well, it'd be a massive result for the Aussies. So, yeah, it's kind of in the balance, really. They've been surfing well, they've been strong, they've been a good presence, been enjoying their sort of vibes on the beach. Sort of good-natured sort of lot. Always get the ball. They've got some good vibes, good mates. So, yeah, I've enjoyed their company. I don't know if they would say the same.
It's the most important thing, Ben, isn't it? Oh, I'm sure they would. Here we go. A little look. And then outside, line standing up, 18 on the clock. Messinas will make a decision. He'll get himself close to a wave that's feathering outside, so he's heading towards it. He's trying to get deeper. The wider stuff, so far in this heat, it's fizzled out. For a minute, I thought he might be trying for a double up on this wave, but I think he quite wisely identifies just a big bit of whitewater, basically.
Yeah, and even that was a solid wave. I don't know what you want to call that. It's an 8-foot face. I think the surf line's been calling it. Maybe.
It didn't really have a face, did it?
Yeah.
Some 8-foot whitewater.
But you can still, yeah, you can still just punch through it relatively easy because it's just got that sort of deep, fat section to it.
Surfers getting very well taken care of here in our Red Bull Athlete Zone. Let's go and find out a bit more about it. As luck would have it, Chico Alves is on a fact-finding mission.
I just go down and do shirtless push-ups on the beach, scare everyone away.
Who are you talking to? Chico? What's going on down there?
You see?
Chico, mate, you there?
Oh, we're on?
Yeah.
Oh, okay, sorry, we're live.
Sorry to interrupt, boys.
Yeah, last man standing for us. How is it to be here and trying to support a bit the last one standing?
Oh, it's so good. I mean, it's good. We've got all the Aussie pack down here. Yeah, I mean, as soon as it gets down the nitty-gritty in the finals day, it's cool to be able to support as much as we'd want a few more of us. I mean, to have one man standing, he's had a great start now, 7-1-7, so hopefully we can cheer him on in the final and into a big W would be nice.
Second coming up next, maybe a win there?
Oh, I'd take a win for sure. I got third there last year, but nah, I'd be happy to just go there and make a few heats. But yeah, I mean, it's not about me at the moment, it's about George and just about the Aussie crew. So if we could get a finalist on the men's and women's side, we got India in the girls' final. So yeah, that'd be special as, and 2 Ws from Oz would be beautiful.
2 Ws from Oz. Let's go, Aussie. Back to you, boys.
Yeah.
Yee-hoo!
Yeah, thanks, Chico. Thanks, Jacko. That was cool. A little peek behind the curtain there.
Yeah, I could listen to Jacko Baker talk
looked like
all day.
A bit like he's on one of those old telephones. You know, you held the one bit to your ear, you held the other bit.
It was, well, plus, he's got the sort of the World War II kind of fighter pilot look as well, with the moustache. Yeah, it was all coming together. It's a very analog kind of feel to it.
To your point, the Australians pretty happy with the way things are looking at the moment. Jacko didn't have a great event this time. This is always an event normally where he really shines. I think like he's one of those surfers. He's got a particular sort of turn, doesn't he? That really fits in that kind of pocket that doesn't quite have a lip here. It is a real weapon for him. Haven't seen much of it this time around. Bit of a blip for him here, relatively. Normally, he's one of the best surfers here.
Yeah, we made the final, I think, was it 2 years ago when it was sort of similar conditions to this. So, yeah, he's had a lot of success here. He's surfing, fits a wave. Merewether surfer. There's kind of some similarities between the waves at Merewether and this one. He's a power monger. Always really good energy too, Jacko. One of the, you know, he's by his own ability, he's a chirper. He just keeps chirping away the whole time. And yeah, it was really interesting to get his little take on things.
A little over 14.5 to go here. Things have just simmered down a touch. It is George Pitart with a strong entry into the heat in terms of a 7.17. His backup's pretty modest though at the moment. On the flip of that, Messinas is on a 5 and a 3. More live action from our first semi for the men and finals day, and champs being crowned real soon right here in Portugal. Welcome back to finals day in Portugal. It's the EDP Ericeira Pro 2025. And not many surfers left in the draw, just 2 on the women's side. That's our finalists. Their names, Cynthia Robinson, Tia Zabrowski. For the men, at the moment, still 4 surfers left in it. We're getting close to that being 3. Who's going to the final out of this pair, Pitart and Messinas. That's the number that Luca needs, and you look at that and you think, no problem at all. Needs less than a 5. He's got plenty of time. There's a little bit more to it than that. George Pitart still doesn't have a backup score. And Luca Messinas, for the first time in this entire event, has gone 19, but a lot of minutes, 20 odd, without getting anything over a 5. Ben, that's a blip.
Yeah, we've been unlucky with this. We've got 2 of the best form surfers of the event. We've got 6-foot pumping waves. There's only been really 1 turn of note in the whole heat. So just one of those. That's what the ocean does. Tide sorting itself out. I reckon the last 10 minutes we're going to hope for some fireworks. So these 2 go. Ding dong, they both need a backup. They're both going to go big. Messina's being patient. I'm looking forward to seeing what he does when he finally gets a crack at it.
Yeah, we're just on the tide, and the way it works, get that parabolic curve, so not a lot of movement for the first hour or 2. The water depth won't change that much, and then as you get towards the mid, it'll actually race out the most. So it'll change really dramatically It's not a linear progression as the tide goes out, so it doesn't look like it's actually changed that much in terms of the depth out there, so we are waiting patiently, but it's going to get good, and it's going to get good quick, Ben.
So it's 3 hours, sorry, it's 3 metres is the tide, is the vertical drop. It's 6 hours or so between high and low. How much of that vertical 3 metres happens in the middle and how much happens at the end? Would you say a half, 2 metres through the parabolic curve?
It depends on the place, Ben. You have distortion to your tidal curve, so it's not something that's the same everywhere.
What about here?
On a big tide like today, I'm saying most of it.
2 metres? Two-thirds of it?
Yeah.
Happens through the sort of mid angle of it.
Yep.
Interesting.
Yep.
Okay, that's going to happen pretty quick. I mean, I'm sure these lads are all over it. They know the parabolic curve of the tides. It looks like George is going to look at this and hopefully get something going.
Here goes George Pittar. He's streaking across a softer wave face and he's tagging the lip. And now he's wrapping back. He's light on his feet. He's live. He's limber. That was sick. And he's down though. An error. Really pushed it. I think he realised I haven't done much here. Let's go big. We love that. But it's incomplete.
Yeah, he got that 7.17 for a similar kind of turn. He went for it. I liked the risk, but he didn't get any of the reward with a fall. I haven't seen him do many of those. Without priority, just decided to get busy. You can see it just looming up. Nice little check turn. It's all about this last manoeuvre here. I mean, he looks good on the flat section. Here he goes, steepens up. Oh, so much spray. He just got his fins out. It was way more radical than his last turn. It just came unstuck. If he pulled that off, Paul, well, I think he would have been in the final.
Yep. That was a moment for him. That particular time it got away. He'll know that. He'll be doing a little debrief to himself, making that adjustment. Not letting it weigh too heavily on him emotionally, but just from a tactical point of view, thinking, okay, how do I need to adjust? How do I make amends? How do I make that an isolated incident of an incomplete turn on a scoring wave? Out the back, having a look, bit of a prod into it, and not quite getting there. There's Luca Messinas, and those are some concerned faces from the likes of Julian Lasser.
Yeah, you can tell they're a bit nervous. It just hasn't been able to show his surfing. Had that 5 point, or had a fall on that wave at the start, and ever since then, he's never been able to get his groove on. Which for a guy that's been, you know, consistency is his thing. He makes good decisions. He surfs well, so he's up against it. And as you said, probably for the first time in the whole event, he's got to come from behind, under pressure. A time is ticking away. Only 8 minutes on the clock. You might think he might get one more opportunity, but I mean 2 at the most. He's got to make it count pretty shortly.
Yeah, I guess the flip side to that argument is just the way the timing's going. With that prior and a low requirement, if one good quality wave comes through and it's his, and he does get a number, all of a sudden a massive momentum shift. And George Pittar is under pressure for no reason because Messina's already got that 5 in. It's locked in. So if he can find himself a bit of quality up in the 6s and 7s, a little bit of pressure on George.
George getting rid of that 2.5 though is pretty telling, isn't it? He hasn't been able to improve on that. You'd so expect him to.
Was that last turn on that last wave? That was the 2.5 gone there.
Easily.
If he pulled that and then some.
That would have been another 7, I reckon, because he went for it. It was an incredible turn. He probably won't feel too bad. I mean, when you go for those massive manoeuvres, there's always a pretty good chance you're not going to stick it every time. So I don't think he'll be belting himself too much. But he knows he needs to improve to 2.5. But Messinas, well, here we go, Paul.
Luca, crucial moment in the heat right now. Little bit of wobble out the back. That's inauspicious for the Peruvian, but this is a little better. There's some speed and drive. Here's a section. He'll tag that. Signature drifting top turn set up. Now a bowl. Up again. Can he come around? If he can get back up there, he's on his way. He'll have to just scramble around. Will he be up for a finish? No, he's down, and he was always late and chasing that. Wow. Big turn, great combo from Pittar. And that's the wave he's been waiting for a while, and you could see the fire.
Well, we said he wasn't that demonstrative, but he's changed that now. He's fired right up. He's kicking the water. I get the feeling that he did some big turns out the back, and he finished it really strong. So I think we might have Pittar well, maybe it was just one booty in the final, Paul. And it looked good. So he drives around the corner. His style is so good. That was even radical, that first cut back. There's another spray of it is incredible. That's right in the pocket. It is so great to watch. And nice and safe with the finish. And yeah, I'd be doing that too, mate. That was really, really high quality surfing. It's going to be a big number.
He's on his way here, isn't he? And he's reveling. Look at that. Doesn't even need a huge finish, and you just feel that exhalation, all of that energy, all that pent up nerves, all of that stuff. A great release for him.
Just compare it to Lucas' wave. He had to wait so long. Again, he's composed. That's that trademark turn you talked about. He's been doing that all week. And he's waiting for to stand up. Got another section here, which he belted. And it was just this end, but he had to drive down the line. And it just got away from him. He was looking for it there. It might have got it there. And because he was so late, he went down in all that choppy water. And unlike George, who was in complete control of every element of his wave, Luca wasn't. And he's going to be now with less than 5 minutes needing a big, big, big number.
4.5 to go. Messinas, this number, it's modest. It's 4.5. It's not super helpful in the context. Even less so when the number drops for George. Judge is still deliberating. Series.
Motoring up the point there, isn't he? With it.
Just thinking about those turns that petarded, just shrouping in on a rail multiple times. Big impacts, and you think about the scoring potential of the waves and where scores can come from at the moment. There's not a lot of lip to hit. The stuff he was doing was pretty spectacular, really. Under 4 now. Judges taking their sweet time with that number. As we'll see, with priority, Messinas. Can he get back into the heat now? This wave, initial section, a bit better. There's the hit, and he's down. Not what he was after, and some scoreboard news. A monstrous number for George Pittar. We knew it was coming. It's huge. It's 8.67 for George Pittar, and he's on his way to the final.
Yeah, 2 judges giving him a 9. Probably the best wave of the event, or very, very close to it. And to do it in the semi-final, and when your opponent's already up against the ropes, he's booked himself into the final. Luca now needing a combination of scores. I mean, you know, it's possible. It's highly improbable. And George Pittar, well, I hate to say that I kind of told you so, Paul, but I've kind of been backing the guy since the start, and he is absolutely delivering. I'm really, really impressed with his surfing. I'm stoked that a surfer of that kind of style and that caliber is doing well.
He's got priority. And he got a little bit tangled up there. Yeah, we'll use that. Priority, we'll head over to Messinas. He needs 2 waves. Don't fancy his chances, really. He needs 2 8s. It's 2 minutes on the clock. He hasn't got past the 5 yet. And it's just not been his heat. And it's come to an end a bit abruptly, which is not really a fair reflection of the campaign he's put together at this event. It's been great throughout, really entertaining. He's had performances and the results, but the Ocean's just not cooperated with him.
Paul, you're being pretty calm here, mate. You're doing it. Your poker face is pretty good. We've got bloody Brad Gerlach in the booth, mate. He's in the building.
Alert.
He's in the building. I can see him. He's right here, just treating as if it's like an OG hasn't walked in. He's going to do the next heat, Paul.
Do you reckon he'll be one of those people that comes in this year and doesn't really say much, and we have to really cajole the words out of him?
Once you get him started, but he's a tough nut to crack. But once you get him going, he's all right.
I can't wait for it. Really looking forward to that. 1:30 to go in this one. A great-looking second men's semi-final, and a very special OG guest coming in the studio for it as well.
He's a good dancer too, Paul.
Let's have a look at Messinas. What footwork can he do right here? Not a lot, really. And he realises it. Sometimes when the Ocean doesn't cooperate, there's not much you can do, really, other than wish your opponent well. Pittar will just make sure he'll stomp the tail and cut out the back. the Aussie squad, yeah, I reckon they're happy, they're pleased.
Yeah, well, they got 2 finalists, so 2 out of 4. I mean, let's do the maths on that, Paul. That's pretty much almost 50% where I come from. And they are on fire. George Pitar, incredible surfing, and the Aussies are happy. Luca, I mean, look, he hasn't put this semi together, but every other heat he's been super impressive. A big number for him. He's going to go up the rankings and really be in back with the shot getting on the CT, but up against some massive numbers from Pitar. One of the biggest heat totals of the whole event, coming together at the right time.
Well, we were talking that he's been doing well, but he hasn't really extended himself. He hasn't had to push. He hasn't gone crazy on the scoreboard as yet as well. And look how ominous it is that in semi-finals he is showing up, blowing up. He'll go again here. We're out of time. This will be a victory lap, a Perso way for George Pitar off the top, sluicing. He'll bring this one in here. He's enjoying himself. He's feeling really good. The waves are only going to improve as well. Next time he hits the water, it will be for the men's final. That'll be in about an hour and 10 minutes time, something like that. There'll be significantly less water on the reef. Hopefully more waves pulsing through. And the Aussies will clap him in. A job well done. Hard luck, Luca Macedas. Not a lot went for him out there. Bit of a nightmare, but ultimately he's been taken out by someone in full flow. Let's just recap it. Our first semi, and after a bit of a hold where we waited for the high tide to happen. We've seen this that came out at this stage. He got a 5 for this, and we're thinking, all right, expect plenty more from him. This is about as good as it got.
Yeah, that second turn, we thought, okay, he's going to do what he's been doing the whole event. Just smooth, powerful, in sync. And then he just made an error down the end here, and pretty much from this point on, from this mistake, he never got it back, you know. And George, he had to wait a while for the explosive, but when he did, this big turn here coming up, I think it's this one here, was massive. That was a 717, pretty much for that turn there. Incredible. You see him start to fire up, and then this wave, well, this is one of the best waves of the whole week. The spray he generates, the north wind we're talking about, just capturing it and blowing it all the way to Lisbon, and just going absolute ham. And then I even like this, it was just calm, collected, and exclamation mark. He's in the final, and he deserves it.
A highly entertaining first semi, a dominant George Pitar. He's going through to the men's final. Who is going to face? It'll be one of Cowley Vast or Eli Hanneman. That semi will be coming up real soon. We're going to bring in Brad Gerlach into the studio to talk you through it. Stay tuned. Welcome back to finals day here. Sun's out, crowd lining the shore at Hibeda Dillis. And our second men's semi-final hitting the water. A great looking matchup. We had big numbers go down in our first semi for the men. We got George Pittar. He's locked in for the final for the Australians. Joining myself, Paul Evans, alongside JJ Starling. Brad Gerlach, mate, welcome in. How you doing?
Yeah, I'm great. Thanks for having me. I appreciate it.
Good to see you, mate. We enjoyed having you. A little cross down on the beach, and we're like, get that man up in the booth. Get him up here. You've been enjoying the action? I mean, you've been working here as well, but you look like you're still having fun and enjoying being around surfing at this level.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, Portugal, it's a beautiful country, hardcore surfing community. Waves are good, food's good, wine's good, energy's great. The competition's been very good. I mean, the waves have been challenging at times. Certainly yesterday morning they were pretty challenging, but yeah.
Surfing's pretty big in this part of the world, and there's a lot of people who've been doing it for a while. A lot of people recognise you. You get stopped a bit. I know they're really passionate and kind of knowledgeable about what went down in the past as well as the present.
Not too often, but occasionally here and there. Yeah, it's nice. It's very warm. Last night I went to go watch the movie with João Mendoca and Martin Fortes, and the whole surf community was there, and they were really stoked, and the guys are surfing great, and a few older guys saying we remember you, and yeah, we love you and we love your surfing. It's always nice to hear that. So,
yeah, that's amazing, mate. A proper core community down here. Let's just set up our second semi right now. We'll have a look out in the water. A powerful goofy in the form of Cowley Vast taking on Eli Hanneman. I mean, you couldn't really get two more distinct ways of riding a wave in terms of approach, overall energy. Everything about them really is different, but I guess one thing that endures doesn't change with time. There's no right or wrong way of doing it as such. That's what makes it such compelling view. And this is the first wave here for Eli. JJ, what are we thinking?
Yeah, I mean, Eli's just been on form all event, and he's kind of been Mr. Mysterious. Not getting much from him on the beach, but so much from him in the water. Big turn there, but goes down. So we saw that kind of be a crucial mistake for people like Yolanda, Alyssa Spencer earlier this morning. So Eli wanted to clean that up, especially with this guy, Cowley. He's just been so good this event. Such great technique off the bottom, really drives off that back foot into those big hooking backside whips. Paces himself through this foamy section. There's a lot of water running up the face through this inside. Gets the finish. Nothing crazy, but he's got a really nice overall performance here, and I just love the fact that he can push harder than expected once he gets to the top of these waves. It almost makes you feel like, oh, okay, he really does have a lot of strength behind him. So Cowley starting off exactly where he left off in that last heat.
Decent number in there for Cowley with the 6.5. He'll swing those arms and get back to the peak. Someone that's dropped good numbers and headed to the final. George Pittar of Australia is standing by on the glass with Chico.
Yeah, boys, have with me, George. George, another win, 2 excellent numbers, 1 more to go. Where's your mind right now?
Oh, I'm tired, man. I got like washed down after my last wave, and I was paddling for like 5-10 minutes to get up, to get in. There's so much water moving out there, but feeling good, so happy to make that heat. Like, just in the grand scheme of things, I think, yeah, it was an important heat for me, and yeah, hopefully I can go 1 more.
And talk to me about the equipment change. You saw that the waves are bigger. Any changes for the final, or stick up with this one?
Yeah, I went an inch longer board than what I was riding just earlier. I just felt like there was so much water and turbulence on the face out there. The high tide, you get this like ricochet off the rocks. And yeah, I don't know, I felt like I've got such good boards at the moment, honestly. Like, CI's done such a great job of just working and keep working on things and trying to figure out what works for me. And coming into this event, I try to go like a little flatter rocker for the fatness of this wave, and they've just been nailing it. And yeah, big shout out to CI. They've made me some good boards over here.
I won't take much more time from you. You've got the final coming up next. You want to send a quick message back home?
Yeah, I think it's pretty late at home right now, so I don't know if anyone's watching. She is, but yeah, far out. Hopefully we can go 1 more, see how we go.
Go the Aussies, good luck.
Thank you, cheers.
Back to you, boys.
Yelek Shiko, Pitar through to the final. The best of the opening exchange, the better of it. Went with Kaulivar 6-5 to Hanneman's 3-1-7. Talking with Brad Gerlach here in the booth. And mate, you're based in Australia now?
No, I moved back to California a year ago.
Right on.
Yeah.
Happy to be back there?
Yeah, very happy to be back there. And,
surfing a lot still?
Pardon me?
Surfing a lot?
Yeah, I live by the beach. I live in Huntington Beach.
Mate, I gotta say.
Yeah, I'm fit.
Looking pretty sprightly.
I'm in good shape because I love surfing. So, yeah, you gotta be in shape too. And the older you get, I just want to say real quick because I know my kids are watching. Hi Zeppelin. Hi Zeke.
Oh, so
I know that they were jumping at the screen when you guys showed me when you showed me on the beach. They're jumping on going, Daddy, watch, look at me, you know. It was really cute.
Yeah,
and my
that's
wife
sweet.
too.
That's really sweet.
I know they'll be watching.
Got to give a shout out to the farm. And you're over here in a coaching role. You're working with certain surfers. We know about some of the relationships you've developed down the years. I'm just thinking more broadly with surfers that you're not working with. Someone that's achieved everything you have, and you got a lot of opinions as well, and you articulate them really well. How tempted are you to say to someone and go, hey, I think you should do this? Or is that a thing that comes up for you? You holding that back? You just let people kind of do their thing?
No, I tell
maybe and ask.
I tell they don't come to me, but too much pride. Which is a bad thing. You really should put your pride aside and come and ask a question because you never know what you're going to learn. But I usually tell my students, like, hey, do you see that weakness right there? You know, kind of thing. Look at these bombs coming through. Which is Eli Hanneman made a big mistake on that turn, not getting the backside of his body turning. He sort of did it with his foot instead of his whole body twisting. And I think that, and then watching Cowley, what I really liked about him, the way he rode his wave is he had that first really good turn, and then he slowed down, and there was a dynamic there. He slowed down and then he accelerated and did this. I love dynamic surfing when it's there's a slight bit of unpredictability, as here he goes right here on a whitewatery one. Possibly looking for something to build down the line. That's what you don't see online a lot of times. They don't pull back enough to know that it's actually getting bigger down the line. That's what they are all looking for. And if it does peter down a little bit, it doesn't give you that final finish. That dramatic finish seems to be where a lot of the big scores come from, especially in one of the heats that I was coaching Kira, and her heat against Sally, and Sally had one really big finishing hit, and it was quite a high score. So it's telling.
So over here in your role, I mean, I'm fascinated by these insights into the technical side of surfing itself, and obviously there's a lot to learn and something that can always be improved there, but I just wonder how much of that job and that role here is dealing with that specific mechanics on the wave, how much of it is more emotional stuff? How does that balance out, particularly on the Challenger Series, the way this tour works out and what's available but not quite there yet for these surfers?
Yes, I think you've got to dig into the emotional, because if you're here on the Challenger, you have a lot of heart in the first place. So you need to dig down and totally focus in on, you need to access the emotional fire that you have to deliver inspiring performances, because that's what's going to, people are watching all year long. There's so much in the emotion. But technically, you kind of got to throw that out the window, and you got to be loose and relaxed, and you got to go for it, and yeah. Then you review the technique afterwards.
Bit of a bomb here. It's Cowley, the Olympic champ, shrouping back to a pocket, drives that bottom turn. Just does a little bit of work to neaten up.
Nice.
Look at the amount of push he gets off the bottom and off the top again. Holds it for an eternity. He's got some strong legs on him and doing good work with a couple of whips on a big wall.
Nice drawn out bottom turn to a big turn. That's excellent to see.
It's that change of pace you were talking about as well. He just set it up and let it breathe, and then just aggressively ripped in. The reply here, Hanneman. This one will stretch out in front of him. He'll pull his first turn slightly short. He'll go over some foam. If this doubles up, it could get interesting. Instead, it won't, and he's out.
But that's kind of good too, because you don't lose priority. You know, you got your feet into the wax a little deeper. You don't know if that wave's going to shape up or not. If it started to build here, he comes off of this and sets up a huge final turn. That's a good score, but he could tell that that thing was losing power.
Callie on this one, though, I love that explosiveness that you were talking about, Brad. This part particularly, I love how he didn't chase down the line. He really stuck in the pocket. Just stay close to this power source, stay close to that white water, and then, yeah, just really went up and at it. Drived through that turn while he was at the top of the wave there. So it had that accentuation. We saw a lot more spray come out the back from it. And Callie, I feel like he's got such good goofy foot technique. I mean, just has that fin completely out of the water as he's coming off those bottom turns. And like you mentioned, he really holds them. And then I feel like he extends his turns even longer at the top. And I'm surprised that he hasn't had a result here prior to now, considering how strong he's looking. And especially when the waves get bigger, it just feels like it's more and more suited to his type of surfing.
Yeah, you timed that very well. You know, sometimes with the way this wave is, it's a facey wave. So, meaning it's not like top to bottom sucking out. So going down to the very bottom of the wave is risky, because by the time you get down there, the section folds over. See, a lot of times what I teach is to well, you use your experience, but go down to the part of the wave where there's still power in it. Could be 2/3 of the way down, could be halfway down, because they're not scoring off the bottom. As much as I appreciate a really long, stylish, beautiful bottom turn, they're not scoring it. All right, so you know that's a big thing. I think John used that really well at Margaret's. He would come down 2/3 of the way down and keep the power, and then drive into those mega turns. So I think that's a big thing. I saw this when I watched this wave like online, you know, through the years, but it's apparent today with the higher tide. So
a lot of action happening out in the water and around and about the contest site as well. Let's get down to the EDP activation area and update with Claudia Pinto.
Allow me to take a moment here at the EDP brand activation to introduce Catarina Barradas, the CEO of EDP Portugal, one of the sponsors of this event. This would not be possible without the brands that support surfing. EDP has been supporting surfing also in the new generations. Can you tell us a little bit about what it means for the brand to be here and connected with surfing?
Well, first of all, I'm not the CEO of EDP.
Oh, sorry.
I'm the global brand director, which is fine. So we are very happy to be here at EDP again, at Ribeira Ilhas again.
One day see you.
Yeah, one day. EDP has been sponsoring surf since 2009. So for us, it's a sport that is really aligned with our core values. I mean, it's around ocean protection, clean energy. We are one of the biggest companies leading the energy transition, and so generating clean energy from the sun, the wind, and the water. For us, it's great to be here again. I mean, we have a lot of things going on here in our stand. Also, we had the chance to premiere our documentary, EDP Surf for Tomorrow, the documentary available on YouTube, where we tell the story of our 5 really young talent team, where we give them training and give them the chance to train and be able to reach the highest levels of WSL. And the documentary is amazing, so I invite all of you to see. We also have the Heat of the Week, where we're going to convert the best score of the whole week into a donation of solar panels to NGOs. We have a sustainable workshop going on, so a lot of things here at the beach. It's great to see everybody, following us at edp.com on Instagram, taking our gifts to the beach, our hats, our umbrellas, and I mean, it's amazing to be here once again.
Just like EDP, the sustainability is in the roots of our sport, and we're happy to have EDP supporting Ericeira Pro 2025.
Fantastic. Thanks, Claudia. Back to the action here. 17.5 on the clock. Saw a wave during that interview. This was Cowley. Brad, what do you make of this?
Well, I haven't seen it, so I just saw a little bit on the thing there, and I loved when he took off. He went down, S-turn down, but here I did see this. Floater was great, but when you come down sideways, right at the very end, he didn't get a chance to jump off and straighten the nose towards the beach. It makes it much more difficult to make that turn. It's a it's really difficult to make the turn when you come down sideways. You need to jump. You need to be accelerating, because he wasn't accelerating. He was falling with the lip. So at the last bit, if you're taking the nose to the beach, your completion rate is increases.
And you're thinking he wanted to go down the line and get another section? I mean, this is probably something that he's aware of himself. He's done that turn a few times before.
Of course he's aware of it.
Maybe he's trying to get another section, maybe looking down the line a bit, looking ahead of himself.
Could be, or just had a mistake. The best in the world make mistakes, and so that's what makes us love surfing so much, because it's just so. I've been surfing for 50 years, and by no means do I think I'm a master. I don't know.
Still learning every day.
I mean, I go out and just pearl up to my neck and just go like, okay, hopefully nobody saw that, and then rip my next one, hopefully.
Yeah.
Or just stand up switch foot, and then people are like, that guy doesn't even surf good.
JJ, what's going on with Eli here? He's got a 3 and a 2.5. He's got priority, 16 minutes. What's he got to do?
Oh, we've just seen this story happen and unfold in every single one of our heats today. I feel like the people who drop and wait, they kind of overcomplicate it a little bit for themselves. I'd love to see him really come back into this, but Cowley looks like he's surfing himself into rhythm and into momentum into this heat.
All right, 15 minutes and 40-odd seconds on the clock. It is your Olympic champ, Cowley Vast, doing good work on the backhand at the moment. He's in the leads. Find out if Eli Hanneman can come back and get himself in the final when we come back from break. Welcome back to the action here in Portugal. It's finals day. It's Cowley Vast at the moment with a bit of a significant lead in this second men's semi. Couple of sixes for him, some powerful backhand hits. He's got him a sizable cushion at the moment for Eli Hanneman of nothing insurmountable at all. 9.5 is the requirement in one way. There is still time for Eli to get a couple done. He's got priority as well. So that side of it, pretty good. You see a bit of distance between him and the lineup. We'll fly above on the drone and see from wide and from inside. Cowley up and out. So having a quick look. Eli still holding down territory in the traditional takeoff section.
That first wave of Eli's, sometimes you make one error in a heat and you lose. Sometimes you make 16 errors and you still get through. It's really difficult.
What's it if you're Eli right now and you've watched the day unfold so far? Then we went on hold and it felt like everyone who had an early morning error or an early heat error really struggled to get back into rhythm. If you're Eli and you're in his shoes right now, what are you thinking and how are you getting yourself out of this?
I would be moving. I'd be moving over. It almost seems easier to be paddling up the point. Plus, you're able to judge the wave when you're looking up at it. When you're paddling and chasing it, you're like, is that a good one? Is that not a good one? I mean, well, he's kind of maybe listening to me here.
Got a little headphone in, little AirPod.
But I would be moving over, and it's not like you said, it's not an insurmountable lead, I'd be like, okay, I can easily get a 6, 7 on a wave and do. He's so talented, and he has a variety of maneuvers. He looks very sharp. I was surprised he did fall on that first wave. He would be, who knows what kind of score he'd be sitting on. So yeah.
George Pitart waits in the men's final for one of this pair. At the moment, it's Cowley Vast heading there. Still a lot of time left to come. Meanwhile, starting to think about the women's final from Australia. India Robinson from France. Tia Zabrowski there with her dad. She surfed the final here last year. He looks very relaxed indeed. She seems pretty chill. That's been a bit of a hallmark this year. She's looked very unstressed, doesn't seem to be carrying a lot of weight of expectation. And then connecting on an inside bowl.
Boom.
Cowley doing loads on the backhand. And just about hanging on to a bottom turn to push through. Watching on is squads. Justin Becquet, Yann Martin, Johan Duroux, Thomas Fernandes in there as well. They're watching that from Cowley. It's a big wave.
The finish of the turn put him out of position to be able to capitalize on that next turn. Otherwise, that would have been just a giant score.
Yeah, Cowley, he's just so good at this wave, and I feel like he's built every single day. You know, we saw early signs that he was going to be looking pretty lethal, but that is unreal. Unreal.
Did you see how he was out of position in order to hit that next section? This is what I think is so difficult about competition surfing, is you're a little bit like in a hurry. Right here, he could have. It's more about how you complete it. Incredible turn, right? And then here, his upper body is behind him. Oh, there you go.
Important wave here for Hanneman with speed. He'll go past, streak past Cowley, and then up into a lip here. He needs to stick this. It's not going well for Eli's crew. They cannot believe it.
Under 10 minutes remaining.
Chris Gallagher.
I love how much the coaches feel it as well. You see Galley just full upset. He was just in despair from this one. It was starting so good. He's so spring-loaded off the bottom here for Eli, and that was exactly what he needed to do, and then just buried the nose there. He's got an inside section through here, though. Oh, no, he doesn't. Oh, Eli, it's all falling apart right now.
The way that the scores are coming, one big walloping turn on the inside, get you a 6-point ride or more, depending. He messed up on that layback. He didn't. Once again, it's the same thing that happened on his first wave. He's not twisting his body early enough before he gets his weight on his back foot, so he's getting stuck. So then when you get stuck, you have to push on the back foot to try to push yourself around, and he's pushing the nose underwater. This is what I go through with wave key in slow motion, because that's 100th of a second moment. So it's like, what did I do wrong? Oh, I was just in a hurry, or I was in a rush. Actually, technically, where you were in a rush was not in the turn. You were in a rush to get to that leveraged position to do the turn, and that's what happens over. I see so much.
And you find different surfers respond in different ways to that. Some people kind of respond positively to these kind of corrections, so we say, and maybe others that are more challenging to coach. Do you maybe get more pleasure when you do see results with them? How does that work?
Everyone's different, of course, but usually if they're asking me to help them, they're open. No way am I going up to somebody and saying, hey, ma'am, I would love to, I could see that you, if you did this and this and that, I would never say anything to anybody because they're not ready for the information. They're not ready, so they kind of see it as like a little bit, I've had people like go, oh, you don't think I surf very good then? Oh, no. And I'm like, no, that's not what I'm saying. I'm just, never mind, zip, But here I am, I'm commentating, so I'm going to say what I see. Eli's not asking me for that, but he's going to rewatch this. Yeah, you are.
We are.
And he's going to rewatch this and say, oh, I totally agree with Brad, or I hadn't even really thought of that, kind of thing. And so that's, and so it's really fun because everything is happening so fast. 100ths of a second, right? So how do you teach somebody something in 100 seconds, you have to slow it down to 10 seconds, 20 seconds, and go through it. And that's what I do with wave key.
I have a question for you.
Yes.
Kira, we obviously know that you work with her, and she's been really open online about recently hitting a bit of a burnout phase, being really tired just from competing for a really long time. How do you help an athlete bounce back from something like that?
That's a mental thing. It's without sort of revealing what we're doing because it's personal. I'm helping her enjoy things by letting things go easier, maybe, and maybe she's had a few obstacles. Like, does that really matter? Would it be okay if you let that go? Because we're here to win, and we're here to, you always surf best when you feel best.
Yeah.
So it's about, and sometimes the person just needs to talk. So I'm good at listening and asking the questions and helping her enjoy it. And I think when she enjoys it, but I think she needs to, she knows it, she needs to get better in a bunch of different places. And against Tia Zabrowski yesterday, I mean, Tia's just like, she's a phenom, the way she moves. She's really, really good. She's going to challenge for a world title very soon. She's so good. So to beat Tia in smaller waves, you had to compete better than her, and you had to surf your best. And Kira didn't do that yesterday. So, but yeah, it's about getting better and being honest and being able to look at your weaknesses and go, yeah, I'm not very good right there. And you go, okay, cool, but I know how you can be, and then showing somebody who is really good right there, and then showing them what they're actually doing, and then you train it in slow motion on the land. That's what I do with wave key. Otherwise, practicing in the water is really difficult because it doesn't give you, it just, I said the word difficult, and there it is. It's, he's looking ahead. He's like, come on, give me something. I know, he's a very focused person, and he's driven to win. So he's kind of like trying to will it to happen, and yeah, this ocean will slap you upside the head when you're so he's going to go left and do a backside air reverse and try to get like a big score here.
Hanneman with the punt, with the rotation, he'll click it and lands. A chronicle foretold by Brad Gerlach.
I've watched him surf since he was a little kid.
Yeah.
So I watched almost every person here that's on this tour since they're little because I can see talent and then I'm interested.
Yeah. Eli, we saw Dakota Walters do something similar on the second or third day here. Maybe a bit bigger and a faster spin from Dakota, and that came in around that 5-point range. We can see the judges were a bit confused on that, and I feel like Eli, that's not going to challenge that 9.5 he's looking for.
No. I think he was hoping that it would be a steeper section and he could do something where it's inverted, and he's very good at those things, and they're a weapon. And if you're wanting to be a professional surfer, you and you're a kid out there, you need to have these kinds of things, women included. Women are going to be nailing these things, like, because we have wave pools, and it's an exciting part. I do think that there's a mixture of old school with new school is what I think is the most exciting, like Dane Reynolds. Old school, big, mega power carves and crazy progressive stuff. That's like the standard, and that was 2010. You know what I mean? Like, it's kind of interesting to not see somebody surf better than Dane, and here you go.
Here's the recap. Cowley Vass has dominated this one, Jesse.
Yeah, he has. I mean, those pair of sixes, it's nothing crazy, but it's got him a really solid hold on this heat so far for just really exceptional timing and acceleration out of his turns. Cowley's just been sticking to this trademark traditional surfing like we were just talking about. Hasn't gone above and beyond, but it's getting him into the final for just staying really consistent with this. And Brad, I know you really like this wave and just the acceleration he gets off those bottom turns.
Well, yeah, it's kind of exciting for him because George had like a stellar heat, whereas Cowley's cruising. I mean, the turn was incredible right there, but he may have quite a bit more in the tank for the final. Do you know what I mean? Where sometimes you can peak early, George even said he was tired. Yeah, both Eli and Lucas seemed like completely out of rhythm, and then the other two guys were more in rhythm.
Yeah, we've seen that kind of happen all day throughout the day. It's just been that one surfer who's just got a really quick start and then just surf their way into the heat, and they just keep catching waves. Sometimes a lot more waves than probably what they need to. They don't better those scores that they get earlier on in the heat, but it's just set them up for a really good looking end. And I mean, Eli slightly lessened his requirement there. It was a 3.83 for that backside full rope, but an 8.44. It's got to be something pretty special right now. And you can see Cowley being really smart, sitting on his inside. So if Eli swings for a wave, Cowley can easily shut that down. We saw him do something similar in the quarterfinals, but Eli looking left again.
He'll load up here. It's got a ton of speed, blistering, and that's big. It's really big, and he's asked a question. There's the fire. There's Eli Hanneman. We've been waiting for him to show up, and he does it now. Final minute. He's asked a question here. He's gone the wrong way on a right-hand point break. He's gone left, but he's gone very fast and very high. And the judges, they got a reply to put here. This will be interesting.
I don't know if this is the wrong way.
I don't know. I mean, it was crazy. I mean, super technical, really high, like you mentioned. He got that tail pretty high as well. It's a crazy air to pull off. Like you mentioned, Brad, he's kind of got it in his back pocket, but I don't know. It's so hard, especially going left here, and it's a critical turn. It's got high risk. We're in the dying stages of the heat. It's a really clean ride out as well. But an 8.84, I just don't know how they feel about the lefts. You know, it's definitely going to ask a question, but I really don't know.
Saying, give me the score. Give me the score. I mean, they will do. It will come. It might take a little while. There'll be some deliberations for sure. But this is what makes it exciting. We speculate about the right or wrong ways of doing it at the start of the heat in different ways. And
I don't know.
We don't know.
I don't know. And I was just saying that Cowley's in the final, so I could be eating my words here. I don't really know how to score that exactly.
As far as I feel like it's a great turn, but I think it's for the wrong wave. You know, if we're in Brazil, that's going to be a crazy score. If we're in Huntington, again, that's a really crazy score. I just don't, and I'm happy to eat my words if I get it wrong, but I just don't think
he basically needs a 9, right? If it was a 7, if he needed a 7, you could kind of make arguments. Was it a 9?
It's to be so critical. Like, I think it's an amazing air. He's really created an opportunity for himself, but I just think it's on the wrong wave. You know, it's not for this right-hand point break. And I think Cowley, as far as an overall performance went in this semi-final, probably deserves to be in the final more, just based on that he fought for those 2 6s. And I just think that he really surfed to the criteria. I don't know, maybe I'm a bit more traditional like that. It was crazy from Eli. And he should be super proud of himself that he gave himself that opportunity, but my initial is no. It's not going there.
The crowds are the chief beneficiaries as well. They've just seen a full rotation coming back towards them in the air here. Super impressive, acrobatic, dramatic, very entertaining. What a performer. That's why we come down the beach as fans, is to watch surfing like that, but just in the context of where scores have been going in this heat. Well, we'll see.
What do you reckon, Brad?
I don't know. I mean, I think some of those big blasty top turns that Cowley did, they were excellent. And
there it is. Numbers in. No real shot. Well done, Eli Hanneman. Very well done. Cowley Bust. He's through to the final. What an amazing looking matchup that's going to be. He's going to be taken on George Pittar. All right, so Senna's going to do the interview and come back. So he's ready to go out for the final. He's on the verge of something real special. Here's the bracket. And there are only 2 remaining. Brad Gerlach, while you're here, I'm going to ask you for a name, mate. George Pittar, Cowley Bust. Who are you liking? Who are you picking for the final?
Cowley.
Cowley Bust? JJ?
Oh, I've got to go with George.
Thought you might say that.
It'd be rude not to.
Brad, it's been amazing having your technical insights and just your overall vibe in here, mate. It's great having you around. It's been really cool. Enjoy the rest of your trip in Portugal.
Thank you.
Look forward to seeing. Let's do this again soon, right?
Yeah, sure. Yeah. Anytime.
Thanks, mate. What a pleasure to have Brad in here. We've got the women's final coming up. It's going to be incredible. We've got pumping waves out there. The women's final right after the break.
The EDP Ericeira Pro is brought to you by EDP, official energy of the EDP Ericeira Pro. By Visit Portugal, Europe's best surf destination. By the Mafra City Council, Ericeira, a world surfing reserve. And by Millennium Bank, official bank of the WSL in Portugal.
Welcome back to Ericeira. Welcome back to the EDP Ericeira Pro. Welcome back to the final of the women's division. Tia Zabrowski, India Robinson, and Jess Starling. This is what we've waited all week for. This is why we're here. This is what matters in surfing right now. Talk us through these two surfers. What has been impressive about both of these girls throughout the whole week?
Everything. They've both just been so on fire. Two really contradicting stars as well. Indy getting us up and at it right now.
Straight into it, India Robinson from Victoria. Nice top turn. Looked for another section down the line. She's been a bit lateral, but she'll try and fix that down the end section. Here comes a section her way. She belts it. And you can hear the Aussies and the crowd go it. There they are. There's the crew. Emma Bryan, Tully Wiley, a few of the Vico boys. They've Huxley especially invested. And that's a pretty good start from India.
Yeah, that's a great start. She mentioned in her last post-E interview, she's feeling really loose. You know, she's feeling like she's in flow with the ocean, and that's a great way to kick us off and a great way to show us that she's still in that flow. Just those big turns. I mean, they're just so easy to score for the judges. The judges really just eat that type of surfing up. And she's just got that hard carve on her as well, which adds points. We saw Sammy Pupo with something similar. So India wrapping back to the pocket, really picking her times to unleash, which is here. Boom, big turn. Had a bit of a layback start to it. We saw that back arm go out and then waited till she got to this inside section. Massive finishing turn from India Robinson. We see that coming in as a pretty nice score to kick us off here. You can see just patiently waits, doesn't drop all the way to the bottom and then gets up there. Fins drift out the back. She hangs up on the coping a little longer. So India on a set wave and completes her first ride there.
How important is getting that first wave and getting it early, Jess?
Oh, it's everything. I feel like it takes so much pressure off. It doesn't feel like you're behind the 8 ball or chasing it, and it already puts pressure back on your competitor. And it comes in a 6-point ride for her first wave.
Yeah, solid. She'll be trying to improve on that, but it's a very good start. Speaking of someone who's had a very good start and a very good finish this event, it's Cody Vast down on the beach. Let's hear what he's got to say.
That's right, massive. Kali Vast in the finals, joining GP. Been showing us you want this so much. How does it feel now that it's finally coming up?
Yeah, it feels amazing to be in the final. I needed this, and And yeah, the waves are here, and yeah, I'm super stoked, and yeah, I can't wait to go back in the water.
We're gonna let you rest. Just a few words in French.
Yeah, just do a little warm up again, and yeah, go again. But I'm excited. There is Tia in the water, so yeah, I want her to win, and then I hope we can win together. So yeah, that's the goal.
A few words in French.
Merci tout le monde, and let's go. One more.
Thank you.
French first. 2 French surfers, 2 Aussie surfers. A French Anglo battle, and right now Carly getting ready. Going to watch Tia. She's out the back, and this looks like a solid wave. So Zabrowski, the 14-year-old, #1 on the Challenger Series rating. Nice first turn. There's a big open face here. She's carves back towards the source. She's really calm. There's a nice little lateral wave, but that wave probably just because it was so sizey, that bigger set, still so much energy, just went off the reef a little bit. And so Tia wasn't allowed to tee off. Looks like Robinson has just got the better of that first exchange, and now paddle battle, see who gets out the back first, but not the start she would have wanted. But plenty of time left on the clock. I can't really remember a time throughout the whole event, Jess, where she's been kind of had the back to the wall. She's pretty much been in control of the heats the whole time, right?
Yeah, this is definitely a first for Tia. She locks in that first score. It's a 3-3-3. She's made 3 finals in her very short Challenger Series career so far. This one twice. Made this final twice. Never won one though, so she's looking to be the first ever French woman to win a Challenger Series event, so that would be an amazing accolade to have to her name. But look at this. This is this swell that we knew was coming. Some big open sets rolling their way, but like you mentioned, some of these sets are going a lot wider. They're not really standing up. You might get one inside section, but you've got to wait a long time to get there. So just those ladies copping a big set on the head here, but look at these ones out the back.
Yeah, that's probably the biggest set I think we've seen perhaps of the whole day, or if not the whole event. So it's really coming in perfect timing for finals day. Tide dropping out, swell motoring in. Hard to position yourself in terms of getting those sets out, breaking way out the back. And just both surfers having to duck dive mountains of water and reposition themselves. Zabrowski's waves came in at 3-3-3. So, yeah, really sort of difficult to know exactly where to put yourself on this reef.
Do you reckon... I'll get back to that, actually. Just a bit late to that first section, but still throwing so much water here for Tia. Felt like she almost had wall to work with there, but that wave just dying out. You could see a bit of frustration. Going into it, that wave looked like it was going to cup out, but almost sat up like a wave behind a wave. It felt like it was the second one. So Tia, that's all right. Plenty of time. She's got a score on the board, and hopefully we'll only lift from here. But do you reckon Tia almost has a bit of an advantage coming into this heat because she's had to serve one less heat than India?
Potentially, yeah. I mean, these are all pretty fit surfers, pretty elite athletes. But yeah, I think any time you're a bit fresher, I suppose weighing that up against a bit of lineup work, you know, it's not too bad to get out there and feel the lineup, especially as the conditions are changing and evolving. But they'll both be pretty fresh. I think once you get to this stage, the adrenaline trumps everything in terms of tiredness and fitness. So Robinson getting early the exchange.
I can't believe we're in the final.
It's just...
Is that not crazy?
It's just happened. It's on. I know. We waited all day. You sort of... Well, how many surfers there were at the very start, and you just... So many stories get told, so many narratives, so much on the line, and then suddenly it's almost all over. That's life, Jess, you know? But we've still got 25 minutes. Let's not wish our lives away just yet. We've got a big campaign, and these two surfers have posted massive numbers all events. So I reckon we're going to keep some waves in the excellent range. We're hoping as they get in the lineup. India, we talk about having that knowledge, that Belle's Winky sort of upbringing. I know we don't want to over-egg it. It's a very similar kind of vibe, but she's just grown up in cold water, big point breaks, used to power. She'll love this stuff.
I'm not going to lie. I feel like you actually have to have experience in cold water, especially here. It's freezing. And I'm not being dramatic when I say that. It's genuinely some of the coldest water I've ever felt. I don't know if it's particularly cold this time round, but it's freezing. And so I feel like if you sit for too long, your joints start to seize up and your feet really hurt. So I feel like if you're a surfer who has reps in these cold water, you know how to stay warm, your joints are maybe used to being colder for longer. I actually feel like there's something in that, because I've been finding it really hard to surf for a long amount of time. when I've been surfing in Portugal, just because of how cold the water is. I'm spoilt for warmth on the Gold Coast now.
Yeah, coming from the Goldie, literally one of the warmest, nicest temperatures on Earth. It is true. It's a different style of surfing.
My joints hurt after a while. I feel like I paddle slower.
It's been pretty cold this week. It's not normally quite as cold. It does stay pretty much the same temperature all year round. So even in winter, it stays the same temperature. So it's actually quite nice compared to some of the French or England or even up Norway, where it gets down to 9-10 degrees Celsius.
Wow.
As we see Joanne Giroux working there with Tia Zabrowski and Thomas Fernandez. He's been helping out on the local scene.
Great week for him.
Yeah, he's been awesome. He's coach of the event, hasn't he? And hasn't been doing it very long, Joanne. Just come into it. He said, Kelly Levar said, he's just really good at simplifying it and getting a really clear messaging across. Well, it's working for the two surfers. He's got 2 in the final. And right now, a little bit nervous though. Zabrowski just hasn't had a wave, she hasn't been able to unleash. Looks like she might be looking at this. Without priority, Zabrowski up and riding. Little redirect here now. She starts pulling the afterburners, waits for the wave. Still pumping. First turn of note is that one. A lot of spray from that first turn and the second turn. So maybe just sort of smart surfing, get a score on the board. Polite clapping. I mean, very, very well served. It's a little golf clap. But at least she's back in the game. 23 minutes to go. Won't be a massive number, but be good to feel the wax under her feet, get a couple of turns in as she looks to launch in the final from here.
I actually think that's pretty smart. The competitors that we've seen sit and wait all morning this morning, it hasn't paid off for them. So I feel like this was actually a pretty smart move from Tia, just as far as surfing herself into rhythm. The more times you're on your feet, the more opportunities you're going to give yourself, the more scores you're going to have coming towards your scoreline. This is a really nice turn here, highlight of the wave. Didn't muck around, went straight back up into that second section. Got the ride out. I know that she got a soft applause, but I actually really enjoyed this 2-turn combination here. Read the wave super smart, didn't drop too far down because she would have come up to that last section late. Can see here just that trademark finner from Tia. And then here, a bit of a shallow bottom turn into that end section turn. So look, it's probably not going to go as high as that 6-point ride, but she's going to get herself back into this heat and start to put herself in good momentum, good rhythm. Brad said something just before. I'm going to let you talk this through.
Yeah, I want to hear what Brad had to say. As we see India Robinson out the back on a nice looking wave.
Oh.
And a 3-turn combo. Went for the 2-for-1 almost, and just because of that lack of time, was unbalanced and fell off, so a mistake. You can see the crew there, not happy with that fall. Trying to keep a stony face about it. But Robinson, first mistake of the heat. We'll see if this gets punished or not.
Yeah, let's take a look at this one from the start. Got a really nice carve in, so this is going to be her backup score. It felt like it was an opportunity miss, but just got to that lip line too late and it knocked her on her heel side rail. Great looking bottom turn into these carves here. You get to see her class and her technique on these fatter looking point breaks, but look at this, her board coming up under the lip. Then that sent her on a heel side rail and she just hit that bump that kind of ricochets back off the rock and fell down, unfortunately, there for Indy. We see that score, last one for Tia, a 5.17. So she's surfing herself back into this heat, pretty close to the high mark of the heat right now. So it's actually kind of touche.
Yeah, you called it as being a smart decision, just being able to get that score on the board and get back out there, get priority. And then India falling off that wave will help her cause as well. But yeah, close to India's first wave. So she's back in the game, 20 minutes on the clock. It's kind of crazy to think she's already had 5 or so Challenger Series events and made the finals of 3, but she's never won, Jess. It still is a bit
Seriously?
of a... It is a bit of a,
Can't
jump.
believe that she's never won one. It's just, how hard is it? No, I'm kidding. I'm kidding.
I know, but what, it must sort of weigh on your mind when you're going to these finals and you haven't won.
No, it definitely would. And it's such a big dream that she wants to achieve. And she keeps putting herself in the perfect position to achieve them. And then just it all unfolds. I mean, Sawyer looked pretty hard to touch, to be honest, in the US Open. She was just looking so good. But Tia, it's in her destiny to win one. It has to be. She is so good. You know, Brad was saying she's going to... Hey, Brad actually has similar opinions as you. He was saying she's going to battle for world titles relatively soon, next couple of years. Hey,
Yeah.
you and Mundy must be hanging out.
He tends to copy a lot of the stuff I say. Kind of just picks up a lot of the things.
Yeah.
But yeah, he knows surfing inside out, and he's been coaching the women down the line. Robinson, nice swooping turn, but just pulls out. Yeah, he's been over here working with Kira Pinkerton, so he's been watching a lot of Tia. Here she goes, the French surfer. Hits it up, and goes down. So a big turn, didn't hold back. See the French crew just kind of a bit nervous. Thomas Fernandez going, yeah, just got to get back out there. She went for it.
Yeah, she did. Absolutely. And I feel like that's her strength. You know, she never holds back. She never looks like she's second-guessing her turns either. She just wants to hit it. And we heard her say that in one of her post-day interviews. She's like, I just want to hit it. You know, if a section comes at me, I just want to put it up there. And that's exactly what she did. But look at the free fall out of this turn. She would have got pretty pumped on this one.
Yeah, that's a big section and a big turn in it. It's kind of crazy to think that as this surf is increasing in size and power, hold that thought. You see, this is the replay. Just ran off this one.
Yeah, I mean, it felt like a good idea paddling back out and seeing those waves coming at you, but just hit that deeper, wider water.
Yeah, with Tia, like, you think as it gets bigger, you know, only 14, that might hold against her, you know, but you know what, as the waves get bigger and better, it actually suits her surfing even more. So at 14, 6 to 8 foot sort of swells coming in, and she actually goes up a level. It's radical.
And you think you could outpower her, but she's very powerful, especially considering, I know we talk about her age, but considering how young she is. And the only person I thought who could outpower her was Kira Pinkerton, and she still got the jump on Kira Pinkerton. I would put Kira as the most powerful female surfer on the Challenger Series, just to how much water she disperses when she almost doesn't look like she's trying too hard. That's the scary part when it comes to Kira Pinkerton surfing. Right now, Tia, she's got to be the most informed woman we've seen on the Challenger Series in the last few years. I would say more than what we saw Katie do when Katie was on the Challenger Series, and Katie's a world champion now, so it feels like it's in her trajectory, it's in her path. I know that's putting a lot of pressure on her, but she's owning it. She's owning the fact that she's young and she's very, very talented.
Yeah, absolutely. There's no hiding away from her goals and her dreams. She's pretty clear about what she wants to achieve in the sport, and that's what you've got to be. If you're competing at this elite level on the Challenger Series, there's only one goal, and that's to win the event. And the second one is to make the CT, and I tell you what, she's potentially can do both today, which would be incredible. But she's still behind at this stage. India Robinson just trying to back up that 6, the 293. Zabrowski with priority, paddling for this wave. She's going to go, chasing a 377, not a big number for Zabrowski. There's a bit more pace to it. Taking her time, there's a second turn, nice spray, just trying to make this one count. And there's the third section, a little bit sluggish, but still, they like it because it's the completion. Didn't need a big number. Again, maybe surfing within the context of the heat rather than to her actual ability, but they're pretty stoked.
Dad looks so nervous.
Yeah.
Oh, just the way he's rubbing his hands together. You can see it's a full family affair. It means so much to everyone. You know someone's a good surfer when you get excited when they're paddling into a wave. That's exactly how I felt with this one from Tia. A little bit sluggish, yes, but great surfing nonetheless. I mean, she really went up and attacked every single lip line. Didn't leave anything in the tank. You know, she wasn't sitting and waiting for the section to come to her. She was going to it. This lip line here just goes up, and that's the best turn of the wave there. We saw a split moment of those fins as she was coming off that top coping of this wave, but Tia's just got such good ability to force a turn that looks really great. You see a lot of other surfers try and force a turn and it looks a bit clunky, but she looks really clean when she's doing it. I felt like that second last turn she had to push really hard to make something of it, and it still looks so nice and classy, and they got their finish there as well. So 377, I really liked it. I see that definitely going to that 377, but yeah, Tia, her surfing excites me. I get really excited to see what she can do on the wave when she approaches them.
And the excitement's one thing, which is awesome, and she is such a dynamic surfer, but also the ability to learn from mistakes. She did that big turn on the second wave, fell off on that wave. She adjusted so well and finished it off.
Scores are in. It's actually the best of the heat so far. It's a 6.2, so she's back. And she's back with vengeance. So 11.37, it currently has her out in the lead. Now pressure shifts and it's back to India Robinson. Here we go. It's like you would say, a ding-dong battle.
It's game on, really tight. So now India Robinson in second place with priority, needing a 5.38. So as it's so evenly poised, we're going to a short commercial break and come back with the final of the EDP Ericeira Pro right after this. It's exciting times. Don't go anywhere, folks. Back to live action, and Zabrowski is up and riding on the frothy foam ice. What's she got here? Big turn on the inside. Now she tries to get a little 2-for-1, little carve in the pocket. Identifies the inside as having potential, cuts back, just puts the back foot down, waits for the section, and then another big carving turn, and she might get another one in here. So reading this wave really well. Can she get the end section in front of the rocks? She does, and she likes that. So we left before the break with Robinson needing a score, also having priority. I think she may have got a small wave and didn't count, and Zabrowski's absolutely pounced. So a 5.17, then got a 6.2, and where's this going to go, do you think, Jess?
I see this going pretty big. I mean, it has so many good moments on this wave, especially that second one. It was really fast, dynamic turn in the pocket here. Then through this midsection, she just does so well to not overdo it. Patiently waits for this one to just stand up, and she just goes to town on this inside section here. Just that back foot, how much she drives off it with the completion there. I actually see that probably being the best wave of the heat, just thinking about how loose and free she was on this wave and how much variety she gave the judges. She capitalized on every big section that came her way, didn't overdo it, looked really in control from start to finish. So Tia, you can see she really, really, really wants this win. She's sick of getting seconds. You know, she wants to hold that #1 trophy above her head. Came through this inside section and just added her to her scoreboard here. So Tia, I understand why those hands went up, because this was a really beautiful wave.
Yeah, and you're right, Jess. It was the best wave of the heat so far. A 7.33 for Tia. So she's just starting to put the screws on here, boxing her opponent in. Now Robinson needing a 7.53 with 10 minutes of the final remaining. So she's going through the gears. A 3 and then a 5 and then a 6 and then a 7. So you'd see she's starting to feel it. So much spray, so much timing.
And the scariest part is it kind of feels like she's still sitting in second gear. It doesn't really feel like she's going above her limit. You know, she's just going through the motions on these waves, and she's doing such brilliant surfing and getting rewarded. And I feel like if she keeps building like she is and pushing harder and harder, I'm thinking back to her round of 16 heat when she got that 8-point ride. That was Tia in full force there, and she's getting big scores for Tia in borderline cruise control, to be honest, and that is the scariest part about this young lady. She is so good that she can get scores and big scores by not surfing to her fullest potential.
Yeah, exactly. She's surfing to the context of the final, surfing a smart heat, just sort of knows exactly where she wants to put a board to just get those big numbers, even the 7.33. Yeah, she's got more in the locker for sure. Now she might start to open up. Now she's got to improve on a 6.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, what does Robertson have to do? She needs a big number.
It's so easy to sit here because we watch so much surfing and we really watch those game plans do unfold, but every single heat today, the sit and wait strategy hasn't worked. It hasn't, and it's been as simple as that. And right now we have India sitting and waiting, and I feel like Tia, this is when it came through that 5.17. I said I actually really like this wave because she surfed herself into rhythm. Her 6.2 actually, she had that wave as second priority. She needed to keep adding to her scoreboard and did it under India's priority. I feel like the more time you're on your feet, especially with these conditions and how much it's chopping and changing out there, you really do have to keep swinging. You've got to keep turning waves, and you just got to keep building. Cowley did the exact same thing in the semi-final, and clearly that plan is working for Team France, and she's up and riding again here, straight on cue.
Puddle, got the jet ski assist, gone wide, and the big sets just lined up. Here she goes. There's a nice carve. This wave looks great.
Oh,
and there's
no.
an uncharacteristic mistake. Snavelled a wave without priority. Did an amazing job in terms of positioning. But then just as she was on the way to a score, she made a mistake, which is unlike Tia.
If you were Team India, you'd be hurting watching her paddle into this wave because it had such a clean wall here, and you're going, oh no, what's she going to do now? Got 2 really nice carves done. What went wrong here? Came through on a bottom turn, and that board just didn't engage on the rail, so it didn't get on that toe side rail enough to really drive up. It just kept going flat while her body kept going towards the lip line there, so tiny mistake, but she's got a very solid lead. And India,
yeah, well, Tia still out in front on the way to potential winner. We've got the winner of the last year's event, Sally Fitzgibbons. She's down on the beach with Claudia.
That's right, Sally. Last year you were here at the finals. Now we have Australia represented again, India. What was going through your mind when you're in a final like this?
Oh, we're down here in full force. Like the Aussies, we're still going strong. Indy's out there. She's been on such a run today, so we've all been riding it with her. And right now it looks pretty challenging. Obviously, we're right at that tipping point of the final, and Tia obviously got that solid wave, and Indy still only needs like a 7.5, and she's been throwing down big scores all day. So yeah, we're willing another wave in for her. But yeah, the girls have been surfing so good. It's been so entertaining.
We were just talking earlier about ups and downs and how the toll that all of this takes in your mental health and how you control your mind. Is it different for you when you're in a final or another round?
Oh, I think for sure. It's like someone just opens up your brain and pours a bag of cement in there. It's so hard to make decisions. That's what pressure does to you. And I think, but we live for these big moments. That's why we wake up every day and go to training. And we live for these moments to become a reality and paddle out in a final in front of this beautiful crowd and having all the Aussies down here supporting you. That's why I still show up and love competition surfing. And it's all about the moment. I know that every single person in the draw are absolutely fantastic surfers, and it's just a situation of coming down here and being brave enough to make those decisions and make those calls in real time. And for everyone watching, it's like, you're at home on your comfy couch and it all seems simple, but you get down here and there's so much going on in this ocean. It's so unpredictable, and yeah, just so much courage to go out there and make those decisions.
Thank you so much.
Go the Aussies, come on!
Classic Sal. Well, she's one of the legends of the sport, and she's got plenty to say.
I just think she's the best person ever. Every time I hear her talk, I'm like, I love you.
It just can't be you just get swept up in her enthusiasm for life.
I
Her
just love
enthusiasm
her.
for surfing is off the charts, isn't it? And she's still loving it, still doing it.
Hey, she's the coolest person ever.
Yeah, and she's got the Aussie. She's just trying to will in a wave. She said that there's potential for a big number. She's been posting big numbers the whole event. Can she do it now? She's got 4.5 minutes. She needs a 7.53. She might get one more opportunity. Sally was talking about the courage to make the big decision. Well, she's got to be pretty courageous pretty shortly.
Yeah, she does. I mean, it feels like there could be something coming here. It's so hard to know. Brad really identifying that these guys are always looking for the ones that are growing down the line. And it's so hard to know, especially with this incoming swell, which ones are actually going to do it. So there definitely is a massive element of luck in there. But the thing about India's surfing is she's got such strong rail game. She's so powerful that it's really easier for her to surf a wave up to its potential just because of the sheer power she has, you know. So I feel like India, yeah, it's stressful. It really is. But to have such an awesome team on the beach with Adam Dufner, Sophie McCulloch, Sally, I saw Ellie Harrison was down there, Lobby. She's got so much great insight all around her, so she really just needs to trust her judgment, trust her instincts right now. Her instincts are telling her to sit and wait. I personally haven't seen that pay off today, so I'd love for it to pay off for her.
Yeah, and so we got here. She started off strong, Jessie. This was her first wave early in the heat, and she was looking really comfortable.
Yeah.
That's all she's got.
Yeah, first wave of the final was 6-point ride. I mean, I was like, oh, here we go. We're on for Indy. She was just looking really in flow, really in sync with the ocean, posting up a couple of big turns as well. And then came through this inside section and just didn't hold back. That was a pretty solid section that came her way. So that's her high mark of the heat right now. And then Tia just surfed her way into this heat. She surfed her way into momentum. Like you mentioned, had a 3, then a 5, then a 6-2, then a 7-3-3. And she's just going from strength to strength right now. Love this combo of turns here from Tia. Attacking every single lip line. Yeah, and you can see why the French are so happy right now because she's just not holding back at all.
Yeah, she really went through it and just kept improving with every wave she took off on, just bettering the scores, putting more pressure on her opponent, and finished off with a 7-3-3. So, yeah, Zabrowski 2.5 minutes away from her first Challenger Series win.
And to also be the first French woman to win a Challenger Series too. That's pretty cool, especially from someone coming so young and took that one all the way through. We got some real raw emotion there from Tia. Hands to the sky. Here we go. Having a look.
So Robinson still playing patient. She's got no time. She's going to only get the chance for one more wave. Can she get the score? It's a big number. She's going to have to pull it out of the bag at the death, or going to come down to that one decision. She's a little grumpy. Just a bit tired. A big day at the beach. A long week for that Tia's little sister.
Big sis has her up for the early every morning.
She wanted to get prepared in 60 seconds. If this hooter goes, she might get thrown in the air with excitement. But in India, you get feel for her now. That doesn't send me much. Ocean, she's played the waiting game. A 6 and a 2.93. It's not what she would have obviously envisaged for the final. She wouldn't have planned this anywhere near it.
No, definitely not. And India, I mean, she's just so good at surfing, and she's had her own fair share of adversity over the last couple of years, dealing with multiple concussions and just having to go back and just keep going through that rehab cycle to get the clear to compete again. She works really closely with Surfing Australia just to get her back to fighting shape. You know, spent a lot of time out of the water from dizziness and head spins, and it's pretty scary to have that and then be underwater. So she had to be really careful with all of that. And she's back in fighting form, and you can see it's really paid off from her, just that patience, and she's got back into a really beautiful rhythm, but unfortunately just not finding anything.
No, she's fought back. It's still an incredible result. She's not done yet. This could be the last chance for Robinson. Takes off. Here we go. What she got? Drives through a bit of a foamy, frothy section. Does a little carve to deal with the bump. Second turn is important. A little slash in the pocket. Winds up now. A big third finish and falls from the sky. Again, trying to best that 7.33 of Tia's. I don't think that wave's going to be enough, you'd imagine. So 5 seconds. This is the Perso. As we see, Zabrowski. So here she goes. This is essentially a victory lap. It's the last wave of the EDP women's final. And Zabrowski, we just haven't got official results, but this could be our 2025 EDP Ericeira champion. She has been amazing all week, never looked like losing, and we've got that one score to come from India. We'll go through that. There was a big finish. We could sort of tell from her response and the Australian response, it didn't look like she's going to get the score.
Yeah, I feel like we would have heard a pretty crazy scream if maybe they were convinced by it as well. It was a great wave. She did really well to navigate those end sections too. There was a lot of water rushing back up the face and pretty cool airdrop out of that last turn. But I've just felt like maybe lacking a little bit of intensity on that wave. Looked a little bit nervous.
It was pretty wobbly out the back. She dealt with it really well. There's a lot of foam, there's a lot of chatter, a lot of bounce, a lot of warbles. She did motor through that to get that end section, but it's a big number she needs.
Yeah, you can see so much water moving on this inside section too.
She's trying to get in, aren't they? It's like, get me to terra firma. Still haven't got the scores, so can't just release the scores yet. The numbers come in. It's a 5.93. It's not enough. So on your screen is the 2025 champion, Tia Zabrowska. She's the future of the sport. We need clarification whether she's qualified for the CT, but she must be very close. And look what it means to all her friends and family. And she's going to be that 100-watt smile. Just been too good all week. What a worthy champion, Jess.
Youngest ever Challenger Series champion? She's got to be.
Gotta be.
Erin Brooks would probably be the closest. She won Brazil that year at maybe 15.
Yeah, you're right. So this talent on this young lady is absolutely incredible.
Oh, so cool and so deserving. I mean, to think about how consistent she's been, I feel like this, we knew it was a long time coming for Tia, and this, what a cool moment.
Yeah, first time ever.
Oh, so sick.
She won a lot of the European, she won 3 events on the European qualifying series. This is the first in the Challenger Series. The tricolour flag is blowing in the breeze proudly. And she is absolutely ecstatic. She's pretty much booked her slot for the 2026 Championship Tour. And we are looking at one of the future stars of the sport. I think Claudia might have her down there. They'll have a quick chat.
We're ready.
Okay, go for it, Claudia.
And our 2025 14-year-old champion, Tia. How is it?
It feels so good. I'm so happy to win it here in Portugal. It's super special. I'm so happy to win it here. Last time I did second, so I'm so happy to win it this time. Yeah, I just want to thank all my family, my sponsors, everyone that have been supporting me. Thank you so much.
Few words in French.
Merci tout le monde. Je suis super contente de gagner. Voilà.
Oh, yes! This is so good. That's enough to put a smile on anyone's face.
Oh, yeah, if you're a cold-hearted person, if you can't enjoy that, that's for sure. But even then, she's kind of pretty calm. She wasn't too radical. She was just happy, wasn't she? Such a young...
I'm ecstatic.
Yeah.
I'm really stoked on that.
No, she's a worthy winner. She surfed incredibly well. And then having made the final here last year, to come back again and go one step further is incredible. And so Tia Zabrowski, a chairman. We're going to go to a short commercial break. We're going to come back with the men's final, George Vitar versus Kaylee Vast, right after this short commercial break.
Esqueçam que será a grande final masculina. Logo a seguir temos a cerimónia de premiação logo aqui ao lado da Torre de Juízes. Attention to start, men's final, attention to start. Attention guys, country win to start. In 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Men's final is on. Está on a grande final masculina, privilégio de hospital de azul para o Vast. Acabamos de coroar a grande vencedora da final feminina. 14 anos apenas para a líder do ranking das Challenger Series, chega aqui no primeiro lugar a Ericeira e solidifica a sua primeira posição aqui. Vou deixar os comentários desta final para o David. Bom trabalho, David. Diverte. Grande abraço. Até já. Muito obrigado por Lisboa.
The EDP Ericeira Pro is brought to you by EDP, official energy of the EDP Ericeira Pro. By Visit Portugal, Europe's best surf destination. By the Mafra City Council, Ericeira, a world surfing reserve. And by Millennium Bank, official bank of the WSL in Portugal.
Welcome back to Portugal, where the sun is blazing. The waves are pumping out on the reef at Ribeira Dilas. We'll have a look at an Australia-France clash. George Pittar, surfer out of Sydney, taking on Cowley Vast, representing France from French Polynesia, just up the road from Chopes is where he hails from. He's done good work out there. He's pretty good around the world in all sorts of conditions, and he's up on his backhands in Portugal. Plenty of spring in his step as he'll rake the rail high in the pocket. Just setting up again. I want to finish through here. It does. Just pulls the board back to stay close to the whitewater, then just kind of peeks over the shoulder. Any sign of steepness, he'll go up and give it a hit. There it is. That's the finish he wanted. Guess what? Benny gets it.
Sure did. He got it all right. He absolutely smashed that. 2 turns. The first one out the back was massive. A really strong finish. 3 minutes on the clock. That's exactly how you want to start a final. The Tahitian absolutely looking smooth and powerful and calm and composed, and then with that little bit of explosive energy at the end.
Pittar's he go. What's he got to do to get past Cowley here?
Well, I mean,
does he change anything? Does he step up? Does he adjust his surfing? What does he do?
Well, I think, yeah, actually he does. He just has to go through. We talked about him going through the gears. He's been not exactly in second gear, but he's just been improving slowly.
Cruise mode?
So I think he's got to just step it up. We saw him fire up in that semi. He got a lot more just demonstrative, and he was blowing up. So, yeah, he's going to have to go big, but look what he's up against. That was a big hanger out the back. The judges like those first turns. He's got that real arm placement. You see his back arm. It's quite a unique sort of style. Makes him stand out, and he just starts going through the motions here. You said raking the rail was a good term, and that's what he's been doing, just farming points through this middle bit. And then he warms up in this end section. Needed a bit something, and then stabs it. And the spray is immense. It's really technical surf, and that's going to be a very, very good start for the Tahitian.
So dynamic in those turns. He can do a lot on sections that people have found pretty hard to hit and impose yourself upon. No safety surfing at all from Cowley Vast. And he's so active. Everything feels spring-loaded. The bottom turns aren't just positional and directional. Almost feels like he's loading up the energy. And then it just releases as he goes back up the wave. Even in between some of these softer sections out here, he's still very active and dynamic. Goes real quick. My goodness, numbers dropping in here, and he has not hung around in this final. Cowley Vast opens up 7-8-3 for this, close to excellent with his very first wave. Advantage France.
Yeah, they got the jump on the women's final, 1-0 to the Frenchies, and now with Cowley, a very, very big number, 3-8s from 3 of the judges. And well, that augurs well for the final though.
Love
nice to get a big number up early.
Bring it on. Let's
George
see.
George is going to have to go for it now. So we're going to have, you'd expect some very, very big numbers hopefully coming in all throughout the rest of the next half hour.
We've done a few of these finals. You don't always get the biggest conditions on the last day. Sometimes it's after the swell, things are on the wane. Also, even just performance-wise, you come out there sometimes, you're making the best of what's left, and, you know, 5s and 6s, that sort of thing. Quite often, get a final done. You love to see a number go close to excellent in the first couple of minutes of the final. That means George needs to respond, as he knows exactly how to do. With a big number of his own, he'll show a little bit of interest, but it'll be Cowley just pretending really that he wanted that wave. There's always going to be a closeout, and George Pittar ain't buying it.
Yeah, worth a shot from the Tahitian. Now he's eyeing off his inside one. So that's one of those situations where a big set's come through and hasn't sort of hit the reef right. So George will have to wait again. That's 6 minutes already. And he's got now to recalibrate. Meanwhile, the Tahitian has a look at that one. Yeah, he's going to have to go big. He's going to need an 8. I mean, we saw him doing that last in the semi-final. Yeah. He went absolutely ham, so he's got it in him.
Ben, we've had this chat about sort of backhand versus forehand. I mean, it'd be a recurring theme. We talk about the difference that you can do when you're on your backhand. We'll just park that and pick up live action. A faded entry. Pittar, first turn. He opens up and digs in, throwing plenty of spray. That was slopey a bit, doing work to just link through. He'll stay low, he'll come back, hit the white water. What's he got for a finish on the inside here? It's another turn on a rail. You know, want a strong finish. Looks like he'll get one. And there he goes, up into the lip, gives it a hit. He's doing finger snaps. The Aussies enjoyed that.
Yeah, they're up there. They're pretty... They liked it. Xavier Huxtable there. The crew
Luke
are
Thompson can't
buying
decide
up.
if he likes it or not. He's just got his back to him.
Yeah, what's going on? Yeah,
He's
so
not sure.
A different style of wave, a little bit slower in some sections, but as we see the replay, we talked about it all week, Paul, just the ability to kind of look good even in the flat sections, which we might come to in that backhand versus forehand kind of debate. He's got those wraps, you know, a surfer's style often showed up in his roundhouse cutback. He's got one of the best roundhouse cutbacks in the business right now, and then just had to go big on the end, and he did. Meanwhile, at the back, there's more waves coming on. We are go, Paul.
Cowley, quick in and out for him. Didn't show loads of paddling interest. Thought he might as well stand up, make another call, and he'll go very next one behind it. Have a look at that. Just get himself in position. Won't go it. George is all the way down. There's another look.
So that first carve was really nice, right in the pocket. Didn't have that sort of hit lip that his opponent has on his first wave. Starts to go a little bit slopey here, as we said. But here's the talk. This is around his cutback. Kind of shows up what a style's got. Just nice and patient. Really even-handed. And then he knows that something's going to come his way down the end. And he needed to get an exclamation mark. And he's just so stylish with that finner. And the Aussies loved it. Not the most unbiased of judges, but they know a good wave when they see it, and they like that one. Without that finishing turn, it probably would have been a little bit, you know, anticlimactic, but the fact that he had an exclamation mark means he's definitely going to get himself, if not as good as Cowley's wave, at least he's got, you know, he's got himself in the heat.
He's got to start by a finish, essentially. Not a lot done until the very end of this wave. Again, the judge is going to look, how exactly hard does he hit this? How technical is this compared to some of the other closeout turns we're seeing? You watch it from behind in slow-mo, and it's beautiful. The section was medium size. It's a decent return. 5, 6, 7 in for George Pittar. So Cowley Vast, a couple of points on that from the goofy. And George Pittar with that long paddle back, and at times it feels like you're paddling through treacle out here. And he'll be already feeling this. Just off the one wave ridden, the work he's done earlier today is a long way back. Pittar with a little bit to think about.
Yeah, that size of the wave probably was one of the major determinants. It's not, wasn't as big as Cowley's, so it didn't have the power and the push. And didn't get quite as many turns in, so yeah, pretty solid 2.5 point or 2 point difference. It's about bang on. But he's in the mix, and now go and try and back it up. Try and go in that excellent range is what he needs now.
Another final stage showing for Cowley Vast this season. After the major success he had last year, it took a few months to just kind of enjoy that success and just let it sort of soak in.
He enjoyed it all right, didn't he?
Yeah, he had a pretty good time with it, and why not? I mean, it's a historic moment in his career.
We were chatting, weren't we, last year, and he'd been flown to Paris, he'd been sort of feted around the world, going to all sorts of crazy events. And he said, he lapped it up. He almost took a month off surfing just to enjoy himself and just get all the opportunities that Olympic gold medal came. You'd be mad not to just dive in head first. And I quite like that after that, he's now just, reset, re-solidified, and I mean, his surfing is like this.
It's
CT.
always going to be the Olympic champ from Tahiti, but at some point, you've done the celebration, you've done the TV appearances, the sponsorship interest is always nice. At some point, you go, all right, let's just park that for now because I've got other goals I want to achieve. If I want to be a world champion, I'm sure he does. He needs to get on the CT, and to do that, he needs to go through the Challenger Series. And this year, he's seriously stepped up. And he's going well coming into this event. He spent a lot of time in Portugal. He's been doing juniors in Europe since he was pretty young, based in southwest France, competing and qualifying for this tour through events down here on this very coast. So he's in familiar terrain here. Knows this wave pretty well. And it feels like, just the way everything's coming together for him, it's his time, 2025. This result, a final, will certainly help. A win would be very good indeed for both of these, really. George also having a pretty decent campaign, fresh back from the cut on the CT.
And you think about the other events still to come, we've got Pipeline, which, he's an incredible barrel rider, incredible charger. We've got Newcastle, where he made the final. So, those two events, Brazil, Saquarema, nice left that will suit his surfing. So, yeah, if he can get through this and get a win, he'll be almost locked and loaded and ready for 2026.
George, second priority, no interest from Cowley. George will take it. Pushes hard, first turn, nice and spicy. Into the lip now, compresses, tags the lip line. We'll get a finish, it'll be a second number for him.
Yeah, interesting. That first card was great. I think maybe just played a little bit safe on that second turn. You'll see the spray here on this initial turn is really nice. That's a great wrap, I tell you what. And then just this big section here, I mean, it's nice, but just didn't have a whole lot of fins out or progression. Two-turn combo, and that turn is incredible. So it just comes in, smart surfing, but just potentially a little bit safe if he wants to get up on that, and try and match Coley's first 7.8. Fanning-esque, can we say, on that wrap, Paul? Yeah. Would you make that analogy?
I mean, I can see why you are. Maybe not, that's something I'd say myself. Let's check out Cowley right now. He's trying to build up speed, and he's got some. He's got a section, and he'll belt that, but it'll kind of hold him up a bit. How much so? A little while for him to get back around. Now he's swinging again. Inside here, he's showing some interest in it. He'll go down and back up, and he'll just swing the club at it. He'll rip the top off. Babushka alongside Becret. Having a pretty good afternoon. The French here, TT, just took out the win at 14 years old. Youngest ever winner on the Challenger Series. Cowley Vast, still a young man. He's achieved a lot. There's a lot ahead of him.
Yeah, this is all about consolidation here. Got that really, really big number on that first wave. He used to back it up. Gets a section out the back. Hits it pretty clean. I think probably through this bit he's like, I've only got one thing on mind. I just need a big finish. I need to back up that 7.83 and, really maintain this lead, stranglehold. And he's just got this really dynamic finishing turn on the backhand. Drifts the fins ever so slightly. So really, really smart, committed, and incredible surfing from the Tahitian. Identify those waves. George hasn't been able to get these runners that the Tahitian has so far. So his wave selection's been good. He hasn't made a mistake as yet. And he's got this really powerful finish, which can add a couple of points on any wave he catches. So he's looking good right now.
He's in his happy place, Kaulivast. He's going fast, he's belting lips, doesn't look like falling off at all. I mean, what would it take to knock him off the surfboard? So much strength in those legs. And some other key attributes as well that have been identified by some of our analysis throughout the week. That bottom turn on the backhand, not wanting to push too much, maybe not want to go too far down the wave as well. His really project him up to those steep sections. Out the back, using a bottom turn to just exit is George Petart. And that didn't seem like a particularly good choice there, Mundy.
No, it was a massive bloody Waimea swell coming in. So it was a huge set, and he took off on that wave, and it had priority. And he just didn't get anything on it, and now he's put himself in. We might have a double up here he's looking at, so it might turn up. I don't think he's going to be able to catch that. So, yeah, you're right. A bit of a mistake. Cedes priority back to his opponent. And that's not what he wanted at this stage, with Kohli still getting, you know, a 5-1-3 that backed up that 7-8-3. George in a bit of trouble here.
Yeah, so numbers for him. That wave he just rode, the 2 turns. A carve to tag in the lip, 5.97. Now, you thought he was surfing a little bit safe. I think the judges are concurring now, under a 6 for that.
It was only a 2-turn combo. So, yeah, I think the judges just wanted, you know, if you're not getting loads of reps in and you're not linking all your turns, you want to go pretty big on that end section. So just coming in under 5-1-3, but that wave there, yeah, real mistake, just taking off on a nothing wave, just as your opponent sort of paddling back out. It's not ideal. Now he's got to wait it out.
Fascinating final set up at the moment. It's not a big number for George. Think about the numbers he got in the semi. He went massive. He hasn't found that energy yet. He's got time to connect, 17.5. Talking about Cowley and making the final, start the Challenger Series season. It's been great for him, but also someone like him, main character energy. That's Smart's getting second. They don't like getting second, these surfers. I'm pretty sure his resolve in this final will be go out and get the win. Drawing upon that for some of his fire and just his own innate self-confidence, which, let's be fair, he's always had that since he was pretty young.
Yeah, he's not lacking in confidence. He's got that real... he knows himself pretty well, knows he's surfing.
I mean, if you toe into some of the sort of biggest tubes of all time when you're a teenager still, like he did at the end of the road, I suppose that's probably good for your self-esteem.
Yeah, if you can ride a 100-foot barrel, it kind of pumps you up a little bit, doesn't it? You know, if you're in a bit of a... a bit of a crisis. It's good to rely on that.
Quite good for your self-doubts.
Yeah, just put that up on your phone. Yeah, so he's brave, he's confident, and he's extremely talented. And it's all coming together, actually. It's kind of taken a while. You would have thought he would probably, he would have had hopes and dreams to get to this position a little bit earlier in his career. Things happen for a reason. And as it stands, with 16 minutes left to go, he's well on the way to potentially getting on the C2.
Yeah, I mean, you know, we've watched a few heats. It's been one of the themes that you see is super talented younger surfers maybe dominating the juniors, and when they get to that age where they make that transition, they'll lose to inferior surfers in terms of talent, but they get out-competed, outsmarted, they get schooled a little bit, and it's how they respond to that. Do you learn from it? You take on some of those, not necessarily dark arts, but just some of those wilier kind of things that you don't just rely on your talent. And if you got the talent as well, and then the competitive chops, it's a pretty potent combination.
Yeah, well, we'd seen him, you know, coming through the juniors, you're right, and even the qualifying series in Europe, and he was clearly one of the best surfers. Like, whenever you saw him free surf or actually in the heats, it was like, well, he's clearly a cut above.
And then they go up and heat against someone who's at uni, who's sort of like someone who's doing kind of media studies degree, just doing the QSs in their spare time, and they get a couple of sixes and eliminate him.
Yeah, someone studying physiotherapy would come out and take him out. But yeah, you're right, it's a learning curve. Over time, you get to know what works for you, you get to know the waves, you get to just work it all out, and it's all coming together right now for the Tahitian.
15 on the clock here in the men's final. We've got a women's champion. She's 14 years old, Tia Zabrowski. Has beaten India Robinson. We'll be absolutely delighted with a run-up. A brilliant result for Indy. Right now, Another France-Australia clash, and it's the Europeans dominating this. George Pitart, a little bit of work to do. 7 is the task ahead of him. He's in second priority at the moment. So far, so good for Cowley Vast. Time for a quick break here from final stay in Portugal. We'll conclude the final and crown both of our champs when we return. Beach is packed here in Ericeira, Portugal for finals day. The men's final out in the water. Scoreboard, that hasn't moved along during the break. It's as we were. 2 surfers out in the lineup. The one with priorities in blue. He's a goofy out of Varao. And Tahiti, French Polynesia, representing France. He's in the lead here. 7.83. A huge number to kick off with. He hasn't got close to that in backing up, but he's done okay. 5.13. Pretty fair. And he's got a lead just over a point over George Pitart, who's got a pair of 5s. His number is a 7. Mundy has been your pick throughout, and he's still backing his chances. He's got 12 minutes.
Yeah, I mean, I'm starting to wobble a little bit.
With a question mark.
Yeah, okay. I might, you know, if I would. You don't like to change your horses mid-race, do you, Paul? That's not on. So yeah, I mean, surprisingly, a 7's not a big number for George, so he's still well in it. The priority is an issue, but he's still definitely going to get one more opportunity. I'm trying to think too, Paul, when the last time 2 Tahitian surfers win events. Got to be, well, I don't know if that's ever happened, both the men's and the women's. It's a pretty good setup, the Tahitians. Obviously, there's incredible waves. And also, but being able to plug into the French system. He's come over in Europe, compete on the European tour. The French government supports him a lot. Good coaching system. It's kind of the ideal.
It's completely unique in the surf. Well, there's nothing else like it, really. So, you know, they cut their teeth on the heaviest waves in the planet and just in paradise. But at the same time, you want to have a pro surfing career, you got to do it in kind of average beach breaks. I mean, Southwest France is an above average beachy, but you get my point. And doing maybe not quite 6 months in France, but an extended period of the year, maybe that long actually. And it's something pretty unique. Nowhere else really has that structure. We're seeing the fruits of it. The Olympic program's been huge for the French as well. They've invested heavily in that. Had a home Olympics as well, which unlocked further central funding, and they've always had amazing talent. They've been the dominant nation in European surfing for a number of years. Portugal, I've had a few things to say about that as well. Spain as well, getting involved now more and more, season after season, but the French still pretty dominant overall. And with surfers like Cowley Vast, it's easy to see why, as he'll go. A softer wave, just rebounding back, just kind of slicing. Now, he must have seen something that tickled his fancy, and he'll get after it here. It goes low, back up, a swoop, pushing the back foot and putting himself behind the whitewater, which allows him to push the bottom turn out into a face. Now a finish, he'll wait, And he'll hit it again. So another solid finish. Not wildly dissimilar to his previous effort. Maybe a little bit steeper on the inside there.
Yeah, he was definitely he was moving faster. He was travelling quicker. The wave had a bit more push. And he absolutely rinsed that end section again. Really stylish, big, powerful turn. So you think he might just improve his score and make George's job even a little bit harder. That priority again, I know we keep sort of harping on about it, especially me, but yeah, that decision effectively...
Let it go, Ben.
George would have had this wave potentially.
You've got to move on, mate.
Okay, right. But this starts to wind up. There's a couple of these bottom end turns. You'll see the amount of distance he can cover through him, incredible. Starts to get far. This bottom end turn here just drives around the corner and smashes it. So really technical, covering a lot of territory. And then he's got the finish and he just belts it. So he's very good at doing those backhand re-entries. This is the finish here, Paul. What did you like about it?
Patience at the bottom, isn't it? Don't get up there too quick. Setting up the whip, but the interesting thing about those turns, the damage off the top, but it's just positional turns as well, aren't they? Setting himself up for that next one. See the board pointing back, which puts him behind and allows him to come from behind and accelerate. Guess what? He'll get an improvement. Numbers in 6-2-3. So pretty much textbook surfing with priority. You've got to back up the score, take away, make sure you improve. You back up. He does that, and now George is on the wrong side of an excellent ride. 8.09 the number.
Yeah, it's getting harder and harder, and he hasn't had any rhythm. He's had 4 waves. The last 2 have been really poor. Hasn't been able to get out of the 6 range. So now, once again, re-established his priority. He's got to use it wisely, and he's going to have to go pretty big. Just get some of those waves that Carly's been getting, just identifying those ones that hug the reef. 7 minutes on the clock. Next wave is pretty much going to be the one that is going to dictate whether he can be the EDP Ericeira Pro winner or not. It's all coming down to, this next choice, I reckon.
And overall the week you've had here, Challenger Series competition in a healthy place. You happy with performances where surfing's at?
Yeah,
Future's
absolutely.
bright.
Yeah, well, look at, the women, Tia Zabrowski, we've just been lucky enough to see the future of women's surfing just explode in front of our very eyes. In the men's, I think these 2 guys are just look really, really CT ready, kind of oven baked. I think they can do some damage. So, yeah, I think that gap between the CT and the Challenger Series is narrowing. And we've had waves all week. There's been loads of opportunity, no sort of wave start heats or very few. So yeah, it's been awesome. It's just an incredible place to have a surfing competition, this joint, and it always delivers.
I think a little over 6.5 on the clock. Claudia Pinto is out and about in the Red Bull Athlete Zone. Claudia.
Right, we're here at the Red Bull Athlete Zone with the Oz crew. It's nerve-wracking with the GP in the finals, now trying to get a good score and going first, taking the lead here at the EDP Ericeira Pro. What do you reckon?
Oh, geez, it's a tight one here. He's got it in him, as we've seen the heats before. He can go into that excellent range pretty easy. I mean, we were all obviously hoping that those first 2 went a bit higher, but sometimes it doesn't go in your favour. But I reckon we got one more in us. So yeah, big score coming for sure. Yeah, we're all obviously.
Oh, I just cut him off. So Yaden Nickel vibes there, wasn't he? He's got a bit of the Yaden about him, Xavier. But pretty pumped. They're still backing their man. They're not giving up hope. No way. They trust him to deliver with one big score. Pretty pumped. And having lost the final with India in the previous one, they're trying to get back on. The French is currently 2 from 2-0, but there's sets approaching and a big number needed.
Yeah, positive thinking from the Aussies. That's something of a national characteristic, you'd say, for Australians that help with professional surfing. Seems to.
Yeah, they're pretty upbeat, pretty happy-go-lucky sort of a lot. I think as a competitor, you've got to keep that mindset. A negative headspace is really, really damaging. So yeah, we got to see, can the positive mentality though, can it work?
GP, Can he doctor something here? Swoops back, cruises, no.
Yeah, really, he'll be very disappointed with that wave. Waited a long time for it. Handed over priority again. 4 minutes on the clock. He just hasn't been able to identify those good waves like his opponent. For the first time throughout the whole event, he's in real strife.
Looking all right for Cowley Vast and the French at the moment. Just over 4. Control of the scoreboard, control of priority is with Cowley right now. Never had a win at this level in a final early in the season. Feels like quite a long time ago now. Love a win here in Europe. There's a big crew over here supporting him in Portugal, all watching on right now. And he's just a few minutes away now. George Pittar without prio, still looking for that 8.09. Big number. If he gets a wave, he's definitely got the surfing to do it. But the reason he's there is because of this. This is what's gone down.
Yeah, this Carly caught this in the first 2 minutes of the heat. A big blast out the back, and he just bided his time, and you'll see down the line really delivered. So getting a 7.83 in the first few minutes, well, it's always a pretty good start. And really, ever since then, he's just been in control. Surfed in context, backed up this pretty early on. Surfing great, no mistakes. Priority's gone his way. And he's just been always ahead of the curve. And George Pittar just hasn't been able to get in the heat, really. Surfing great when you get to see these waves. You see the style that we've really learned to love. Those wraps and those kind of finishes. But hasn't been able to get out of the fives. Never really sort of asked the judges to come up with something in the excellent range. Nowhere near it. Carly just kept chipping away here. You can see that nice little corner that he's got. He's identified those with the steeper waves, and then he finishes it pretty much on point. This one down here just drifts the fins and just gets a big exclamation point. He's 2.5 minutes away from a Challenger Series win, having made the final in the first event and had 2 shockers, 2 first-round losses in the last 2 events. That's the way to bounce back, Paul.
Cowley Vast on the brink here, on the cusp, 2 on the clock. He's got priority still. Duru watching on. He's generally a man of relatively few words, quite an enigmatic character. He's made the transition over into coaching after representing France at the Olympics. He's in Cowley's corner here. It's worked all right. He's doing okay. He's winning the final. He's dominating it as well. Could see some celebrations fairly soon from that French pack. They've already got the win with TT. George Pittar, meanwhile, he's not thinking about that. He's still in with a shot. He will never give up until the horn. 8.09. A set wave, multiple hits, big turns, a special finish. That's the kind of thing he's after. If he gets away from deep and Cowley just burns in with priority, there could well be a wave behind. We've seen quite a few sets with multiple waves today, actually, perhaps more so than other days in competition. It's what he's got to hope for. It's what he's got to manifest, Ben.
Yeah, it's in the realms of hoping for a Hail Mary pretty much now. George hasn't been able to dig his way out of this hole. He's got himself in now with a minute on the clock without priority. It's going to take some type of minor miracle to get himself out of this. He won't give up, obviously, but geez, he's right up against it. And Cowley Vast, what a performance, what a surfer, been on point all week. This is going to be huge for his career.
Updates to the rankings, all of that, the big talking points, that's all coming up in the post show. We'll break down what's been another epic chapter in European and Portuguese pro surfing on the Challenger Series here this week. Boys are warming up the shoulders for the carry, but great.
Yeah,
just making sure.
I wouldn't say he's a light carry. Oh,
no.
Powerful fella. So the boys limbering up, ready for the chair up the beach, and well, he's going to do it, isn't he, Paul?
Yeah, he's going to get the win. We'll count down here. A great moment for Cowley Vast. He's had a couple of them already. Near Olympic champ is about to get a win on the Challenger Series. The arms go up. He loves it. Well done, George Pittar, who was brilliant all week here. But Cowley Vast. has been incredible. He's your champ. And really, I can't remember at any point in any heat in this event him ever looking anything like a champion in waiting. Having a little powwow with the ski as well. So Cowley Vast getting the win. This will be absolutely huge for his path to the CT. George will come over and wish him well. A worthy opponent for that final in George Pitai. Just didn't really get the waves in that final. The start from Cowley built him that lead, and it was just too much to get past.
Yeah, that 7.83 was the marker. Got it early, and once he had that, he was going to be very, very difficult to beat. George couldn't respond, but yeah, as you said, he's just been super consistent, but also super dynamic. It's a pretty dangerous combo. 10,000 points in his kicker, 3 or 4 more events remaining, and does he like it? Yes, he does.
Cowley Vast into the beach here, and we're all wrapped up for competition. 2 fresh champs. Loads of amazing stories. Our women's champion here, Tia Zabrowski, 14 years old. And Cowley Vast, the Olympic champ. And you can see how much it means.
Oh, there's 2. I mean, 2 Tahitians. What a performance from those 2 islanders. What a tiny little country producing some elite surfers. Doing it all together. They've been hanging out on the beach together all week. Been a really tight-knit unit, and yeah, it means a lot to Cowley, but also all his mates. And they are absolutely stoked.
Well, as we've been reiterating, qualification and securing it, we're a way off that here actually in Portugal. There's still 3 events to go, but you'd have to be feeling pretty good for surfers like, well, both of these, particularly Tia, but Cowley as well. And they've shown their quality. I mean, just where they come from, we associate them with the very best waves on the planet. And I think it's fair to say, we touched on it earlier, they'd both be very, if they were to get there, they're both worthy additions to the championship tour, Ben.
Super dangerous.
Really solid.
Good in all conditions, good at all waves, confident, motivated, do a lot of preparation. So, yeah, they're going to be great.
Time to go and hear it from the champ. It's with Claudia Pinto.
That's right. French shoulders quite tired today with another French taking over. Congrats, Cowley. Is this your best result since winning a gold medal?
Yeah, for sure. So happy to win. I really wanted to this contest. I was surrounded by good people, good team, and yeah, good hard work, and yeah, just no friends during the contest. Just yeah, ready for the war. It was a war this one, and I felt like I had so much heat. I started for the bottom first round and all the way to the final, winning, and yeah, to final in 4 contests. I'm stoked.
A few words in French.
Ouais, merci beaucoup tout le monde. Il y a beaucoup de personnes ici qui m'ont beaucoup soutenu. Merci beaucoup. Et voilà, et la famille, les personnes qui regardent, voilà, ça là, c'est pour nous et let's go.
Congrats. It's time to celebrate our 2025 champions.
Cowley Vast likes the winning feeling, victorious here in Portugal in bright sunshine on a Sunday afternoon in front of an absolutely packed beach. We've got loads of great talking points to bring you in the post-show. We've got the prize-giving ceremony coming up as well. All of that on the other side of a quick break. Join us for the post-show real soon.
Welcome back to the EDP Ericeira Pro post-show. It's finals day. We've got two winners, two Tahitian winners. Jess, Starling, the Aussies, none from two. But still, what a day of waves, what a week of waves. How have you found the week in Portugal?
Oh, my week in Portugal has been top-notch. I mean, this is my first time in Europe, obviously, so I wasn't really sure what I was going to expect, but it completely exceeded my expectations. Pastel de nata is maybe my new favourite thing. And I really look forward to hopefully being back for another time because I love Portugal.
Well, yeah, you're welcome. Chico, thanks for having us in your country. You've put on, once again, Portugal's delivered with waves, with incredible friends, with incredible food. It's all happening, and you must be pretty proud.
Yes, I am. Another week of really good waves. It's always really good for our surfing community to have an event like this back home. And hopefully we can see it more and more.
Yeah, and we had some incredible waves for the finals day, the biggest day of the whole waiting period. The boys absolutely rinsed it in terms of contest organising. And we're going to look at the road to the final, see how it progressed. Carly Vast all the way from the early rounds, the round of 80 to the winner. This is him here, Jess. What a performance.
Yeah, he was just looking so clean. I mean, so smooth on the lines he drew and just capitalised on every single opportunity. I mean, he never was really that one to sit and wait. And as soon as he was up on his feet, it was just all systems go. There was no actually real moment where you kind of doubted that he wasn't going to make that round or make it all the way through to the final. And just consistency, it's what got him the win here.
Yeah, one thing that we noticed was his speed, right? His speed and timing on this wave right off that first day was impeccable. So just the water that he was throwing, his timing, his board looked amazing. And yeah, it's great to see Coley in this form. I believe he's got a lot more in the tank building from this, and the confidence he will have for the rest of the season, it's insane. So yeah.
Yeah, I agree. And two key results. I mean, a second and a first. The first ever Frenchman to win a Challenger Series event. So that's pretty huge. That's a massive accolade to him. He's got the Olympic gold. Now he's the first ever Frenchman to take home victory here on this level. So Carly just going from strength to strength in these last 12 months. I mean, and he just grew. His performances grew with how much the swell filled in as well. It felt like this extra power really suited his surfing. And like I mentioned, yeah, there was just no doubt that he wasn't going to get there. Really nice sportsmanship there between George and Cowley. George, unfortunately, just not getting the waves and the opportunities. And Cowley just too clutch. His support network, Joanne Duru, could see him and Tia were really feeding off each other's energy as well. So, yeah, Cowley, just impressive from start to finish here at this event.
And Chico, you think he's ready for the C2 this Tahitian?
Yes, of course he is. He showed signs of it many times before. He just needs to qualify, and I think he's doing just that. As soon as he qualifies, I think he's going to be right where he feels more comfortable, which is surfing amazing waves all the time.
Yeah, and the first Frenchman, as you mentioned, Jess, to win a Challenger Series event after Tia Zabrowski became the first French woman to win a Challenger Series event.
And the youngest.
So, yeah, records getting blown apart all week with surfing like this. He's been a bit boom or bust. 4 events, 2 finals, 1 win, and 2 early round losses. But you'd think that this is going to be the springboard for Vast to really kick on. As we said, a couple more events. He's got Sakurama come up. You think his surfing will suit that type of wave, Chico? Sakurama?
Yeah, I think so. It's a powerful beach break. There's some air sections to the left. The right is actually really hollow as well. I think he can make a big result out there as well.
And Pipe, he's quite good in left-hand barrels, isn't he?
He's all right. He goes all right in the left-hand barrel. No, he's incredible. He's actually one of the best in the world and won an Olympic gold medal for it. And yeah, he's definitely on his way. This final, that second place result over in Newcastle. And to think that we're going back to Newcastle at the end of the season, yeah, that's definitely going to suit his surfing. We know it does. So yeah, Carly, he's kind of looking pretty good for that CT, I'd say.
He's looking pretty good. George Pittard just surfed incredibly well all throughout the whole event, but just had a bit of a shocker in the final. Just never got the waves. Someone who did get the waves, though, was Tia Zabrowski in the final. This 14-year-old superstar put down another marker. She's made the final last year, and now she's come to this final and won it. And where is she going to take the sport, Jess?
Oh, I just cannot believe we are so lucky to watch a talent like Tia Zabrowski unfold right in front of our eyes. I mean, came here last year, got a second place, lost to one of the veterans of our sport, Sally Fitzgibbons, and then came here and made the ground that she didn't get to make last year, took home victory. Just so classy for being 14 years old, to be able to put on performances like this, to have the amount of drive that she has in a competitive way. I mean, Tia, I'm scared for everyone else of how good she is, and I feel like those top girls on that championship tour, look out, because I don't think Tia's slowing down anytime soon.
Yeah, and there's a lot more room to improve, right? She's only 14, so every 6 months, a year, she's going to get better and better and more powerful, more smart, more making better decisions competing. And of course, we know she's really talented, but she's going to get better, I believe, with time. And yeah, I can't wait to see her surf even better waves like J-Bay and stuff like that. I think she's going to go amazing.
Yeah, I feel like Snapper is going to really suit her surfing once she gets onto that championship tour. I feel like Brazil's going to suit her surfing because she's really good in short, sharp conditions as well. She's got a crazy air game. She's gone and competed in specialty events for that air game as well, thinking about stab high. And then we move to pipe, and she's not scared of a barrel herself. I mean, just so much experience, such a big repertoire for such a young competitor. And to be the youngest ever winner on the Challenger Series and the first ever French woman, to think about the accolades she's getting now, I feel like she's going to have a really long and successful career. It's like what it looks like it's panning out to be anyway.
Yeah, and no real weaknesses, Shiko. You can't really identify any flaws in her surfing. She's the complete package.
Yeah, I believe so. Looks like it, left, right. She's really good at it. So, yeah, I believe one thing is for certain is the amount of talent she has. But I believe she can improve a lot more. And, yeah, she's going to be a threat to be a world champ anytime soon, I believe. So this is just the beginning, in my opinion.
I would say the last person to make this type of splash at this age was Katie Simmers. And Katie's already gone on to get a world title already. So she's definitely operating in that kind of level. And as you said, there's a first win. She was so happy. Really good day for those French surfers, all the fans down there. They've had 2 from 2, and you might get pretty used to seeing that young girl on some shoulders, I reckon.
I reckon Joanne Daru would have the highest percentage make rate in the shortest amount of time. Think about his last 12 months, Olympic gold, then into a second place for Cowley and a third place for Tia at Newcastle, and then just got double wins here in Portugal. Pretty cool moment between the family there, but that's a crazy stat as far as a coach's perspective goes. I mean, he's doing something right.
Yeah, he absolutely is, Joanne. He's come into it pretty fresh and just absolutely rinsed it. So, yeah, Joanne, you see the scores there, 13.53. India Robinson just never really got into that heat. A bit like similar to the men's, wasn't it? Just Zabrowski came out strong and Indy just couldn't fight back.
Yeah, it was a shame for Indy because she's looking so strong and she seemed to be in really good flow. I mean, the start of the heat, like you just mentioned, it was great. I mean, she put her best foot forward and then just sat and waited. And unfortunately, nothing else came, where Tia surfed her way into that heat and basically surfed herself into that win.
Yeah, well, we've got 2 winners down on the podium. We've also got a Paul Evans, the king of the presentation, the pirate of the podium. Paul Evans, it's all yours.
Everybody, let's get the prize given for the EDP Pro Ericeira presented by Australia Galicia underway. What a fun day we've had. The best waves of the entire week. The surf's been pumping, sun's out. You guys have been awesome. Give yourself a round of applause, our crowd here. It's been foggy. We've had some winds. We've had big tidal shifts. You guys have showed up every day. And you're part of the reason this event is so cool to be a part of. Challenger Series had a new look for this year. We've added events, but Portugal, as ever, a key part of it. If you want to have a successful pro surf career, you got to come here to Portugal and step up, and it's exactly what we've seen today. Let's welcome onto stage from EDP, Catarina Baradas, from Mafra City Council, Hugo Moreira Luis, and from Tourism Portugal, Lydia Montero, welcome. Also, Francisco Spinola, president of the World Surf League, EMEA. We know him, we like him. He's a good guy. Welcome, you guys. Thanks to our other event partners, Tourism Portugal, Mafra City Council, Mayo, Millennium Bank, Delta Cafes, Hertz, You and the Sea, JBL, Oakberry, Go Chill, Ava Recovery. Muito obrigado. Thank you very much. All right, first order of business. Let's welcome someone up onto the stage who's had a pretty good year on the CS this year. He's shown his class. We've already seen him on the CT. He looked brilliant there. We hope to see him back there soon. A good result here in Portugal will help him towards that. A great style for this wave and many others. Let's make some noise from Australia. George Pittar, your men's runner-up. George, let's get a quick word with you, mate. Obviously, you would love to go all the way for the win, but a cool final out there with Cowley was kind of dominant, but you've had a good week out here. You've enjoyed this wave.
Yeah, it's definitely bittersweet. I don't know, I had a final in South Africa earlier this year, and I got second, and I was going into that, and I was like, no, I got to win this one, but I don't know, Cowley's such an amazing surfer, and yeah, I was just, I don't know, right now I'm just frothing to be standing on this stage, and yeah, Portugal's a beautiful place, and we've had an amazing week here with all our mates, and yeah, love this joint.
Mate, we'd love to see you back on the CT where you belong. Ladies and gentlemen, your men's runner-up, George Pittar. All right, let's switch our attentions over to our women's final. Another surfer from Australia. This result from her best this year. Beautiful, powerful style. She comes from a place where the waves resemble this, and it showed this week. She was outstanding. Couldn't quite get the final done, but very worthy as a finalist. Let's welcome up from Australia, India Robinson. Indy, let's get quick words. You've enjoyed your time here in Portugal, an important result for you this year. Tell us about the experience of the week and the day.
Yeah, this is by far one of my favourite events to come to. The culture, the people, and just the place in general. It's so beautiful and the wave's super fun. So coming into this event, I wanted to have fun and enjoy it, but at the same time, I definitely wanted to make some heats because I haven't done so far this year. And to get a second, yeah, like George said, it's bittersweet, but I'll definitely take a second place.
We've loved watching you do it. Best of luck for Brazil and the rest of the season. Indy Robinson, ladies and gents. All right, next up. Well, it's someone who's enjoyed a bit of winning recently. You might have tuned into the Paris Olympics last year and saw him win the gold medal for France. It's been a pretty good day for France and for French Polynesia. Here, let's welcome up to the stage a massive win on the Challenger Series, Cowley Vast. Cowley, obviously last year a huge moment for you, but this year it's been about realising the other dream, which is a world title, and to do that you got to go on the CT. And you've taken a big stride here in Portugal. How does it feel to get this win?
Oh, that feels good, finally. I was dreaming a lot to win one event like this, Challenge Series. Yeah, I love this place, love this wave. This time it was... yeah, I was on the rhythm. I had a good crew. Thanks to my crew, thanks to the support. And yeah, here the crowd is amazing every time. So yeah, thank you so much. Obrigado.
Love it. Cowley Vast, ladies and gents, your men's champion. Allez les Bleus. All right, well, our last champion, you might remember her. She was up here on the stage last year. First ever Challenger Series event. She was 13 years old. She didn't get the win then. She was actually a little bit disappointed. She wanted to get the win. Guess what? She's done it this year. 14 years old, youngest champ ever on the Challenger Series. Let's make some noise. TT Zabrowski.
Tia, massive congratulations to you. You've got a big support crew over here with you, both your parents here, a lot of coaches and everyone helping you out. Tell us about sharing this experience and how good it feels to get that win.
It feels really good. I'm really happy to stay first in the rankings. And to win the event, I'm super happy. I did second last year, so I'm happy to win it this time. And yeah, thanks everyone for the support. Thanks all my family, my coaches, my sponsors. I want to dedicate my first Challenger Series win for my auntie. We love you, we miss you. Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, I love that. Ladies and gents, Tia Zebrowski, let's make some noise for our finalists and our champions. And with that, we'll send it back to the studio for the rest of the post-show. Take it away.
Okay, well, thank you, Paulie. Another stellar job. Some big smiles there, guys. Big shout out to the auntie. That's nice. You'd be pretty rapt if you got you got the big call up from TT and dedicated to her. So what a incredible feeling to have such a young girl on that stage. I think she might be up there a bit more in the future.
Yeah, I'm going to say she's going to have a couple more wins in her career. I feel like we see her, she'll have to just dedicate one to each family member. Everyone's going to be lining up, waiting their turn.
Yeah, right. And we're going to talk at the rankings now. So obviously the whole point of this Challenger Series is to try and get our top 10 surfers going to get onto the CT. There's been some big movers here, Chico. And of course, as well, it's all about that number one, Carly Vast. 19,200 points, straight to number one.
Yeah, Kaoli might be feeling good right now. He's in number one. Luke Thompson as well, doing a solid result, sitting in that second position. Eli Eneman, huge jump in the rankings. So, yeah, we saw some movement. And look at that top 10, though. it's a really talented group of amazing surfers. So, yeah, Kaoli there, sitting on the top right now.
Pretty bunched down there. Jacob Wilcox came into the event as number one. He's dropped down. Oscar Berry, your friend, Jess, he's still holding on pretty strong. And yeah, you're right. Liam O'Brien, another CT surfer, also getting up to that all-important top 10. You just got to get in that top 10 by the end of the year with 4 more events to go.
Yeah, I mean, it's pretty important time of year to just keep building points. It feels like with a win in Brazil, any of those top 7 be looking pretty good for making that CT. You know, someone that I really love that's crept up in here, Lobby. Liam O'Brien, he deserves to be back on that championship tour. So if he could just stay there, I'd be really stoked.
Yeah, Lob is doing really good in that top 9. Now we look at the female or the women's rankings. Saw Tia Zebrowski win this event. She came into this event already at number 1, so she's going to extend her lead. And look at that, she's got 28,000 points. Also, Yolanda Hopkins consolidating her spot, Chico.
Yeah, amazing there for Portugal. Yolanda doing such a massive event here. Semis, and also Kika Veselko there, sitting in 4th. Unfortunately for Teresa, a bit of a downgrade from where she was sitting. But yeah, there's plenty of surfing ahead this season.
Probably the biggest jump there, India Robinson, right?
Yeah, definitely. She was way down the ranks. She was sitting around in that 30 mark, and now she's back up to 9th. So this was a big result for her. This just shows how crucial these points are. Mura Suzuki, she's crept into the top 10. And Kira Pinkerton, a new name that we're seeing in that top 7. So close, though, between all of those surfers. I mean, obviously, Tia, she's way out in front. She's about 5,000 points ahead of second place. So it's pretty solid to be sitting that comfortably. But everyone else, there's such a big chance there to make that top 7.
Yeah. It's really tightly bunched amongst all those top 7 surfers. Still 4 more events to go, so there's plenty of opportunity to make and most for the rest of the season. So the top 5 moments we're going to move on to. I mean, geez, it's going to be hard to narrow it down. We had the best swell of the day, of the whole week today. So the finals day delivered. We've got top 5 moments, and I'll get you two to talk us through. Number 5, well, it's Yo-Yo Hopkins.
Oh, Chico, you take this one away because I know you're a proud Portuguese man, and she really waved the flag for you guys here.
Yeah, she did super well. As I said many times before, if there's someone that deserves all that it's happening to her, it's Yolanda. I've seen Yolanda grew as a surfer for the last 6-7 years, and the work she has put on and physically, mentally, boards, everything. She's so dedicated. Seriously, I can't think of a surfer more dedicated than Yolanda Hopkins on a daily basis, not just when the comp is on. Because she's like Monday, Tuesday, when no one's watching, she's out there training really hard. And yeah, she does the hard work, and hard work, as everyone says, pays off, right?
Yeah, there's that time-old saying, hard work beats talent when talent doesn't work hard, and feels like Yolanda, I mean, she's just that pinnacle of you work hard, it pays off. And, you know, she casually got a third here today. She's done a 5K run, done a workout. She's just ticking every box today, making the rest of us feel like, okay, maybe we should actually do something.
Yeah, incredible surfing. And then number 4 is the Peruvian Luca Macinas, got the semi-finals, and he has just been one of the standout performers throughout the whole event.
Yeah, this is a great result for Luca. I mean, he needed it as well. Hadn't had anything of substance this year, and it just felt like we got a glimpse of that CT rookie class that we know and love from Luca Macinas. He really just leveled up back to that bar that we know he really can set for himself. And yeah, such a standout from start to finish. Took down some really big names, and just unfortunately didn't get the waves in the semi-final there. And George was just looking super sharp. But if this is the role that Luca Macinas is going to go on, bring it on, because I really enjoyed the performances he put on this week.
Just looked confident, didn't he, Chico, from start to finish?
Yeah, he looked amazing. And another guy that looked amazing was Eli Anneman. Yet, in my opinion, one of the hardest seats of the whole event. And he won it with turns like this. You just could kind of feel he was building some momentum, so the confidence was back. And he needed a result. So, yeah, he did amazing this week, Ben.
Really explosive, wasn't he? He was so unpredictable. He's surfing, which I love. He's Jess.
Yeah, he was epic. And honestly, I wouldn't have been surprised if he had have won it either. Just of the confidence in the role that he was going on. Came close to getting the score on that one. Went left, gave us a full backside rotation here. Went pretty high as well. This was a lofty air. If that was in Brazil, would have seen it gone well above that 7-point range. But this guy, he was hard to beat. Cowley coming in at number 2. So glad he's getting a win next to his name. Started off the year with a second. Had that Olympic gold, so we were all expecting him just to get to that championship tour where we know he belongs. And the surfing he put on time and time again this week, I mean, just shows why he's victorious here.
Yeah, and the thing is that with the stops that we have after, he's looking good, like Pipeline, Sutsi Surfing, Newcastle, we already know he made the final, so he kind of feels comfortable out there. And Saquarema, Sutsi Surfing, so he's looking really good to crack his dream.
Yeah, really, really on point. Number 1 on the Challenger Series rankings, the gold medalist from Chopes last year. So it's all coming together, and one more result in any of those 4 stops, you think he'll be pretty comfortable. So Carly just absolutely on fire, and these finishing turns were amazing all week.
Oh, they were crazy. I mean, Cowley, he just identified all the best sections and just did what he had to do. It just absolutely belted him. Great day for Joanne Daru. I mean, win for win, 2 for 2. Oh, it's just so epic, and it feels like this is victory. It's been a long time coming for Cowley. He's got such high class, and let's reiterate it again. I mean, Tia Zabrowski, your youngest ever Challenger Series champion and the first ever French woman. So that French flag is flying high today thanks to these 2 surfers.
Yeah, Tia looked amazing. French won today, right, Jess?
Oh, absolutely.
We can really tell that France didn't win tonight, this event. But yeah, Aussies just that right there behind them. But Tia just all the way to the final, showcased his talent, her talent, and yeah, just a beautiful win for her.
Yeah, she never looked rattled. Can't remember where she was sort of had to get a score to get out of the heat. She was always took control, and to do that at 14, you know, she's not even 15 till next March.
She's not even driving a car.
So she's, yes, she's got, yeah.
A couple years till she learns to drive a car.
Yeah, and as Chico said, that as a development, she's only improving. It's kind of terrifying where she could take this sport.
Yeah, it is, and it's exciting at the same time. You know, feels like this is the start of a new level that's coming up so young. You know, she's 14 years old. We think about Eden Waller in the draw as well, who is super impressive. So yeah, Tia, she's really setting the benchmark high for this next generation to come through and make some noise.
Yeah, and she'll be heading off to Brazil for the Banco event in Saquarema, presented by Corona Zero. So the Banco do Brazil, a big event down there. It's good to have that energy in Brazil. You go to Brazil a lot. Chico, what's it like in Saquarema? What's the vibes down there for that place?
Yeah, Brazil, it's insane. Lovely country. Would love to go there again. And yeah, it's just the place to be. Açaí, just relax and surf on in more warm water than Portugal, that's for sure.
Yeah, warm water. Frothers, can't wait for that. So that's coming up. Get on the WSL app, check it out. But that's a wrap from us. Jess, first trip to Portugal.
Yep.
Can you sum it up in a word for me?
Just 10.
10.
10.
Absolute 10.
Give me a word. 10.
10. Well, yeah, you can't beat that. Chico, thanks for coming. Thanks for having us. Had an awesome time. We'd like to thank all the viewers out there, all the fans, all the sponsors, all the people that put this amazing show together. We couldn't do it without you. We're going to go out with some highlights. See you next year for the EDP Ericeira Pro. What a week we've had.
copyrighted event broadcast is produced by the World Surf League for broadcast around the world and may not be retransmitted, reproduced, rebroadcast, or otherwise distributed or used in any form without the written consent of the World Surf League.